Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Historical Fajin Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Great forces redirected. Gah, my head, a boy thought, clutching his curly green hair and clenching his matching eyes shut. Izuku Midoriya was no stranger to headaches, whether from focusing for too long at a time on his hobbyist hero analyses or from his frequent bouts of anxiety. But this came out of nowhere, hurt far more than any other like a spear lancing through his skull, and was gone. He caught his breath but grunted as another migraine pulsed through his head and faded away as if it hadn't been there before. What was that? He wondered silently. Now that he thought about it, the faint nausea he'd carried ever since the beach this morning had faded away with the headaches. Maybe All Might's quirk, my new quirk, is finally settling? He wondered. Then he shook his head and focused his not inconsiderable concentration on the written exam before him. It was this written portion, and then the practical portion. And that part is what had him worried. He really hoped those migraines had been his new quirk emerging. Bad. This is bad. There's barely any left. Izuku tore through the simulated cityscape, adrenaline surging through him as his panic began to rise more sharply. He hadn't figured out his quirk yet, if it had even manifested yet, and all of the other examinees were clearing out robots before he had a chance to get to them. And to make matters worse, time was running short. Of course, actually disabling them with no quirk would be a hassle in and of itself. Maybe he should talk to All Might after this about his teaching still dash? No. Who was he, a lowly student, to criticize the methods of the number one hero? As he thought this, he didn't notice the faint tension growing in his muscles as he ran through the practice yard, absently deciding it was the adrenaline and anxiety. Had he been less panicked for his own performance, he would have marveled at the displays of quirks around him as his fellows dismantled the robots. But now? As if to make matters worse, there was a quake through the ground, and out from the artificial skyline ambled a truly massive robot, far too big for even the average hero to handle. The gimmick, Present Mike had called it. Izuku fell backwards, both from the rumbling ground and the totally rational fear such a behemoth brought to bear. And he wasn't the only one who was afraid, as all of the other examinees were fleeing the hulking machine. He rolled to his knees and stumbled to his feet as he desperately tried to think up a last-ditch strategy to pass. This isn't funny, he whimpered. I gotta run. Run and somehow get some points. Damn it, I'm still at 0. If I can't, this'll all be for nothing. Everything All Might had done for him, all for nothing. And then he heard it. A whimper not of fear, but of pain. He looked backward on autopilot and saw a familiar face. That nice girl with the soft-looking brown hair, the one who had used her quirk to painlessly keep him from falling as he entered the school. She was trapped under some rubble. Must have fallen from the tremors of the gimmick. Faster than thought, Izuku turned fully around and charged to help. In another life, in another time, his resolve would have crystallized into an unstoppable force that had him leap into the air and smite the gimmick with the force of a dozen trains, breaking 3 limbs in the process and having the nice girl save him in turn from falling to his death. But this was not that time. Instead, Izuku's will manifested in a different way. He forced down his fear at drawing closer to the gimmick and lowered his running stance to slide his hands under the rubble that trapped this girl. Clench up your butt, All Might had said, and let your heart cry out dash. Smash! Izuku shouted, forcing the slab of concrete high into the air with the force of his motion to shatter against the gimmick. Whoa, was that from me? Izuku gasped. Then he realized the gimmick was still coming toward them, its paneling only dented. He grabbed the girl by her upper arm with a quick, sorry, and hauled her to her feet. She yelped as she tried to stumble along, her leg clearly hurt. And so, acting on even more instinct, Izuku flipped her over his shoulder, thank heaven for the 10 months of All Might's training for that, and ran as fast as he could. As he ran away, Izuku spied a single 1-point drone off to the side that was targeting him and the girl. Look out! She shouted and dug her fingers into his back, the force of his steps launching them into an aerial arc to avoid its simulated gunfire. "Release!" she shouted, and they descended back to the ground behind the drone. Maybe if he could summon up that power again, he could get just 1 point, he said desperately. "That's all, folks," came Present Mic's voice over the loudspeakers. "Time's up." "No!" Izuku cried out inside, stumbling to a halt and gently lowering the girl to the ground before sinking to his knees and clutching at the gravel. Not even a single point. He'd failed. Izuku didn't bother trying to hold back tears as despair began to well up from within. It didn't matter that people were whispering to each other, probably judging his uselessness. He had no way of knowing that they were wondering how he'd become so timid with an apparent strength-enhancing quirk. He didn't even feel the soft, consoling touch of the girl's hand on his shoulder. All he knew was that he'd let his mother and All Might down. A week later found Izuku mindlessly curling a dumbbell as he sat on the couch in his home and pondered his probable failure. Sure, he was certain he'd pass the written exam, even if it was just barely. His mother mentioned that the acceptance letters should be arriving any day now, and he absently hummed in agreement. But with 0 points in the practical, there was no hope for him to have passed. All Might's radio silence since the exam only made him feel more sure of it. He'd failed. Not to mention he'd been keeping the whole thing a secret from his mom. Granted, One for All wasn't his secret to tell, but it still made him feel guilty. "Izuku!" his mother shouted. He spun on the couch to find her fallen to her knees, beads of sweat dotting her face as she held out an envelope. "It's here. It's finally here." Izuku took the letter and quickly hugged his mom before heading to his room. As he looked at it, he felt his spirits start to plummet. But best to get it over quickly, right? Like removing a band-aid. He tore open the envelope to find a metallic disc? A metallic disc that flared to life and projected a holographic screen bearing the number 1 hero. "I am here." On this projection. The next several minutes were a roller coaster of emotions as All Might's recording explained so much. That he was now teaching at UA and that, as Izuku had predicted, getting 0 points in the practical was an automatic failure. But then he'd switched gears and shown footage of the nice brunette girl offering her points since Izuku had saved her. Present Mic's response: he wouldn't need them? All Might continued to explain that not only villain points were rewarded for smashing drones. Rather, the test also looked for those who would protect and rescue others even at the cost of themselves, just as Izuku had done, and rewarded points for such genuine heroism. As such, Izuku had been awarded a whole 60 points, and the girl was awarded 45 for saving him in turn. "Urian," All Might finished. "Come now, young Midoriya. This will be your hero academy." Izuku's tearful cheers practically shook the building. That evening, Izuku was still buzzing with relief, excitement, and sheer, unadulterated joy when he got a text from All Might. "Meet me at the beach tonight at sundown. I will be in my true form, so please keep a low profile." Just as requested, Izuku met his mentor at the beach. The first several times he'd seen the powerful All Might, known far and wide as a muscle-bound hero of epic proportions that Izuku had slapped images of all over his room, it had been almost dizzying. The cognitive dissonance from knowing that this still tall but shriveled, almost skeletal figure was what he really looked like. Nowadays, Izuku took it in stride. 10 months was quite a while to get used to something. In his head he called him by his given name, Toshinori, in this form. It helped a little. "You passed," All Might Toshinori rumbled. He nodded and ruffled Izuku's hair. "Congrats, from the bottom of my heart. And just so you know, I didn't tell my colleagues about our relationship. Figured you wouldn't want to worry about favoritism." "Thanks, sir," Izuku said. "I guess that explains why we're meeting here and not your office." "Just so," Toshinori said, tapping his temple. "I didn't expect you to be teaching, though," Izuku noted. "I figured I could find a worthy successor at the school," Toshinori explained. "Oh, right," Izuku said, looking down at his hands. "A student with an inborn quirk and actual talent. Guess I didn't need to after all, huh?" Toshinori grinned. "Perhaps it was fated for us to meet." Then his faint resting scowl returned. "Though since you're here, I have to ask. When you tossed that slab of concrete off the Uraraka girl, how did it feel? Uraraka? Izuku asked. So that was the girl's name. He looked down at his hands again, this time contemplatively. It felt like someone was pushing with me? Like there was a greater force beneath my hands pushing too. He shook his head and ran his hands through his curls. I don't know how else to describe it. What has me a bit concerned, Toshinori said, is that I'm almost certain that it was not one for all. Izuku blanched and stepped back in shock. What? How? Toshinori placed a hand on his chin in thought. After the incident I told you about when we first met, the battle I asked to be kept secret that destroyed my organs. I started doing serious research into the origins of One for All. He sighed. I had hoped to tell you this later, but you need to know in order to understand what I think has happened to you. And so Toshinori regaled his successor with the story of One for All. The story of a truly evil man known by the name of his quirk All for One, who could steal quirks for himself and redistribute those quirks to those who would serve him, of his steady rise to power, of his younger brother who knew these actions were wrong and tried to stop him, of the power stockpiling quirk that All for One had forced upon his brother either to enforce his servitude or as a twisted act of kindness, of the seemingly quirkless younger brother who secretly to all, including himself, bore a unique quirk that could only be passed to others, which had merged with the stockpiling quirk to forge One for All. He spoke of the quirk being passed on through the generations after the brother failed to stop All for One, each passing allowing it to grow even stronger than before until it came to Toshinori's predecessor and mentor, Nana Shimura, who had trained him and passed One for All on to him, a quirkless boy who desired to save others. You're quirkless? Izuku asked in shock, looking up from the fresh notebook he had produced to record every word Toshinori had said. Genetically, I am, Toshinori confirmed. And while I'm thinking about it, I owe you an apology. For what? For telling you that heroism is beyond you without a quirk, Toshinori sighed. Kid, I've said it before and I'll say it again, you have the heart of a true hero. I saw that when you jumped into the fray to save the boy who had been cruel to you for years. And I saw it again when you saved that girl without any experience with a quirk. He lowered his head in shame. With a will like that, I now think you really could have been the first quirkless hero. And I'm so sorry I didn't see it until it was almost too late. I'll admit, it hurt, Izuku said. But you were also kinda right, you know? Toshinori arched his brow curiously. I could have been killed trying to save Kachin, and would have been if you didn't intervene. I also could never have helped that girl without One for All. So, you weren't wrong. Maybe we should save the philosophy for another time, Toshinori snorted. You have a quirk now, and we need to discuss what happened now that you're up to date on its origins. Now, why do you think I would be concerned about you not using One for All as I know it? Izuku thought it over for a moment, muttering to himself in a way that honestly creeped Toshinori out a little. But if it helped the kid think, he'd deal with it. Was it not powerful enough? Izuku asked. Actually, I think power would be the opposite problem. You probably would have really hurt yourself, Toshinori said. And that may be part of the situation. I think your subconscious recognized that it could harm itself by tapping into the raw power of One for All, and somehow found a workaround of sorts. A workaround? Izuku asked. Remember how the quirk was first created? What happened? The stockpiling quirk from All for One merged with Izuku's. Eyes widened as pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. It merged with the brother's first quirk, the one that could be passed down. And if it could happen once, who's to say it couldn't happen again? Toshinori said. I've had a hypothesis for a long time that One for All had been adding quirk factors from its bearers into the core quirk. I was just never able to test it. Even with its exponential growth across 8 bearers, which I believe has actually empowered the other quirk factors too, it wasn't ready. He smiled, a grisly sight tempered by real warmth. Until you. I still don't understand, Izuku said. I think that to protect your body, your subconscious mind somehow cycled through the quirk factors stored in One for All and settled on one that was similar in practice, but wouldn't harm you. At least not nearly as much. What quirk? Izuku asked, his fingers itching to write more. That I'm not entirely certain of, Toshinori admitted. I know that every bearer before me had a quirk, and I know it wasn't Nana's float quirk, which essentially allowed her to fly. He held his chin again. One of the heroes before her was Lariat, who possessed the Black Whip quirk, also clearly nodded. He hummed and shook his head. We'll figure it out as soon as we can. But while we do that, perhaps we can deduce some of its functions ourselves. Izuku asked. Oh please, Toshinori scoffed, gesturing to the notebook in his hands. I doubt you're writing down recipes in there. He held out a hand and Izuku handed it over. Toshinori shook his head and gestured at Izuku's backpack, which Izuku then passed instead. Toshinori pulled out a random journal and flipped through it, humming in thought. Impressive, he noted. Untrained, but all the more impressive for it. He clapped the book shut and returned it and the backpack. Now, let's put that analytical mind of yours, he tapped Izuku's forehead with a grin, to work, shall we? Izuku rubbed his forehead with a smile and thought about his experience. I'm guessing it's not a strength-enhancing quirk, he asked. Given how you described it, I think not, Toshinori confirmed. So what else could have helped you move that slab of rock? Izuku thought about it. His interest, verging on obsession, with quirks and heroes had pushed him to study the sciences as deeply as he could while growing up. So he examined everything he knew about strength, weight, interior, forces. Could it be based around kinetic energy? Izuku asked. An interesting conclusion. Let's find out, Toshinori said. And then he exploded into steam to reveal his massive, muscled, smiling all-might form and held out his palm. Strike at me with the power you've discovered, he commanded. Izuku took a breath and tried to find whatever had motivated him to tap into it in the first place. He thought of that kind, pretty girl in trouble and the fire in his gut that pushed him to help. He clenched his fist as he felt something gather, like static cling under his skin. He snapped his eyes open and tried to direct that force as he shouted, "Smash!" and punched All Might's fist. The air was displaced around them from the dispersing force, and Izuku yelped and drew his hand back to shake away the soreness. That certainly wasn't base one for all, Toshinori said as he reverted to his true form. Every bearer has a kind of sign when they tap into it. For me, it's the bolstered musculature, though before my injuries that wasn't near as extreme. My predecessor using one for all formed a kind of faint halo of golden light that hung around her head and shoulders, like an angel. And she once said that her predecessor had a kind of shimmer around him like the air above a campfire. He again took his huge, all-might form. Again! Izuku nodded and focused, but that tension wasn't there. He searched for it but couldn't find it. He shook it off and gathered himself, charging forward with another punch that slammed into All Might's palm and yelped in pain at bruised knuckles. Intriguing, All Might said before reverting again. It seems you ran out of juice. What? But I feel fine. Izuku replied, shaking his hand to dispel the aches. And you didn't feel any power building up that time, did you? Toshinori asked. Izuku hung his head with a muttered, no. I've got an idea, Toshinori said. Take, say, 10 laps up and down the beach. When Izuku looked up and opened his mouth, Toshinori held up his hand. I'll explain if this works. Now hop to it. Say what you will, Izuku was certainly dutiful. He took those laps without a single word of complaint and hardly a broken sweat. Toshinori smiled to himself at the evidence of how far the scrawny, timid kid had come in such a short time. Add in 2 passes at a walk for a cool down, he added. When Izuku returned and brushed the misty sweat from his brow, Toshinori once again transformed. Try again, he thundered, once more presenting his palm. Izuku dug down, and there it was again. The well of energy he'd felt before. He took hold of it and channeled it into his fist to strike at All Might's palm, and though the hero did not budge, the air was displaced again. So what was the difference? Toshinori prompted. Between the first and second run? Izuku asked, receiving a nod. He thought about it and could only come up with one conclusion. The actual run, he answered. Indeed. I've seen quirks before that require gathering of something to work, such as fat, certain emotions, Power, mass dash. Accumulation quirks. Izuku shouted with excitement, hands clenched in front of his chest. I've read about those. So you think that this quirk of mine is an accumulation? I do. More specifically, accumulation of kinetic energy. So the run. It gave me a chance to gather kinetic energy, the boy continued. He retrieved his notebook and began scribbling notes, muttering all the while. Tashinori let him wear his theories out, indicated by his slowed writing, before gently taking the notebook and looking it over. Again he was surprised by the thoroughness of his ward's observations and hypotheses. One in particular. You wonder if it is your own personal movements or being in a state of motion that can gather kinetic energy, he read. Yeah. Izuku said. Like, could I, charge up by jumping out of an airplane and just falling before I pull my parachute? Or do I personally have to move, like running or walking? How much, charge do you have now? Izuku thought about it and examined the faint tingle beneath his skin. It wasn't unpleasant at all, just present. Like the weight of the atmosphere on his shoulders or the feeling of air in his lungs. He didn't even notice until he'd been prompted to look for it. Not much, he decided. Then let us test that question. Tashinori grinned before he burst into all might and swept Izuku into a sitting position on his shoulder. With a mighty leap, they were hurtling into the night sky. Whoa! This is still weird. Izuku shrilled as the airspeed made his cheeks flap and his eyes water, holding tightly onto All Might. I know you can stand the landing, but what about me? Trust me, young Midoriya. I won't let you come to harm. They slowed to a stop, pausing for a moment to see the beautiful sight of the city lights. Then gravity took full hold and they plummeted toward the beach again. Izuku couldn't help but scream. They grew faster and faster, until they neared the sand and All Might turned in the air to punch toward the ground, the burst of air from the sheer force slowing them enough for him to right himself and land on one knee with Izuku in his arms, trembling but unharmed. There we go, he thundered jovially before reverting to his true form. Now, is your store of energy different? Izuku was practically hyperventilating as he calmed his heart. When he'd settled, he examined himself and found the tingling hardly different than before. No, not really. He ran that through his mind. Which means I have to move myself to store up energy. It would seem so, Tashinori said. And other questions you wrote down, such as if the energy will drain away with sleep or time, whether the stored kinetic energy matches your motions, is less than, or somehow more than your own motions, effects of releasing it from your whole body or just one limb at a time, we can figure those out later. He clapped his hand onto Izuku's shoulder. We've got a few weeks until term starts. I have a good friend who can send us some equipment to help monitor, and we can upkeep your fitness while we work out the KNKS in your quirk too. Izuku nodded, his eyes welled with beads of fiery tears. Yes, sir. Chapter 2. After 3 weeks of the spring holidays, Izuku was feeling far more prepared for his first day than the entrance exam. Not to say he wasn't nervous, because that would be a bold-faced lie. But over these 3 weeks, he and All Might had been experimenting with the facets and limits of his quirk using some equipment he'd acquired from his old friend who turned out to be the famed inventor David Shield. Until they'd hammered out a rough idea of its powers and effects. Izuku gripped the straps of his backpack and strode in with all of the confidence he could muster, thinking back on some of All Might's advice as he did. This smile is a mask, a way to assure the people and ease their worries. So too does it ease mine. So while you must never deny your anxiety, hold it close to your chest and present your smile to the world. Izuku fixed a wobbly grin on his face as he strode the fabled halls of UA to find his classroom. The actual letter accompanying the video disc said he was in Class 1A. He'd crunched the statistics on the way to the school, over 300+ applicants being whittled down to 36, with an average 18 students in each class. It really was a competitive program, wasn't it? It was still hard to believe he'd actually gotten in. Let's just hope Kachin and that guy with the glasses are in the other class, he thought timidly. Izuku opened the massive door and found the bespectacled guy chastising Kachin for putting his feet on the desk. So much for that, Izuku thought. Guess all my luck was used up to actually pass the exam. He idly listened to the bespectacled boy saying he was Tenya Ida from semi-private academy, Kachan's irreverent threat to blow him up, and Ida's insulted reply. Then those glasses fixed on him and Izuku gulped. The Ida guy strode up to him and ushered him fully into the room before intensely, if somehow still stiffly, introducing himself. Izuku could barely stutter out his name and a greeting passed his nerves, his smile still somehow in place. Midoriya, you perceived the true nature of the exam when I could not, Ida said a bit more calmly, gesturing wildly with his hands. I misjudged you, and for that you have my apologies. As it happens, you were the superior candidate for this respected institution. Oh, I didn't really do anything, Izuku mumbled. I respectfully disagree, Ida said, his intensity back in full. You are here with us and that shows you have earned your place. As if, worthless reject, Katsuki snarled under his breath, but loud enough for them to hear. Hey, I'd know that hair anywhere, a familiar voice said. Izuku spun around to find the cute girl from the exam. I'm so glad you got in, like Present Mike said, she cheered. Not that I'm surprised, of course. The way you saved me was awesome, just flinging that slab of concrete like nothing. I mean, you saved me too, and you spoke on my behalf, which was really nice dash. What? How'd you know that? She asked, blinking owlishly. It was in my acceptance letter, Izuku said, twiddling his fingers. All Might showed me. He took a breath and smiled again. Thank you so much. I think you're gonna be an amazing hero. Neither of them felt Katsuki's furious gaze upon them both. If you're here to socialize, a figure said from a sleeping bag by the door, then get out. After a brief introduction and handing out gym uniforms, their new teacher Mr. Aizawa led them out onto a training field for a test of their quirks. When the nice girl, Ochako Uraraka, asked about the entrance ceremony and guidance counseling, he brushed it off with a small speech about not wasting time and freeform education. He listed off a series of middle school fitness exercises and explained that they would be performing them with their quirks to help establish baselines for their power and skill with them. And to keep you motivated, Aizawa added, the lowest performer will be deemed hopeless and expelled. In another life, Izuku would have been mildly panicking at those words, anxious about not being able to control one for all yet. But in this life, well, he was still anxious. But he also felt something like confidence as he recalled all of the training he'd done since the entrance exam to figure out his quirk. He ran through the list of exercises and determined that his quirk could help with quite a few of them. Katsuki started out with the softball pitch as a demonstration, earning an impressive 705 meters. When Ochako brought up the expulsion threat again, Aizawa gave another speech again about how life was unfair, pro-heroism was a difficult and certainly unfair profession, and UA would put them through the ringer to iron out their weaknesses and make sure they would be the best of the best. That was what their school motto meant. Plus ultra, go beyond. After Katsuki's demonstration, they moved on to the 50-meter dash. As Izuku prepped himself with some stretches and breathing exercises, he recalled All Might's summation of his quirk. It may not be what I expected, but you can certainly use it. After every test and exercise we've gone through, it seems your quirk stores up the kinetic energy of your own movements. And while we have no idea the limits of the previous user, we have yet to discover a real ceiling to how much energy you can store up. Further, somehow your quirk not only matches your movements, but amplifies the built-up force at roughly twice the input. So if you take a mile-long run, all of the motion and force your limbs exert will be stored up and essentially doubled. Even further, there seems to be no loss when you rest or sleep, and even small motions like eating or tapping your foot add to the reserve. That may not seem like much, but it certainly adds up, especially with that doubling factor. Of course, this all depends on how well you can regulate your output. We've found that you can control not only how much force you release, but where and in what direction, as long as it amplifies a physical motion. You can use it to bolster punches or running motions, to redirect your momentum to dodge attacks, or even in one burst like a Delaware smash. Naturally, that last one leaves you dry, so I'd use it as a last resort. They'd hammered his limitations and gotten him used to idle motions for the last 3 weeks, not to mention going over physics to help him understand kinetic forces. Now was the time to show what he had learned. When the dash began, Izuku augmented his start with a relatively small push as All Might had taken to calling his releases of kinetic energy that had him moving faster out of the gate than anyone except Ida. As he ran, Izuku was careful to keep only to his natural speed to preserve his stores. Granted, after the hellish 10 months to prepare himself for One for All, his natural speed wasn't something to look down upon either. It was only when he neared the ending line that he leaked another push to boost his speed and send him hurtling over the finish line just behind Katsuki and his explosive speed. He ignored the confused death glare Katsuki sent his way because of that, even if it still made him tremble, and got ready for the next event with more stretches to keep him limber and to add back what he could to his kinetic well, as he'd nicknamed his accumulated stores. As he did, he filed away any and all observations of his classmates' quirks and styles to write down later. Next came grip strength, which Izuku had specifically worked on during the 10 months. He squeezed as hard as he could naturally, then amped it up with a small kinetic push to pad his results. It wasn't as much as Shoji, who had some serious muscles possibly amplified by his quirk, but it was more than the majority. Next came the long jump, which had Izuku boost his jump with a moderate push. Not enough to break his legs on impact, but enough to beat the ones who couldn't use their quirks for the event. He winced at the sharp drop in his stores, having practiced gauging that during the last few weeks. He wasn't out at all, but it had taken a sizable portion. Finally came the softball throw, which Katsuki had already performed. Most people did decent, though none as well as Katsuki's explosion-driven throw. Except for Ochako, who simply activated her quirk and sent the softball hurtling into the sky. Professor Aizawa's reading actually read out infinity for hers. Finally, Izuku was up. He worried his lip between his teeth as he tried to figure out how great a push to use. Too little and it wouldn't make a difference. Too much, and he may deplete his stores too much for any surprise events Aizawa might have for them. Trust your instincts, young Midoriya, All Might had said. That sounded good. Izuku reared back and tapped into his kinetic well until he felt something in his gut and threw the ball, but the energy slipped from his grasp and he only threw with his natural strength. A measly 46 meters. What? Izuku asked in shock. I erased your quirk, kid, Aizawa said, his eyes wider than before and bloodshot, his hair standing on end. I saw that stunt you pulled during the entrance exam. You have no idea what you're doing. And that kind of ignorance could get you and a lot of people killed. His eyes were redder now, like he needed to blink. Did you expect someone to step in and clean up your mess when you go pro? No. Izuku snapped, sudden anger rising up. I may be inexperienced, but we all are. He gestured at the class as a whole. That's why we're here. To learn about our quirks and how to be heroes. Our quirks? Bakugo thought furiously. Quite lying, that. It'll only make the reveal of your powerlessness worse. Fine, Aizawa said, his hair falling back into place as he took some eye drops. Go ahead. Izuku went through the motions again, tapping into his well and rearing back. He threw with all of his might, the force of his throw amplified by an even greater push, and the softball left his fingers with a huff of displaced air to soar and land at 705 meters. Aizawa said, eyebrows arched in surprise. 3 meters more than Bakugo. Nice. Uraraka cheered. A heroic record for a real hero. What? Katsuki shouted. The dash and long jump could have been flukes or due to the surprise muscle on that skinny nerd. But that throw was certainly superhuman. That can't be dash. Explain yourself, Deku. He launched himself forward on explosions, rage building. Had Deku been lying this whole time? To what end? To rise up late in the game and make Katsuki look bad. His charge was halted by Aizawa's badges wrapping around him and going taut. What the dash? He growled. How's it stiff? Capture cloth, Aizawa drawled. Made up of carbon fiber and a special alloy wire. Also, you don't have clearance to use your quirk at the moment. He glared at Katsuki. I'm getting dry eyes again here. Katsuki had visibly backed down. He blinked and gestured for them all to move. Next event, hustle. For the endurance running, upper body workout, and seated toe touch exercises, he couldn't think of a way to boost his performance without draining his kinetic stores dry. But even so, he still did fairly well, at least enough to stay in the running. Finally, when every event was complete, the rankings were revealed. Izuku gasped with relief at his placement of 14. He was near the bottom, but he wouldn't get expelled. "No!" a boy with purple lumps on his head cried out. "Minoru Mineta," Aizawa said with a heavy tone. "You're expelled. Gather your things and report to Principal Nizu." "It can't be!" Mineta wailed. "My chance at fame and girls, gone before it begins." "Now, Mineta," Aizawa said firmly. As the boy slumped in despair and wandered back toward the main building, everyone watched with various amounts of sympathy, concern, or relief. The latter particularly from the girls. "You mean it wasn't a motivational deception?" Yaozuru asked. "Not the way you imagine it," Aizawa said with a small, cryptic smile. "The curriculum documents for the semester are back in the classroom on your desks. Remember to eat well and rest up, because tomorrow won't be any easier." He began making his way to the school. "Good day, all." After the school day had ended, Izuku made his way homeward alone. He didn't really give it much thought, as it had been his reality for so long. As such, he never could have expected what came next. "Midoriya." Ida strode up to him and adjusted his glasses. "Well done today. Might I ask a personal question?" Sure?" Izuku said, sweat beading his brow. "You seem less adjusted to your quirk than I would have thought," Ida noted. "Why is that?" "Oh, well." Izuku swallowed thickly and tried to embrace the half-truth that All Might had coached him through for this exact situation. "I've been effectively quirkless all my life. It only manifested recently, as in, at the entrance exam, recently." He chuckled nervously, his voice pitch rising with nerves. "What a time, right? Luckily, I've got a great mentor to help me figure it out." "I see," Ida said. "Most unusual. To my knowledge, it is extremely rare to have a quirk manifest beyond age 4. He's not scary, Izuku thought Glady. He's just really intense and focused." "Hey, wait up." Ochako was running up to them with a wide smile. "Hey guys. You headed for the station? We can walk together." "Ah, the Infinity Girl," Tenya said fondly. "That's not a bad hero name," Izuku said before blushing and clapping his hand to his mouth. "My real name is Ochako Uraraka," she said bashfully. "And you guys are Tenya Ida and, Deku Midoriya, right?" "Deku?" Izuku asked, his stomach turning as Katsuki's voice in his ear needled him about being worthless. "It's what that angry Bakugo guy from before called you," Ochako said, her smile dropping at his clear discomfort. "Did I hear wrong?" "No, but my name is actually Izuku." "Deku's just Kaken being a bully." "An insulting pet name, then," Tenya surmised. "How dishonorable." "I'm sorry to hear that," Ochako said, folding her hands at her waist. "I thought it was kinda cute." Her eyes became determined and she held up her fists in a boxer's stance to throw jabs. "I sounds like, Deku, as if you're gonna punch bad guys in the face. Almost like it shouts, 'I can do it,' you know?" Her smile faded again and she dropped her hands. "But if it has that kind of baggage..." "Actually," Izuku said, "if you want to call me that," he scratched at the back of his neck with an awkward smile, "I think I could handle it." "You sure?" Ochako asked. Izuku nodded, more firmly than before. "Alright, Deku." She smiled as she said it, and Izuku's stomach flip-flopped at the realization that he'd been talking to a girl. "Successfully. Shall we move on?" Tenya said, gesturing for them to walk. Izuku nodded and Ochako giggled as she led the way. "It's nice to have friends on the first day of school, right?" she asked. Friends?" Izuku asked, eyes wide. "Sure," she chirped, looking at him kindly. "You wanna be?" "Why yeah," Izuku sighed. "I would be honored, my new friends," Tenya said with a fierce grin. "Onward to the train station," he said, pointing dramatically, "then to home for rest, and then back again for another successful day." Ochako laughed at his antics and fell back to walk beside Izuku. "To friends," she said, holding up her knuckles. "To friends," Izuku said, pressing his own first to hers. "Have you turned anything up?" Toshinori asked gravely. "Despite my best efforts," Principal Nizu said, "I have yet to determine any information on the bearers of One for All before Lariat. Records from the era of emerging quirks and the years after are spotty at best." "It was a long shot anyway," Toshinori admitted. "My own research has dead-ended with the third bearer. But given Hikage IV was tied somewhat to a resistance against All for One, perhaps so were the second and third." "That is a reasonable conclusion," Nizu stated. "And what of their quirks?" "The fourth was able to survive for 18 years before succumbing to some kind of natural death. From what I can tell, he spent his time honing One for All rather than fighting our adversary." "It seems we've hit a roadblock," Nizu surmised. "Unless we could speak to the bearers themselves." Toshinori kept carefully quiet, though he couldn't help briefly flashing back to his own mentor. Nana Shimura had been a sharp woman with a strong understanding of One for All and horrid experience with All for One. From those experiences, she had devised several intuitive theories about the nature of quirks, many of which she had shared with him. But aside from a vague vision, there had been no concrete evidence to support them. If only, Toshinori sighed heavily. He meant it to. He offered a brief prayer to heaven, fate, the ancestors, and anything else that might listen to help him figure out how to help his successor. Just as Nana did for him. As Izuku slept soundly in his all-might comforter, he remained oblivious of his dear mother Inko sitting by his bedside looking down on her son with worried, tired, loving eyes. She gently brushed some curls from his face as she recalled everything that had happened lately. When Izuku had told her that he had gotten into you, she had been astounded. Oh yes, she'd believed that if anyone could do so without a quirk, it would be her determined Izuku. But even so, the fact that he had succeeded in entering a school with a 1 in 300 chance at entry was incredible to hear. She'd hugged him so tight and babbled about how proud she was that he got in without a quirk, but he'd squirmed in her grasp. And then he'd dropped the real bomb. He had manifested a quirk of his own. He'd given some vague explanation about it being a sudden mutation unexplained by modern medical and quirk-related sciences. It had confused her after having long accepted that her son would be quirkless. Yes, she was happy it would help him fulfill his dream, but at the same time, she wished to heaven that Izuku hadn't had to suffer all those years. What right did fate have to pull this quirk out of its hat after everything Izuku had been through? Inko sighed and used her own quirk, an extremely weak manipulation of gravity that could attract small objects to her person, to lift some papers and toss them in the trash at Izuku's desk. Her power was useless in combat or for hero work, but it had its uses around the house. That was another concern of hers. Izuku had apparently found a tutor to help manage such a late-blooming quirk and try to understand it. Said tutor, a tall and frightfully skinny man with golden blonde hair, had determined that Izuku's quirk was related to the storage and release of kinetic energy that simulated greater physical power. What did that have to do with her own or her dear Hisashi's quirks? It was common knowledge that children typically manifested a quirk closely related to one of their parents or a combination of the two. Hisashi could breath small bursts of fire, and Inko's power was weakly gravitational. Could Izuku's power be some kind of mutation of her own? Furthermore, Izuku had told her that his tutor had claimed his quirk may develop further, gaining a measure of unforeseen power. She honestly wasn't sure how to process such a thing. And yet, through it all, Izuku's latest news made her smile. Despite his nervousness about attending UA, he had found real friends. According to him, a super serious but earnest young man named Tenya and a sweet girl named Ochako. Tears rolled down her cheeks at the thought of her dear son finding people who recognized his true worth not necessarily as a hero, but as a person. Who understood how kind and thoughtful Izuku was, as well as the unswerving determination hidden behind his wide green eyes. His father's eyes. "Sleep tight, Izuku," she whispered, brushing his hair one more time before standing and leaving the room. She quietly closed the door before moving to her room and sitting with a sigh on her own bed. As she settled her palm onto her stomach in a thoughtless gesture, she blinked and patted her belly. "Izuku's taken the time to exercise and eat healthier," she noted, thinking over the last 10 years of stress eating. Maybe I should exercise a bit more too. Chapter 3. The second day of classes at UA introduced the general schedule. Standard classes of math, language arts, history, and science, to be followed by lunch prepared by the pro-hero lunch rush. Only then came the anticipated hero theory and practical classes. And their greatest surprise came at the beginning of class. I am here. Coming through the door like normal. The entire class was shocked and began chattering to each other at the appearance of the famed #1 hero, at his retro costume and how huge he was in real life. Now then, young heroes to be, All Might said, welcome to Hero Basic Training. The class that puts you through the specialized training you'll need for heroism at its finest. Today's activity dash. He flashed a card reading Battle, in huge font, Battle Simulations. He clicked a button on a remote control. For which you'll need these. From panels on the walls emerged sets of metal suitcases, each marked with a number from 1 to 19. All Might explained that their quirk registry and special forms they'd filled out during admission had led to specially developed hero uniforms for them to use. They were to change and gather in numerical order as soon as possible at Training Ground Beta. Look sharp, ladies and gentlemen, he said. For today, each and every one of you are heroes. The heroes versus villains exercise was simple, really. Students would be organized randomly into pairs or, given the odd number of students after the day before, a final bout of 3 versus 3 by All Might drawing lots. For each session of the activity, one pair or trio would be designated as villains to set up a mock doomsday device within a building and defend it from another pair or trio of students who played the heroes. The hero's objective was to capture the villains with tape or secure the weapon within the time limit. If the villains captured the heroes or protected the device for 10 minutes, they would win. Yes, it was biased in the villains' favor. But, as All Might pointed out, so too was hero work. They just have to adapt and overcome. Plus Ultra. After drawing the lots for the teams with Izuku and Ochako being set as partners, All Might removed the lots for the first 2 teams to go. Heroes are Team D. Villains are Team A. Izuku and Ochako looked at each other in surprise and then at Team D, of Bakugo and Tenya. Were the villains to those guys? Izuku asked. I feel like Bakugo would make a way better villain, Ochako mused. What did you say? Bakugo shouted. Well then off you go. Team A has 5 minutes to prepare. Izuku and Ochako looked at each other before bolting into the building to plan. They found the device, modeled after a nuclear weapon in the lobby to be moved at their choosing and Ochako giggled before approaching and tapping it with a single hand. With her quirk, the device became weightless and floated an inch above the ground. Where to? She asked. Izuku looked over the building schematics and lifted his eyebrows as an idea popped into his head and began to unfold into something more. He looked up at her with determination in his eyes. I've got an idea. As they situated the device in a tall room on the 2nd floor, Izuku's train of thought continued to chug along, as did his mumblings. If I know Kaken, he'll come straight at me like he has something to prove. He probably won't clear it with Tenya either. He probably won't even talk tactics with Tenya at all, just go off on his instincts. So if I act as bait, Ochako can guard the device. But we can tip our hand, so maybe she can distract him? Keep his attention elsewhere? But her quirk isn't suited for direct combat, though if she even touches him she can disorient him with dash. Izuku? Ochako said, a little weirded out by his mumbles. I know this was your idea, but I'm guessing you have a plan too? Well, I wouldn't call it a plan, but dash. He thought over his prediction on Bakugo not talking with Tenya and nodded to himself. I think Kaken will come straight at me, so... He laid out his thoughts for Ochako to think over, his belly squirming all the while. What if she disagreed? What if she thought he was a fool? What if she laughed at his foolishness? Wow, that's amazing, Deku, Ochako said with stars in her eyes. Wait, what dash? You came up with all that so quickly. And it makes perfect sense. Heck, it's way better than any of my ideas. She pumped her fist with a determined smile. I say we go for it. Izuku blinked before nodding, his expression mirroring hers. Okay. I won't let you down, Ochako. Right back at ya, she cheered. Timer begins. All Might called through their earphones. The pair looked to each other and nodded before moving for the stairs. No sooner had they hit the first floor than the building shook and the sound of explosions echoed through the closely woven hallways. Deku! Bakugo shouted. You can't hide from me, Deku. Think you can laugh in my face while hiding that quirk of yours for years? Let's see how much it's worth. Show these extras how useless you are even with it. Yep, that's Kaken, Izuku sighed. A fated battle between rivals, Ochako said passionately. Go on, keep him distracted. I'll handle Tenya. Gotcha, he nodded back. Good luck. You too, Ochako said with a smile. I know you'll kick that Jerica's tail. Izuku ran for the sounds of the explosions while Ochako hung back in the staircase doorway to intercept Tenya who, considering his rule-follower personality, would head straight for them rather than smash his way through. Izuku took care to evaluate each turn before moving on, conscious of the designed blind spots. His years of indoor battle analysis were really coming in handy. Take that, Kaken. Of course, the echoes of Katsuki's agitated explosions made it less difficult to pinpoint how close he was. Then again, he wasn't stupid, he had to know that. Which meant dash. As he neared an intersection, Katsuki suddenly appeared with a blast ready and waiting. With a fearsome grin, he lunged forward and Izuku's instincts kicked in. He shifted to the side and grabbed Katsuki's inner arm to spin him and toss him hard to the ground in a classic hip throw. What the dash? Katsuki shouted. Did he just read my moves? He thought incredulously. Always with the right hook, Izuku noted. I've watched you enough and written down everything I could in the hero journal that you burned. Deku, you little dash. Katsuki snarled as he scrambled to his feet. I'm not afraid anymore, Kaken. Izuku snapped. I'm not the weak-willed punching bag you've known all these years. He clenched his fists in a classic boxer's stance. This, Deku, will be a hero, because I'll never give up. You say that while you're shaking in your boots? Katsuki growled. It pisses me off. As Izuku and Katsuki faced off, Tenya raced through the lower floor with his eyes peeled inside his helmet. Good thing I specified a clear field of vision, he thought. Super speed and poor visibility do not mix. He maneuvered through the maze of hallways to find Ochako barring the door to the only staircase. Stand aside, villain. Tenya called. I will not let you harm this city. Ochako blinked and stifled her giggles. Tenya, it's just a simulation. Be that as it may, I will embody the heroism that we all strive for in joining UA High. Now, back in character, stand aside, Infinity Girl. You really like that nickname, huh? Ochako said, propping her hands on her hips with a smile. It was honestly the only name I could think of off the top of my head, Tenya admitted. It seems grandiose enough for a villainess, don't you agree? I guess so, Ochako mused, tapping her lips with a forefinger in exaggerated thought. Though maybe something like Free Floater or something. It's a simulation after all. We can make it goofy. Right, Crazy Legs? Kraz, what? I would never choose such a ridiculous name, even in a dash. Tenya blinked beneath his helmet. You're trying to distract me. To run out the time with banter. What? No way. Ochako said, waving a hand and giggling. Is it working? How very villainous, Uraraka. Very appropriate for the spirit of the exercise. But now that I am aware, I will not fall for your tricks. Ah, come on, Ochako said playfully. I was enjoying our conversation. Tenya decided not to answer and rushed forward. Ochako flinched back on instinct, but set her stance and gripped the door frame with one hand while reaching out with the other. If I can catch him with my quirk, it will inhibit his speed. Tenya seemed to catch on to her plan and diverted his speed to avoid her touch and retreated a bit to reassess. Clever girl, he admitted. Even if I can still maneuver while in zero gravity, it will still hamper my speed. His hands twitched as he prepared himself. I'll have to make this quick. Another explosion racked the building, throwing off Tenya's concentration. They focus. Curses, Bakugo, you couldn't calm yourself? What kind of hero are you planning to be? Focusing again, Tenya raced forward. As Ochako reached for him, he leaned back to slide on the ground between her legs, his eyes respectfully closed, and lunged to his feet to race up the stairs. "Ah, the drat," Ochako said. "Well, better try and keep him distracted." She swallowed and pressed her fingertips to her chest to negate her own gravity before leaping up the stairs to follow. "Let's hope Izuku's little trick works," she groaned as nausea welled up in her belly. As for Izuku, he was having much more pressing troubles. While he'd managed to keep out of Katsuki's reach, barely, he'd also failed to snare him with his capture tape. And with Katsuki getting over the surprise of Izuku anticipating his movements, Izuku had to flee and come up with another strategy. As he ran, using a few small kinetic pushes to help turn corners, his mind was working overtime. The clock was ticking in his and Ochako's favor, which meant he could just keep running. He was fairly certain he'd have enough stored kinetic force to keep just out of Katsuki's reach. "It must have been a hell of a joke, Deku," Katsuki shouted from behind. "Hiding that flashy quirk of yours. Laughing. Behind my back. Use it or not, I'll still crush you like a bug." "Just keep moving," Izuku thought. "Run out the clock." He's just mad enough to ignore it. As Izuku ran that plan through his head over and over, he tried to ignore the dread pooling in his gut. "Man, that guy's got issues," Kirishima said, arms crossed. "It's like he's completely forgotten the assignment. All he cares about is taking on Midoriya." "But Midoriya's holding his own," Ashido said happily. "I mean, did you see that hip throw? That was a pro move all on its own. Not to mention it looked like he anticipated Bakugo's actions," Tokoyami noted stoically. "Time is ticking on, students," All Might said. "Keep a close eye open." "Where is it?" Tenya wondered aloud. He'd run through the complex from door to door and found nothing on any of the 5 floors. The regulations of the exercise forbade them from putting it outside, but he'd yet to find it. Perhaps in a closet or something. But there weren't any closets or separated rooms on the diagrams. Or were there? Having trouble, crazy legs? Tenya spun around to find Ochako grinning at him, though she looked a little green around the gills. "Where have you hidden it, Infinity Girl?" he asked, trying for a forceful yet heroic tone. "As if I would tell a do-gooder like you," she shouted, pumping her fists. "Mwaha! A little over the top, wouldn't you say?" Tenya said flatly. "Oh come on, I've always wanted to do that," Ochako said, propping her hands on her hips. "Can you honestly say you've never thought about it?" "I cannot," he admitted. "Fine. I'll find it myself." He tried to race forward, but Ochako blocked his path. "You'll have to get past me, Zero Hero." Tenya tried to step past her, but she kept blocking him. "Uraraka, please. I don't want to actually hurt you." "I'm not Uraraka," she declared, pointing squarely at him. "Right now, I'm Infinity Girl. And I'm training to be a hero just like you." She clenched her fists and her eyes blazed behind her visor. "Don't treat me like a fragile little girl." She's right, Tenya thought. She's a lady, but she's training for a career just as dangerous and uncertain as I. It would be a disservice to her ambition and her skill to treat her as inferior, especially due to her gender. "Very well, Infinity Girl," he said. "Then I'll make you move." He rushed her and shoulder-checked her. She squealed and grabbed his shoulder, and he lifted from the ground, Ochako's grip on his arm the only thing keeping him steady. "Gotcha!" Ochako cheered, holding on tight as Tenya's leftover inertia sent her skidding along the ground. "I won't let you win." She dug in her heels and hefted Tenya higher while his balance was shot, thankful for the practice she'd put herself through in maneuvering things with her quirk. For his part, Tenya thought quickly and activated his engines. But he'd neglected to consider that he had no center of gravity to balance, and he spun out with no control, the force sending Ochako spinning too. Soon enough, the centrifugal force was too much and Ochako was torn away from him. She screamed before regaining her senses and pressing her fingers to herself to negate her gravity and slow her fall. "Release!" she groaned against a sudden bout of nausea. Tenya yelled in shock as gravity once again took hold, and he plummeted from near the ceiling. He activated his engines again to spin upward and recover his balance, rolling as he landed to disperse the force. "Nicely done, Infinity Girl," he said with genuine pride. "But I won't let you use that weapon of yours." With that he raced away and through the doorway to the stairs to resume his search. "Deku," Ochako groaned into her earpiece. "Let's hope they don't catch on." "Try your best," Izuku said into his own earpiece. "Only a little longer." "There you are," Katsuki growled, turning the corner with a fearsome grin. "Still mocking me, Deku? Saying I'm not worth showing your quirk?" I dash. Izuku steeled his nerves, beating back years of ingrained habit to shrink down and avoid confrontation, spreading his feet and bracing his stance. "I told you I'm not afraid of you anymore." "Sure you're not," Katsuki sneered, lifting his right arm and gripping the pin on his grenade-like gauntlet. "You probably already know from those years of stalking, but my quirk makes the sweat of my palms release something like nitroglycerin. It's where my explosions come from." "Why are you telling me this?" Izuku asked. "Isn't it the villain's thing to monologue? So that you know that, if they actually listen to my design requests, these gauntlets have been storing up my sweat." "Young Bakugo, don't you dare," All Might said from their earpieces. "You could kill him." "Not if he dodges it," Katsuki growled sadistically. He pulled the pin and braced for impact, the gauntlet working perfectly and blasting a raging pillar of fire at Izuku. An instinctive push through his leg got Izuku out of the way, but the thermal shockwave still pushed him off his feet to crash into an opposing wall. Better than being blown to bits like the wall Bakugo was facing. "They seriously let you have that?" Izuku groaned. "Show me your quirk, Deku." Katsuki shouted. "I want to toast you at your peak, and leave no room for doubt that you're the same as you've always been." Naturally, the force of Bakugo's explosion blast had not only destroyed most of the street-facing wall, but had shaken the building from its foundation. Shaken it enough to almost knock Tenyo off his feet. "Blast it, Bakugo! What are you doing?" he snapped into his earpiece. "Hello? Hello?" He blinked as a thought came to mind. Did he seriously lock me out? Ochako had been thrown off her feet by the shockwaves, too. She ducked into an instinctive roll to avoid hurting herself and grimaced. "There's no way that wasn't Bakugo," she growled. "Deku, be careful." She blinked and face-bombed before pressing her finger to her earpiece. "Deku, what's going on?" Kaken's being himself. Izuku slurred as he stumbled to his feet. He shook the ringing from his ears and tried to focus. The ringing stopped and settled his nerves, part of him thinking over Katsuki's gauntlets and how smart it was to design a ranged use of his quirk. "How are things going on your end?" he asked into his earpiece. "Tenya still hasn't caught on. I lost track of the time, but it can't be that long left. Right? Come on, you're not dead yet." Katsuki snapped. "You ignoring me now?" "Young Bakugo, use that move again and I'll forcibly end. You and only you will lose. It may not be your own base, but using large-scale attacks like that indoors can lead to casualties among both civilian and fellow heroes." What the dash?" "Fine," Katsuki shouted before grinning again. "I'll do this the old-fashioned way." He rushed Izuku and used an explosion to feint and to flip himself over his opponent before striking at Izuku's unguarded back. "Classic right hook," he sneered. Then he swooped in close and grabbed Izuku's arm. "Now for some payback." He used Izuku's arm as a fulcrum and swung him over and down onto his front on the ground with a sickening thump. How is this guy acting like a hero? It's just torture by now. Izuku gasped and used a small push to get himself back on his feet before running for some distance, mind racing. Gotta think, he screamed inside. "All that and you still won't use your quirk?" Katsuki shouted. "Still mocking me, looking down your nose at me?" "You're wrong." Izuku snapped, turning on his heel. "I've never mocked you. Not even when all you did was mock me." He curled his fingers into fists. "I've always looked up to you, even when I shouldn't have. When you didn't do a thing to earn it. When you beat me and burned me and called me useless." He hooked his thumb at his own chest. "That's why I want to beat you. You're a natural at this, and I want to prove to you that I can do it." You can't do it, you'd med nerd. Katsuki roared. And I'll prove it right now. With wordless agreement, they both charged. Katsuki was nearly foaming at the mouth as he prepared to ignite his sweat, while Izuku prepared to tap into his kinetic stores, and thought up one last tactic. He used a push through his right leg to get in low under Katsuki's right hook, braced against the wall, and released a big one through both feet to tackle him. With no chance to brace himself against such a hard impact, Katsuki was pushed clear off his feet with a hoof of stolen breath to smash into the wall with bone-cracking force. He grunted at the pain, but Izuku wasn't done. Bolstering each motion with kinetic force for speed, he swung his head upward to graze Katsuki's nose and bring reflexive tears to his eyes, then grabbed at his left arm and pinned it to the wall before pulling the pin from that gauntlet and lurching away. What are you, Dash? Again, with no time to think and brace himself, the recoil of that blast sent Katsuki careening down the hallway to once more smash into a wall. Ugh, he groaned. You think you're smart, you BSTRD? I'll show you. I'll dash. But Izuku leapt out of the dust and snatched something on Katsuki's wrist. What the dash? Capture tape. With a few pushes for extra speed and force, Izuku jerked Katsuki forward and in a circle before clipping the other end of the capture tape together. You're out, Kaken, he groaned. You dash. When you grabbed my arm. Katsuki realized. Excuse me, Izuku slurred before rushing away, faster than even a fit nerd should. Oh no you don't. Katsuki roared, straining at the tape. I'll dash. You will stay where you are. All Might said into his ear. Or you will say goodbye to UA for good. What? You can't do that. I can. And if you push it I will. Katsuki's eye twitched unhealthily as his wounded pride warred with his childhood desire to attend this school. He ground his teeth and snarled before planting himself on the ground, legs crossed. And who said he couldn't make rational choices? Tenya was on the verge of panicking. Try as he might, he could not find the faux weapon. He'd systematically checked every hallway on floors 2 through 5 and found nothing, even having to shake off Uraraka again. There were no closets, no secret rooms. Where could they have hidden it? It wasn't even for the assignment now so much as sheer, burning curiosity. Crazy legs, Ochako shouted from a distance. Drat, he groaned and raced away. If he could just make it to the stairs dash. But the stairs were suddenly occupied with Izuku, who was charging him at breakneck speed. He fell back and slid on his behind to grab Tenya's ankle, jerking his legs out from under him to crash to the ground. Tenya tried to shake Izuku's grip, but the greenette jerked him closer and gripped his midsection. Where is it, Midoriya? Tenya cried as they wrestled. I have to know. He grunted as Izuku rolled on top of him. You know, it's amazing how few people think to look up, Izuku grunted. Look up? What dash? Something clicked in Tenya's mind and he looked past Izuku's face, to see the weapon held against the ceiling with nothing more than another piece of capture tape. Uraraka's quirk? You floated the weapon. He kicked Izuku off of him and rolled to his feet, prepping his engines. Time's up. The villains win. Tenya blinked and eased the throttle from his calves. His face twisted with shame before he sighed and stretched in place. Well done to you both, he said solemnly, though not bitterly. That was quite clever. Thanks, Izuku said breathlessly, his frame rocking with heavy breathing. I mean, Ochako was the one who floated it and kept you from looking up. I just dash. A muffled explosion shook the floor. Just kept Kaken busy. Izuku! Ochako called. We won. She ran at him and wrapped him in a joyful hug, laughing with the thrill of success. Now then, head on back, All Might said. It's time for your grading. At least Yaoyorozu was clear about our performance, Ochako said as they returned to class. Both of them had been thoroughly engaged in all of the other battles, particularly Izuku as he observed their quirks. Recovery Girl had seen to his burns, scratches, and eardrums, so he was perfectly healthy except for some mild exhaustion. Hard to believe Kaken got the worst grade, Izuku mused. I mean, all 4 of us got roughly equal grades except for him. That did feel strange. When asked for a summary of the exercise, Yaoyorozu had explained that Ida had been extremely devoted to his self-appointed task, given he had received no help from his partner. His only faults were failing to consider 3 dimensions an easy mistake for a fresh student dealing with a gravity-based quirk for the first time and being distracted by Ochako's banter. Twice. Ochako had been applauded for her stalling tactic that was consistent for a villain and for her use of her quirk against a speedster, though also reminded that she needed to work on her offensive options. She'd spent most of the time chasing after Tenya and only able to stall him when he backtracked. Izuku had been praised for the plan to hide the weapon when Ochako had revealed that it was his idea. His strategy to keep Katsuki, the clearly more offense-oriented hero, focused on him had also been noted, as were the rudimentary but effective combat skills he had shown. But he'd been too focused on proving himself to Katsuki and had left his partner to work against an opponent she was ill-suited for. And finally, Katsuki himself. Though he had demonstrated exceptional combat instinct, it was his only positive point. He had completely ignored the point of the exercise to go after a personal grudge, had failed to communicate at all with his partner, had willfully used beyond excessive force on a fellow student, and had deliberately defied his teacher's orders to cease fire with the first use of his gauntlet. Only the threat of expulsion had kept him from disobeying a second time. "Well, I think he deserves it," Ochako said heatedly. "How that JRK thinks he can be any kind of a hero, I'll never know. I mean, he comes off as nothing but a self-centered, violent ragaholic." "Ochako, come on," Izuku said timidly. "He's not that." He trailed off as he tried to think of a counterargument based on Katsuki's behavior that day. And he came up empty. He thought back on their childhood through the lens of Ochako's words and realized she was completely right. Oh my gosh. He is that bad. As they entered the classroom, the two were swarmed by the students giving positive feedback on their match, since Izuku had been rushed to the nurse's office after the matches. Most of it boiled down to their clever strategy, Ochako's use of her quirk, and Izuku's surprising combat skills. It was a lot of the same, but so many good things after years of being derided and mocked was almost too much for Izuku to handle. All the while, Izuku felt Katsuki's narrowed eyes on him. Guilt squirmed in his belly, even if he couldn't place exactly why, and he resolved to try and explain himself. But then All Might appeared in the classroom door and called upon Katsuki. "Young Bakugo, a moment if you would?" In private. Everyone went quiet as Katsuki followed All Might into the hall. There were murmurs of conversation, mostly All Might's booming voice even when he was trying to be quieter. Then Katsuki started shouting about losing and being made a fool of and how he couldn't measure up to Shoto or Momo. And then he pushed on to how he would beat them all and even surpass All Might. There was a thud and dust fell from the ceiling. There were more of All Might's rumbling, this time sounding more firm. And then Katsuki wandered back in with a shell-shocked look and took his seat again. Izuku was the only one brave enough to peek outside the classroom, perhaps because he knew All Might better than the others even if they didn't realize it. He found a huge crater in the wall and All Might turning the corner, offering him a distant thumbs up and nod before disappearing. "Deku?" Ochako asked. "Is everything okay?" "I dunno," Izuku replied. "I guess we'll have to wait and see." Chapter 4. The day after the quirk testing had been a long blur. First came the bombardment of the press at the school gates that had been bizarre to deal with. Then came the class representative election, which had somehow landed Izuku in the top spot and Momo as his vice representative. Then came the emergency alert when the press broke onto the campus to try and get a story, the stampede of panicked students, and Tenya's decisive action that had calmed everyone down. Needless to say, Izuku was more than happy to pass the office and get the crazy day over with. However, in an unexpected turn, the girls of the class had lobbied to point out that Momo received more votes than Tenya, and so passionately requested that Tenya become the vice to Momo's top rep. Tenya had graciously accepted such reasoning, and that was that. The rest of the week had been relatively uneventful, and now come the following Monday, they were heading off campus for some kind of recuse simulation training. Momo, with Tenya's enthusiastic support, had herded everyone onto the bus and Mr. Aizawa had left them to chatter as long as they didn't get too noisy. "Hey Midoriya," Tsuyu said, "I tend to say what's on my mind, so here goes." It's strange that your body isn't used to your quirk. Oh, I was a super late bloomer. He chuckled nervously. You can ask Uraraka and Ida. Mine didn't emerge until right at the entrance exam. That makes sense, I guess, she replied evenly. Except for the emerging at 15 thing. Oh, and call me Th. Yeah, are our kids gonna have to deal with that now? Denki asked. Hey, I'd love the kid either way, Kirishima said confidently. Besides, Midoriya, your strength-enhancing quirk has great potential. It really draws attention, you know? Kinda like All Might's crazy strength. Izuku tried to keep calm as the conversation veered away from All Might and toward how flashy everyone's quirks were, to how that would help with being a pro, to how Katsuki would never be popular with his attitude. What did you say? Katsuki shouted. See what I mean? Tsuyutsu said. If it had been anyone else, Izuku would have thought it was a wisecrack. Soon enough, they arrived at their destination, which resembled a sports coliseum. As everyone filed in, Izuku and Ochako both gasped at their guest speaker in a super suit resembling an astronaut's gear. The space hero, 13. 13 greeted the students and spoke quietly with Aizawa lifting 3 fingers to illustrate something before getting into a speech about how their quirks could be dangerous if used improperly, and this exercise would help them learn to use them to help citizens outside of combat. Thank you for listening, she said with a bow. But before they could be organized for the training, a dark vortex appeared in the plaza below and expanded to reveal a sickly young man with shaggy hair and a severed hand covering his face, while others gripped his sleeves. As he emerged fully, more monstrous-looking thugs appeared from its depths as well until the vortex resolved into a humanoid shape with an armored neck. Huddle up and don't move. Aizawa shouted over the students' confused murmurs, pulling his goggles down. Those are villains. Eraserhead and 13. The staff schedule said that All Might would be here, the humanoid figure of Dark Fog said in a low baritone. These guys were behind the break-in, Aizawa muttered. Well, where is the famed symbol of peace? The man with the hands asked in a raspy voice. We've come such a long way and brought so many playmates. If he's not here. He paused and chuckled, the sound like gargled dust. Maybe some dead kids will speed him up, huh? Izuku's mind was working at full pace as he listened closely to Aizawa, Yaoyorozu, and Todoroki discuss the situation, consolidating it all and examining it from every side. It was only when Aizawa ordered them to stay back and let him and 13 handle it that Izuku found his voice. Sensei, you can't take them head-on. You can't nullify all of their quirks in such numbers. Your style is erasure and capture, not open combat. As far as you know, Midoriya, Aizawa said. No good hero is a one-trick pony. With a final order to 13 to protect them all, Aizawa, no, Eraserhead leapt into action. Several of the villains shouted about their quirks not working, Eraserhead binding them with his scarf and knocking them out with decisive chops and punches before someone realized his hero name. When confronted by a hulking villain, Eraserhead just smashed him in the face and tied him up, not slowing for a moment and keeping the momentum of the fight in his favor. He's great in close quarters. Izuku marveled. No time for analysis, Midoriya. Tenya shouted, dragging him away. We need to dash. Now, don't be so hasty, the Misty Vortex villain said, appearing between the group and the exit. Greetings, children. Pardon the intrusion, but we have arrived at UA High, this bastion of heroism, to destroy the symbol of peace, All Might. The students all gasped at such a declaration. It seems he is not here, and yet, my role remains. In a blur, Katsuki and Kirishima lunged and stuck into the mist with their quirks. Not if we have anything to say about it. Kirishima shouted. Bet you didn't see that coming, Katsuki sneered. The reputation of UA is not unfounded, it seems, the villain said. The best of the best among students, emerging heroes. The mist expanded and wrapped around the group before closing in on them all. Goodbye, heroes. Writhe in agony until you take your last breath. When the mist cleared, Izuku felt gravity take hold and he plunged toward a huge expanse of water. The flood zone? He shouted in shock as he plummeted into the water. As he held his breath against the shock of the cold water and tried to order his thoughts, mostly about how it had to be a quirk that teleported him and probably everyone else, a shark-like villain appeared and prepared to eviscerate him. Noithan, personal kid. He opened wide. Say goodbye. Izuku screamed bubbles in terror, until Tsu appeared and kicked him away, graceful as a ballerina in the water. Then Ojiro appeared and doubled down on the kick to send the shark man spinning, and the two of them swam and grabbed Izuku to drag him away, Tsu with her webbed feet and Ojiro propelled by swipes of his tail. Goodbye, Tsu quipped as they swam away. Just when Izuku thought his lungs would burst, they shot up and emerged into the air next to a yacht. I'll check it out first, Ojiro said. He slapped his tail to the surface of the water like a beaver and shot into the air to catch himself on the rail and gracefully flip over the side. So cool, Izuku said, happy for the brief distraction. Clear, he shouted from beyond their sight. Up you go, Midoriya, Tsu said, wrapping her tongue around his waist and flinging him into the air for Ojiro to snag him and haul him onto the deck. She followed quickly, crawling over the rail and removing her goggles. Thanks for the assist, Azui, Izuku said. I told you to call me Tsu, remember? Tsu said, wringing water out of her hair. But more to the point, we're in real trouble here. Agreed, Ojiro said. There's far more than one circling about. They know our schedule, Izuku said gravely. My best guess is that they caused the media rush the other day as a smokescreen to tap into UA's files. Todoroki was right, they've planned for this. But to attempt to kill the symbol of peace? Ojiro said, I've seen videos online, we all have. He's absurdly powerful. So if they're so confident, they must have found a way to kill him, Tsu reasoned. They wouldn't come here just to get beaten, right? Whether or not they can, it stands to reason that they think they can, Izuku said. And that might make them even more dangerous. They were bold enough to attack a UA facility, all might or no, Ojiro noted. And the man with the hands all over was more than willing to kill us too. Who knows if we can hold out until All Might gets here? Tsu grunted. But either way, we've got closer problems. Those brats, the shark villain shouted from below as if to illustrate Tsu's point. I'll kill him. Izuku let his thoughts roll, muttering as he tended to do while Tsu and Ojiro watched with morbid fascination, catching every third word or so. If they even remotely have a way to kill All Might, Izuku said aloud, then we have to get out of here and help however we can. How do you suggest we do that? Ojiro asked. I mean, I agree that we can't fight them head-on. Your quirk isn't suited for the water and they would tear Tsu and I to shreds with sheer numbers. They're all aquatic, Tsu pointed out, which means that the leader must have known about the USJ's different environments. That's true, Izuku said, eyes tracking back and forth in thought. But one thing still sticks out. He pointed to Tsu. They sent you here to the flood zone. A place where your quirk is at its most useful. So they don't know about our quirks, Ojiro realized, eyes widening. If they had, Tsu finished, they would have dumped me in the fire zone. Exactly, Izuku said with a tense smile. And since they don't have intel on us, they just scattered us to pick us off with sheer numbers. The three of them looked out over the side of the yacht. They have us beat in numbers and experience, which means their ignorance of our quirks is our main advantage. He pointed out to them. Heck, the fact that they haven't stormed the boat supports the theory. That also means they're not underestimating us, Ojiro said, mirroring Izuku's thoughts. So what can we all do? They laid out what their quirks could do, careful to pitch their voices so the villains below could not listen in. Tsu explained her frog-like traits and abilities, Ojiro explained the advantages of his prehensile tail such as exceptional strength and superhuman balance, and Izuku laid out what he knew of his kinetic stockpiling quirk. So that still leaves fighting out, Ojiro summed up. They'd destroy us. We can't stay here forever, Tsu said. Either they'll get bored and destroy the boat or their bosses show up and kill us. Which leaves escape as our best chance, Izuku said. By virtue of being our only chance. He looked at his fellow students and a plan came together. I've got an idea. He leaned in and explained the plan quietly. How's it sound? He asked. The boat lurched as the villain's patience seemed to reach its end. "Sounds good to me," Ojiro said nervously. "Ribbit. Then let's do it," Izuku said, going for confidence and sounding more stressed than anything else. Tsu and Ojiro picked Izuku up between them and leapt for the roof of the yacht, hanging from one hand each with their other supporting one of Izuku's sides. They tensed legs and tail respectively against the wall as the yacht continued to lean precariously. "One, two." Izuku counted 3. In perfect unison, Ojiro slapped his tail against the wall and pushed with his legs, just as Tsu pushed with hers. Even Izuku kicked off with what little support he could offer, and they shot away high above the water. As they reached the peak of their parabolic arc, Izuku initiated his part of the plan. He tapped into his kinetic well and funneled every bit of energy he could to boost their momentum, sending them rocketing like an arrow from a bow. All three of them clenched their teeth against screams of thrill and fear as they soared through the air almost ripping at their faces. They slowed down as they fell, and Izuku pushed his comrades away to let them spread their limbs and slow themselves with air resistance. Then, seconds before impact, they all speared their arms and dove. It felt like being hit by a low-speed car rather than high-speed. Izuku grunted when he skimmed and entered the water, the air knocked from his lungs as he plunged and slowed. He was stunned for a moment before someone took hold of him and began dragging him to shore. He lifted his head from the water to see Tsu hauling him in one hand and Ojiro in the other, kicking like the frog she resembled. "Oh," Ojiro groaned, "that's gonna hurt in the morning." "Ribbit." Izuku got his feet under him when Tsu reached the shallows and stumbled along, his neck, back, and shoulders already sore. "There are so many ways that could have gone wrong," he muttered, which spun out into a full analysis under his breath. "Midoriya, you're freaking me out," Tsu said blandly. "We need to call for help," Izuku said. "We're still badly outnumbered. And depending on how Mr. Aizawa's doing." They reached the edge of the shore for the plaza and watched quietly as Mr. Aizawa continued to hold his own, but they all knew it was a losing battle from the start. He jumped into the fray to give the students time to escape, but now it was commit to the gambit or die. He kept fighting on, and then the boss with the hands all over him got involved. They barely heard him take note of Mr. Aizawa's hair acting as an indicator of his quirk's use, and they saw the boss villain turn the sleeve of Eraserhead's uniform and then the skin and muscle underneath it to crumbling dust before he could get loose and make room between them. "By the way, hero," the boss said, "I'm not the real boss here." The massive, tar-skinned beast with the exposed brain landed heavily upon Eraserhead and gripped his arm in a crushing, one-handed hold. As Izuku realized what the hand guy meant, he heard a familiar voice cry out for 13. That was Ochako. His stomach twisted at the thought of her in danger, the girl who had so quickly become his best friend. Then he grit his teeth and reminded himself that Ochako was determined and clever. She'd be all right. "Meet the anti-symbol of peace," the hand villain said. The bioengineered Nomu. More indistinct voices came from the entrance platform, and Izuku hoped that they had found a way to escape and get help. At this point, it was their only hope. The Nomu squeezed and cracked Eraserhead's arm. Canceling quirks is cool and all, but up against Nomu you might as well be quirkless. Izuku ground his teeth at those words as they made him irrationally angry. Then Nomu slammed Aizawa's head against the ground so hard it left a spider web of cracks in the flooring. Then the mist guy appeared and reported that one of the students had escaped and would call for help. "That has to be Tenya," Izuku thought proudly. The hand boss seemed to mull it over. "It's game over, man. At least for now. We're leaving." "So it's over?" Ojiro asked quietly. "Seems like," Tsu croaked. "That doesn't make sense, though," Izuku said, his brain working overtime. "They said they wanted to kill All Might?" "But before that," the hand boss said coldly with a smile in his voice, "let's leave a few dead kids for him to find." He turned and rushed toward Izuku and his friends, hand outstretched. "To wound him where it hurts the most." Izuku didn't know how he knew, he just did. Tsu was the target. "Watch out," he shouted and shoved her out of the way, which left him open to being grabbed by the hand boss himself. Izuku's heart leapt into his throat as the image of Mr. Aizawa's crumbling flesh came to mind, and he braced himself for pain as those ice-cold fingers closed in on his face. He didn't feel any pain, at least not his body. He would later realize that Mr. Aizawa had managed to look up and cancel the boss's quirk. "You really are pretty cool, Eraserhead," the boss commented before Nomu smashed Aizawa's head back to the ground. But Izuku didn't perceive any of that. No. Something else, something no one could have ever expected happened instead. Izuku felt more than those cold fingers on the skin of his face. He felt the chill of vile, sickening hatred touch him. It raced down his spine and turned his guts to water, made his extremities stiffen with irrational nausea. It was nothing like he'd ever imagined. Sheer, pure malevolence. Not a shred of compassion to speak of. Izuku's mouth opened to let out a strangled squeak. And in the back of his mind, two voices that were not his own, one loud and pure, the other harsh and gravely cried out in sheer, unrelenting denial of that hate. That feeling welled up and funneled out of Izuku's throat in a tinny cry of refusal to succumb. And then something else that could never have been foreseen happened. Pinkish-red bands traced along Izuku's body, then fading away in the wake of green. Electricity that flowed all over his skin. Power, sheer, overwhelming power flooded his limbs, and he did what first came to mind. Just in time to avoid the hand boss's quirk. Smash! Izuku fully front-kicked him away to fly away from him and his friends to slam into Nomu. Izuku bit back a cry of pain as he felt his leg crackle under the force, the hand boss grunting in shock as he landed from hitting the Nomu thing. That kind of power and shouting, "Smash! You're a fan of All Might, aren't you?" Before anyone could do anything else, the doors on the platform above smashed open and flew clear across the arena. And onto the platform, in all of his famed, muscular glory, was the symbol of peace, All Might. "Fear not," he declared grimly, his signature smile, for the first time in his career, absent entirely. "For I am here." The rest of the battle was a bit of a blur, even though Izuku had been watching with every shred of focus he could muster. He'd gotten involved, as had several other students, and found his kinetic well brimming with stored force. How had that happened? He'd used it all getting himself, Tsu, and Ojiro away from the flood zone. Under all eyes from the school, All Might had engaged Nomu and fought with everything he had to break him down past his shock absorption quirk and knock him clean into the atmosphere. He'd held his muscular form for as long as he could to bluff the League of Villains, and it had almost worked. They'd fled with promises to return, but tried one parting shot at All Might. And when Izuku had tapped into his well to intervene, only the arriving pros had saved him. But for now, they were gone. While everyone was being interviewed and caught up by the police, Izuku had been taken with All Might to the nurse's office at UA to check out his knee, which was strained but not pulverized and easy enough for Recovery Girl to heal. He sat at Toshinori's bedside and thought over what he would say to his mentor, the man who had believed in him and given him the greatest gift imaginable. He'd failed. "Hey, kid," Toshinori groaned. "Why the long face?" "I'm so sorry, All Might," Izuku said, eyes watering. "I couldn't live up to your example. I failed." "I disagree," Toshinori said. "I don't even need to know the details to disagree." He chuckled, but it devolved into a series of bloody coughs. "But just to be thorough, tell me everything you can." And so he did. Izuku described the emergence of the League of Villains, being warped with Tsu and Ojiro to the flood zone, how well those two had performed under the pressure with their quirks, their plan of escape, what they'd seen unfold at the plaza, the boss's attempt to kill Tsu, and so on. "So, to sum up," Toshinori said, "you took charge of your fated fellow heroes, quickly devised a strategy that maximized all of your quirks to escape with barely a scratch, gathered intel on the League of Villains, saved Ajui's life, and then saved my life, all the while never ceasing to come up with a plan." He was smiling as he explained it. "Did I miss anything?" Izuku blinked at All Might's summation, one that painted him in a better light. If it had been anyone else he'd been talking about, Izuku would have called that person amazing. "But I was terrified the whole time," Izuku said. "But it means you were smart enough to recognize that you and your friends were in danger." As long as you don't let it get out of hand, fear is a motivator. Oh, yes, sir. Soon enough, a friend of Toshinori from the police, Detective Tsukachi, arrived and, after assuring that he was in the loop about One for All, discussed the events with them both. He specifically noted that there were no casualties or even serious injuries among the students, and all might praise the group for their resolve and skills. After more discussion on the new League of Villains, the detective left them alone. Toshinori looked even graver than usual and looked at Izuku. Kid, there's something I want to talk about in your story. When you punched out the boss villain. What about it? Izuku asked. First off, is that punch you delivered that you claim wasn't all you and packed some serious power, even though your well was tapped out, and filled your reserves up pretty good. Did I get that right? Izuku nodded, and Toshinori cradled his jaw in his fingers in thought. I think that might have been a trace of the original One for All rising up to help you. You punched the boss hard enough to send him flying, and the sheer force of the blow charged you up a bit. Heck, the excess power might have bled into your reserves too. Hence why they were so charged up. And what else? Izuku asked, mind wheeling as he considered Toshinori's thoughts. You described a voice in the back of your mind screaming in defiance at the boss's touch? Toshinori looked directly into Izuku's eyes. I've had a theory for a long time that vestiges of the bearers have remained in their quirks to try and guide future bearers. His eyes went distant. I saw them once in a vision. 7 shadows appeared in my sight and reached out to me. It never happened again, so I didn't think about it too much, but... You think they might have helped me? Izuku asked. I think it's worth considering, Toshinori said. After that, Recovery Girl shooed Izuku home to let his mentor rest. As he got home and hugged his mom, reassuring her that he was fine, his friends were fine, and even the teachers would be alright, he had some dinner, showered, and readied for bed. Izuku doubted he would be able to sleep tonight with everything that had happened whirling in his brain, everything he'd earned, and the leftover adrenaline, but after a while his exhaustion caught up to him and his eyes fluttered shut. But that wasn't the end of it. Izuku's eyes fluttered open again to find himself in a dimly lit concrete room with stone pillars around it and a long, battered wooden table with 9 worn chairs surrounding it. Izuku looked around and yelped at the sight of a shadowy figure lurking behind one of the pillars, his eyes glowing and glaring at Izuku. Or he would have yelped, if he'd had a mouth. What was happening? Oh, don't mind him. He'll warm up to you. Izuku turned around, and his heart almost stopped. The boss villain. Izuku stumbled backward into the table, but the man held up his hands in a soothing gesture. Hey, relax kid, he chuckled, and his voice was not like the hand guy. The villain boss's voice had been crackly and grating, but this man's was soft and soothing. It was like comparing sandpaper and silk. Izuku tried to speak, but he still had no mouth. Give it a moment, the man with shaggy hair said calmly. Try to relax and imagine your mouth in place, eh? Izuku took a deep breath and did just that, imagining a zipper running over his lower face and revealing his lips as it passed. He touched his fingers to his face and found his lips right where they should have been. Who are you? Izuku asked. The stranger brushed his bangs back to reveal kind, sparking green eyes and smiled warmly. My name is Yoichi Shigaraki, he replied. I was the first bearer of One for All. He pointed at the shadow behind the pillar. This gruff guy is the 3rd bearer, whose quirk you've inherited first. He looked back at Izuku and gestured at the chairs. If you'll take a seat, young Mr. Midoriya, we have much to discuss and little time to discuss it in. Chapter 5. Firstly, may I call you Izuku? Izuku blinked and thought about it. Sure. I mean, I don't see why not. I'm glad, Yoichi said, and rest assured that the same courtesy is yours. I know it's corny and a little saccharine, but I like to think of us all as family. Brothers and sisters, well, a sister in arms fighting for the sake of justice. Kind of like that, Izuku said with a smile. He looked at the empty chairs. Are you and, he looked at the shadow who had refused to move, number 3 the only ones here? Unfortunately, it seems that way, Yoichi confirmed, steepling his fingers as he spoke. The catalyst that drew us out doesn't seem to have been strong enough to do the same to the others. At least not yet. The catalyst? Izuku asked. That young man you fought today, Yoichi explained. The leader of this league of villains. The one covered in hands who can disintegrate matter with a touch. The one who looks like you, Izuku thought briefly. Yoichi winced as if he'd heard that stray thought, and Izuku blushed with mortification at the realization that he had. I'm sorry. Izuku sighed. I didn't dash. I know, Izuku, Yoichi said with a tight smile. There really are similarities, aren't there? He scoffed to himself and ran his fingers through his hair. Especially this. He brushed his thumb along his chin before refocusing. At any rate, that very young man, I think, is tied to my older brother. All for one? Izuku asked in shock. Yes, Yoichi said. When he touched you, even with his quirk disabled by your admirable teacher, number 3, and I still felt the touch of my brother's, how do I put it? He considered it for a moment. His own touch. His energy. His will. He winced. Does that make sense? It's like a stain upon the boy, the poison touch of my brother's philosophy and plans. I think so, Izuku said tentatively. And I am not nearly the only one of us who is familiar with Dash. He seemed to trip over his words a bit. All for one. Both numbers 2 and 3 were involved in a resistance fight against my brother's rise to power. It's how I ended up rescued from All for One's imprisonment and how I had the chance to pass One for All down in the first place. He sighed. So when this villain touched you, I reacted to my brother's faint presence as the original bearer of One for All, while number 3 reacted due to his presence and the fact that his quirk is the first you have. I felt that, I think, Izuku said, thinking back and shivering. It was like cold, poisoned oil sliding over my skin. Like he wanted to hurt people and nothing else. Like everyone around him made him angry just for living. My brother's influence, I think, Yoichi said solemnly. And when you felt such pervasive hatred, the root of true evil, all of us felt it. It stirred each of us, but number 3 and I reacted the most strongly. So that mega punch that filled my reserves? Izuku asked, eyes wide. That was a brief touch to the core of One for All, Yoichi confirmed. The stockpiling quirk that my brother forced upon me and then merged with my own. And I believe that the excess power bled into FA gene, restoring your, well, as a side effect. FA gene? Izuku asked. Is that what the quirk is called? It's what number 3 called it, yes, Yoichi smiled. There was a hiss from the shadowy figure behind the pillar and Yoichi looked at him with an unimpressed expression. Oh, be reasonable. He can't just go around calling it, this unknown quirk, can he? Things need names. It's why quirks are named in the first place. As he finished, Yoichi began to crumble into shapeless darkness. He lifted one hand and examined it as it did with mild curiosity. It seems our time is up for tonight, Izuku. He smiled and waved to Izuku with his other hand that also began to fade away. I don't know when we will meet again. That may be something to research on your end. But I know this is far from the last. Until next time, farewell. With the day off from school the next day to the USJ incident, Izuku had plenty of time to puzzle over his dream. After hours of thinking it over, he decided that it had to be at least somewhat real. There was no way his imagination could spin something so crazy. That sounds like one heck of a dream, Toshinori said over the phone. Or whatever you call it. A vision, maybe? So you think it's real? I told you about my vestige theory, right? Or did I misremember telling you? You told me, Izuku assured. Thought so. Well, I'd say this is pretty good evidence for it. He huffed a laugh. And if this isn't a one-time thing, you might want to try and use them. Use them? Izuku asked. How? They're a resource, young Midoriya, Toshi explained. They have years of experience handling One for All and hero work alike. Not to mention insight into All for One and his methods. This third guy in the chain might be able to teach you better use of FA gene. And this Yoichi character seems like a great guy to learn from too. But you're my mentor, Izuku said. He can't replace you. Thanks, kid, Toshi said, and Izuku could hear the sincerity in the words. And rest assured, I am and will always be your mentor. He paused. Hey, maybe literally if I have a vestige carved into one for all too. But my point is, Yoichi and the others are still rich sources of advice and experience. He hummed in thought. Every night, try meditating on one for all. It may strengthen that connection and allow them to talk to you. Maybe all of them. Yes, sir, Izuku said with a smile. Bye, Toshi, sir. He hung up and drummed his fingers before heading to the living room for bicep curls, only to blink in surprise at finding his mother using his weights. Mom? What's going on? Oh, Izuku, his mother squeaked, mopping her brow with a towel. I've been using your weights lately. Decided I might as well get back into shape, you know? That's great. Izuku said, eyes bright. I mean, you'll always be the prettiest to me. He smiled. But I'm so happy that you're trying to be healthy. Thanks, sweetie, Inko said, and then got back to her repetitions. Any advice for your mom? That night, Izuku lay in bed after a long day of comparing workout notes with his mom and guiding her through possible exercises that he'd learned during his 10 months of training with All Might. It was fun spending quality time with her, but now was the time to get serious again. He took deep breaths as he tried to relax into sleep, picturing Yoichi in his mind. He honestly had no idea if this would work and little idea of what he was doing, but this was the best he could think of. As he slipped into slumber, he thought he heard a voice. We are with you, boys. The next day, things got back to normal at UA. Classes resumed and their workload was as big as it had been before. As the teachers put it, successful heroes couldn't let a single encounter with villains tamp down their spirits, so they would return to work as usual. During the second half of their day, Mr. Aizawa, moving gingerly and wrapped in enough bandages to make a mummy laugh, made an announcement to the class about the UA Sports Festival. That's so ordinary, the class said in almost eerie unison. After letting a few students complain, Aizawa raised a hand and everyone settled down. This is necessary after the attack to show that UA is still secure. And even more than that, it's a crucial opportunity for every one of you. Aizawa went on to explain the significance of the sports festival as the yearly event that drew so much attention it had essentially supplanted the Olympic Games. Students began to pick up the idea and discuss that top heroes would be there scouting for talented students as future sidekicks. After class and into lunch, the sports festival and the opportunities it might bring was all any of Class 1A was talking about. This extended to Izuku and his new friends. The most powerful expression of excitement came from Ochako, though not in the way anyone would have expected. She seemed more intense than excited. Driven, in a way Izuku had never quite seen from her. And it brought a question to mind that he'd never thought to ask. Hey, Uraraka, he asked as he, Ochako, and Tenya walked to lunch. Why do you want to be a hero? Izuku listened intently as Ochako explained her family's living situation and the fact that she wanted to become a hero in large part to give her parents rather than herself a more comfortable lifestyle. That's so practical, Izuku praised. Bravo, Uraraka. Tenya cheered, waving his arms up and down in his way. Is providing for your parents not an altruistic desire? You are thinking of others rather than merely yourself. A true spirit of heroism at its core. Yeah, I think it's something to be proud of, Izuku said, placing a hand on her shoulder with a smile. Ochako smiled softly back and placed her hand on his, her ever-pink cheeks darkening a little. Izuku blinked and the image of her skin-tight uniform emphasized her lovely figure flashed across his mind's eye. Something he'd certainly noticed when he'd first seen it before the heroes versus villains exercise but tried to banish into the back of his mind. His face turned strawberry red and he jerked his hand away as if he'd been burned, his brain turning to anything he could use to move the conversation along. Oh, you said it was largely the reason, he said quickly. What's the other part? Well, Ochako started, but from around the next corner, All Might appeared. Young Midoriya, he called, and held up a bento box. Care to have lunch with me? Sure, Izuku said. Absolutely. He turned and waved to his friends. I'll see you guys back in class, right? You got it, Deku, Ochako said with a supportive thumbs up. Certainly, Tenya said. Excuse me? Everyone turned to find 13 prodding her forefingers like an embarrassed schoolgirl. One could almost imagine a blush on her helmet. Ms. Uraraka, if you don't mind, would you care to talk over lunch? Tenya? Ochako asked. Go right ahead, Tenya said with a smile. I have my brother to look up to. Frankly, I'm thrilled that both of you, he looked at Izuku and All Might, have found mentors so quickly. Enjoy your lunch, my friends. With that, the power walked down the hall to the lunchroom with a noticeable spring in his step. Izuku and Ochako met gazes before smiling and heading off with their respective heroes. Only 50 minutes? Izuku asked in shock. Yep, Toshi said as he poured tea for them and sat. That little stunt at the USJ did a serious number on the embers of One for All. Don't get me wrong, he added, waving a hand and the wrist in an almost frantic way, I don't regret helping in the slightest. He sighed and hunched forward. But my situation isn't getting any better. He looked up after a moment, eyes bright. Any luck with contacting the vestiges? I tried to meditate as I fell asleep and I think I heard something, Izuku reported. They said, we are with you. Always. Well, that's certainly progress, Toshi said, holding his chin. Keep at it. But there's a more pressing matter I want to discuss with you, the sports festival. So why do you want to talk with me? Ochako asked nervously as she settled into a separate staff lounge. A few reasons, 13 said, placing a bento for each of them on the table. But first, do you mind if I take this off? She pointed at her helmet. Oh, no, Ochako said, eyes wide with surprise. As far as she knew, very few had knowingly seen 13 without her helmet. I don't mind at all. 13 pressed a few buttons on her chest panel and the helmet decompressed, steam billowing from the seam where it met the rest of the suit, and she removed it with a sigh of contentment before tousling her hair. Ochako blinked at 13's real appearance, unsure of what she had expected but knowing that this wasn't it. 13 appeared to be a slim, almost dainty woman somewhere between cute and pretty, her hair a light brown color and cut into a pixie style with bangs, all of it seemingly naturally curling to resemble a spiral. Light and dust being drawn into a black hole. Her eyes were exotic, like many who bore unusual quirks. Her irises were sky blue, and surrounded by rings like a planet's, or the first conceptual images of black holes. So strange sometimes how some people's appearances coincided so strongly with their quirks. It's rude to stare, you know, 13 said with a faint smile. Oh. Ochako yelped with a faint blush. Sorry. It's okay, Uraraka, 13 said with a smile. Or may I call you Ochako? That's fine, Ochako said. She drummed her fingers as 13 removed her bulky gloves and began opening the bentos. So, what did you want to talk about? Well, you caught my eye during the entrance exam, 13 revealed, passing Ochako her food. Using a gravity-based quirk that, on the surface, isn't suited for combat. But you made it work with your wits and not just to smash robots. You figured out how you could save that boy, Midoriya, in the span of seconds that he was running from the gimmick, with you on his shoulder and your leg hurt. She chuckled. And at the cost of your own comfort too. She mimed vomiting, and Ochako winced and lowered her head to hide behind her bangs in embarrassment. Hey, none of that, Ochako, 13 said, waving it off. She pursed her lips when Ochako curled just a little more into herself, and sighed ruefully. Do you want to know what the most embarrassing thing to happen with my quirk was? Ochako looked up in sudden surprise. What? She asked, curiosity burning in her eyes. I was in middle school and had a crush on this boy, 13 said, and I was fantasizing about him shirtless. She groaned and buried her face in her hands. And I sikidi the clothes right off his body and turned them to dust. I didn't mean it, but it happened. My parents were furious. She took her hands from her face. Well, my dad was. My mom thought it was hilarious. Ochako couldn't hold back a sudden bout of laughter, her mirth shaking her shoulders. 13 began eating as she patiently waited for Ochako's giggles to subside, which they did. Ochako hiccuped her way into silence and twiddled her fingers a little, unsure of what to say next. As I was saying, 13 continued as Ochako finally started to eat too, You used an unintuitive quirk and racked up third place in the practical exams points. She smiled warmly. It made me wish I was half as creative at your age. And if you can do that now, with no formal teaching. She tapped her chopsticks. If I can encourage that kind of talent, I want to. Encourage how? Chaco asked. I'm sure you've noticed that All Might has taken a shine to your new friend, 13 said. With their similar quirks and Midoriya's tendency to get hurt, I think the symbol of peace will be taking a more personal approach with his training. She sighed through her nose. And given how similar our quirks are, I wanted to offer something similar. You want to be my mentor? Chaco asked. If you want, 13 confirmed. Chaco stared open-mouthed for a long moment before tears welled up in her eyes. I've admired you for a long time, she admitted. A hero who saves people without having to fight. She stood and bowed at the waist, hands clasped before her. I would be honored to learn from you, 13. Kuros, 13 said. Chaco looked up. My real name is Ainin Kuros. When we're alone, feel free to call me that. Tears began to fall in earnest, and Ochako nodded. As the sports festival drew nearer, Izuku couldn't stop thinking about his discussion with All Might about the event. It was his chance to debut, to show the world a glimpse of himself as the next symbol of peace. Laying in bed on the night before the festival, he felt the pressure of such a mantle continue to sink in. It was only added upon by the event after he'd spoken with Mr. Toshi about the festival. Class 1B and many other students had tried to get a look at the class that had survived a full-fledged villain attack in their first week at UA, and Bakugo had written them off with his usual gruff arrogance. It had infuriated half the student body and earned the class as a whole a slew of new rivals and enemies within their own place of learning. And what was his response to being called out? I don't give a crap. Why should I care? Izuku and the rest of the class gave much more than that and cared a lot about having targets painted on their backs, but of course Bakugo didn't. In addition to all of that and his school work and training, Izuku had continued meditating every night to try and contact the vestiges. Every night had been the same for 2 weeks, until now. Izuku found himself in the same concrete room with a long table as his last vision, most of his body a mass of shapeless darkness just as before. He tried imagining his mouth unzipping, and his lower face reappeared again, but his head and right arm were all that he could muster at the moment. Greeting, Izuku, Yoichi said as he appeared from the shadows. Even with one eye covered by his pale hair, his warm smile made Izuku feel at ease. I hear from Toshi that this sports festival promises to be a big day for you. Yeah, Izuku said with a nervous smile. It's gonna be great. I'm certain it will, Yoichi chuckled. It does, however, also present a possible concern. Izuku swallowed and waited for Yoichi to continue. I worry that all of the stress and adrenaline will affect One for All and bring about access to its baseline power. You mean All Might's crazy strength? Izuku asked. Yes, Yoichi said. Strength that, by the very nature of our quirk, has no doubt grown even more since it was passed on to you. He winced and ran a hand through his hair. I fear that you may severely harm yourself or others if it emerges without warning. Izuku thought back to all of the countless videos he'd seen on the news and online of All Might's almost unbelievable strength. Then he thought of the fight with the Nomu and what he'd been able to do with, according to himself, what amounted to less than 2% of that strength. And he imagined accidentally unleashing that insane power upon unsuspecting classmates. If he wasn't already asleep, he might have fainted from the grisly images. So what do I do? Izuku asked. I would ask Toshinori for details, of course, Yoichi said, steepling his fingers. He has more experience with One for All's might than any of us by far. He can tell you about regulation, support technology and the like. He hummed and lowered his hands. But from me, I would suggest caution above all things. Remember your training up to this point in regulating the force of FA gene and use that to hold back One for All if you feel it rising up inside. He smiled and reached out to place his hand on Izuku's forehead in something like a brotherly gesture, even as his body began to fade away. And never forget that your heart will never lead you astray. Izuku woke up with a start, the the feeling of phantom warmth still clinging to his forehead. He brushed the back of his hand against the skin and it faded away, but he still smiled. Then he started to panic as his alarm clock blared and he looked at the calendar, the words, Sports Festival, written in blue ink and circled 10 times with red. Today was the day. Izuku lunged out of bed and began to get dressed, already losing most of himself to planning and attempts to anticipate as his body slid into autopilot. Today was the day. He ran out of his bedroom and grabbed some toast, kissed his mom with a shouted, "I love you," and distantly heard her say she'd be watching the festival and rooting for him, before racing out the door for the train station. Today was the day. Chapter 6. It's been a crazy day, Izuku thought, his stomach churning. First came that crazy obstacle course race. The robots, the trenches with the ropes, and then the home stretch with land mines. If he hadn't used that plating as a shield, club, and sled, he'd have wasted all of his kinetic stores just keeping up. But he'd refused to use them unless absolutely necessary, and all the running and moving had actually built them up a little. Then came the cavalry battle. He'd been so lucky that Ochako and Tokoyami had been willing to work with him, given that even Tenya had joined another team. Granted, it was out of respectful rivalry, but still. And that last-minute save by Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. Izuku had never been that relieved in his life. Well, except for not being turned to dust by the League of Villains leader. Plus, there was that kind of crazy handsome girl whose inventions had been really helpful, too. As if to add insult to injury, Todoroki had then called him aside and leveled the accusation of Izuku being All Might's BSTRD son, the guy's entire tragic backstory, and yet another declaration that he would squash Izuku to spite his father, Endeavor. Izuku still wasn't sure where the resolve to calmly challenge him back had welled up from, but he'd meant every word. Then, finally, as if it all weren't enough, he stood with the others who had won the cavalry battles as the tournament phase of the sports festival. Izuku wasn't certain he understood why Ojiro and the guy from Class 1B withdrew, but he respected the choice. He'd smiled nervously at Ojiro as he passed and offered his knuckles to bump. Ojiro smiled back and bumped them. Izuku had spent the entire time during the break in the locker room thinking, planning, trying to consolidate what Ojiro had told him about his first opponent, Shinso. "Don't answer him," Izuku muttered under his breath, his mind working overtime to try and dissect a quirk he'd never even seen in action. "You okay in here, kid?" Izuku looked up to find Toshinori entering, dressed in his oversized suit. "Just thinking," Izuku said. "That sounds dangerous," Toshinori said with a sly grin. "For your opponent, anyway." Izuku smiled and fiddled with his fingers. "I had another dream about Yoichi last night," he revealed. Toshinori blinked and settled in the seat next to him, gesturing for him to explain. Izuku described everything he could and Toshinori remained utterly still as he processed it all. "I haven't seriously thought about regulation in years," Toshinori mused. "Or the old support tech I wore when I was starting out." "You wore support tech?" Izuku asked in surprise. "Yeah, but it was bulky and only lasted if I kept to 20 or 30% of one for all, so I ditched it quickly. As for regulation, I adapted pretty quickly to that. I dunno, it came like walking." He stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "It sounds like Yoichi was warning you that one for all is building up to something big. And he gave good advice. Remember how you manage your kinetic bursts. Oh, and try to spread out the force instead of concentrating it in one body part." Izuku blinked and looked down to process before an announcement blared for all tournament participants to report to the arena. "That's my cue," Izuku said. "And I'm first up against that Shinso guy." "Listen to your heart, young Izuku," Toshinori said. "You'll do just fine." He stood and placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. "One last thing, something my master told me. When everything seems dark and dour, always remember to smile." He did just that, and the effect turned his face from gruesome to merely unsettling. Because those who smile through the hardest times prove to be the strongest of us all. And here we have the first match of the tournament. Present Mike cheered over the speakers. In one corner, the guy who's done amazing so far but still looks like he's gonna pass out. The hero course's Izuku Midoriya. And in the other corner, a dark horse who's made it this far under the radar, general studies student, Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku absently listened to present Mike explaining the rules, the analytical part of his mind refusing to zone out entirely. But most of his focus was on preparing himself. He'd come up with a few hypotheses about Shinso's quirk, but they were dangerous to test. It may lose him the match. I give up, huh? Shinso mused in an almost eerily deadpan tone. Now that's interesting. You hear that, Midoriya? This won't just be a battle of strength. It'll be a battle of wills. Izuku bit his lip to keep from responding. The match hadn't technically started, but better safe than sorry. If you've got a dream, who cares how you get there? Shinso continued. Not like that monkey would understand, huh? I mean the shout of begin echoed across the arena. What kind of idiot throws a chance like this aside over pride? It took every bit of focus he could bring to bear, but Izuku kept his mouth shut even as his usually mild temper flared in empathy for his friend. Then he braced his stance and charged, preparing the barest hint of kinetic force in his right fist. Ojiro's observation had implied that Shinso's quirk was mental, which meant little to no chance of physical enhancement. So if Izuku could stay quiet and keep it a sparring match, he'd probably have an advantage. Shinso's eyes widened and he ducked under Izuku's first swipe, clumsily backpedaling from the series of follow-ups. Whoa, hey! He sidestepped a front kick and tried to maneuver himself out of the way. Where's this coming from? You struck me as a nice guy who wouldn't hurt a fly. Izuku grit his teeth and stayed quiet. He wasn't sure if that was supposed to be flattery or a sting to his pride, but it didn't matter. It was the truth, but it didn't have to make Izuku a doormat. That was one of the things he had slowly begun to realize in his brief time at UA. Nervous? Shinso asked, giving a ghoulish grin as he furiously avoided Izuku's rapid strikes. Let him, all this activity was slowly building his kinetic stores, anyway. Guess you're the quiet kind of nerd, huh? Too scared of hurting feelings or looking like an idiot to speak up. Shinso's breathing was heavier from exertion. Okay, that one hurt. Izuku felt himself wince, but he doggedly clenched his jaw. His instincts, or perhaps habits, were screaming to back off and reassess, but Shinso didn't seem like he was in great physical condition. Izuku could probably just wear him down in a test of endurance, if nothing else. He punched and Shinso caught his arm, struggling to hold Izuku still. Izuku grabbed Shinso's other arm and tried to push him closer to the boundary line. Can't look like a JRK in front of that cute Uraraka girl, huh? He asked, breathing gone from heavy to ragged. Izuku's mind blanked. Gotta keep your cool to win her heart, right? He added with a suggestive smirk. What are talking dash? Izuku realized his mistake at the first word, even before his body seemed to be filled with cotton. What was going on? Let go of me and back up, Shinso ordered between labored breaths, and Izuku felt his body obey. What's happening? Izuku thought loudly, even past the static in his head. I can't move on my own. I know that Ojiro guy warned you, Shinso said, a faint mockery in his voice. And you still couldn't help yourself. Don't feel bad. Romance is always an emotional issue. Now turn around and walk out of the ring. Izuku railed against his body as it did exactly as Shinso ordered. No, 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 no. Izuku babbled in his brain. This can't be it. Stop walking. Stop. His thoughts whirled, dissecting everything he and Ojiro had discussed. A nudge would be enough to stop the compulsion, for lack of a better term. But what nudge? He was alone. Who could help him? He imagined his mother watching on TV. He imagined All Might watching with confused horror as he literally walked away from such an important part of his future. After everything he'd worked for and been through, he couldn't let them down. He wouldn't. He fought with every scrap of willpower he could muster, and still was walking toward the boundary. It seemed hopeless, but he kept struggling. Come on. Come on. Wait, was it suddenly getting darker? The archway entrance to the arena seemed to darken, shadows emerging from the darkness. Each one had different colored eyes glowing like yokai. A quick count showed 8 shadows, and 2 of them stepped further and approached him, the darkness giving way to their own distinct appearances. The one on Izuku's left was Yoichi, his pale hair swaying in imagined wind and his clothes a little different. In addition to the unbuttoned white shirt over another white shirt and dark trousers, he wore what looked like a brown leather jacket, both also blowing in the wind. He was smiling gently, just as he always seemed to be. On Izuku's right was a tall, muscular, beautiful woman with a serious face, set with dark eyes and a small mole on the right of her chin. She looked a lot like his mom, especially her hairstyle and color. She was dressed in a dark sleeveless bodysuit, long yellow gloves and knee-high boots. A red belt with a knee-length cape hung around her hips and a white cape fell from her shoulders. "Come on indeed," Yoichi said sagely. "Remember, Izuku? You're never alone." "You may not see it," Shinso said absently from behind him, his voice pitched to carry, "but this quirk of mine has its uses." "Sorry man. You lose." "You're not done yet, kiddo," the woman said with a sad smile. Both of them had suddenly crossed the distance between the archway and him. They held out their hands as if to stop him, and he felt their palms against his chest. He felt the pressure, and his body reacted, slowing to a stop. He felt a tingling feeling in his pinky finger, but couldn't look down to see what it was. "Are you?" the woman asked with a teasing grin. Izuku felt his pinky twitch, and power poured out in a devastating wave, shattering the ground next to him and halting him in his tracks. Heck, he was actually forced back a step, away from the boundary line. "What the hell?" Shinso asked in shock, holding his arm out to ward off the wind from that move. "How did you dash? You shouldn't have been able to move." Izuku looked up to find the vestiges smiling proudly before they faded away and everything returned to something like normal. He pressed his lips closed, spun on his heel, and charged with a wordless scream of defiance. Shinso flinched in surprise, then tried to brace his stance with his fists up to fight, but that wasn't what Izuku was after. He bent low and crashed into Shinso to lift the guy up on his shoulder and keep running for the boundary. "Wait, no!" Shinso shouted, beating on Izuku's back to try and stop him, but Izuku was too hyped on adrenaline to listen or feel the pain. He stopped on a dime mere inches from the boundary line and pitched Shinso over to roll away. "Shinso Hitoshi has crossed the boundary line," Midnight declared with a crack of her whip. "Midoriya wins." Izuku collapsed to his knees as the pain in his pinky finally registered, and he looked at it to find it swelling and discolored with contusion. He hissed through his teeth and decided it was almost certainly broken. He couldn't even register the roaring cheers of the crowd. Was that move from the uncontrolled power of One for All? "Must be nice," Shinso said as he struggled to his feet. "People like you who were born with amazing quirks. With mine, I couldn't do a DMN thing in the entrance exam and got exiled to general studies." He coughed on dust, but Izuku saw him brush a knuckle against his eye. "You people who are naturally blessed, you don't know what it's like." "You're wrong," Izuku said. With the adrenaline still running and his blood pumping, he wanted to spit and scream in rage, but he knew that wouldn't get the point across. He had no idea where the confidence and surety came from, but he spoke evenly. "I do know what it's like. I didn't find my power until the day of the entrance exam. Before that, I was quirkless, bullied, berated, mocked when I wasn't just ignored. But I found people who believed in me and I never stopped wanting to be a hero, quirkless or not." Izuku blinked as a thought came to him. "So why do you want to be a hero?" "You can't help who you admire," Shinso said coldly, though as he turned his eyes were thoughtful. He looked up as the general studies students cheered for him and offered support, and Izuku couldn't help but smile as he saw Shinso's frame relax. He'd clearly had a rough time growing up with a quirk that was easy to call villainous. Maybe now, like him, Shinso could find his true path at UA. "You know, general studies students can be promoted to the hero course at events like these," Shinso called back. He looked backward at Izuku with a determined grin. "I may have failed now, but I won't ever give up, you hear?" He clenched his fist. "I'll show them all that I can be as great a hero as any of you." Izuku took a breath to respond, but a whisper in his ear that sounded like that woman from his vision warned him to stay quiet. Instead he nodded and gave a thumbs up with as much vigor as he could. "You had a vision and tapped into part of One for All?" Tashinori summarized, arms crossed in thought as Recovery Girl wrapped Izuku's broken pinky finger. Izuku had told everything he could remember as Recovery Girl worked on him, and he nodded at Toshinori's assessment. Yeah, he said absently, searching his memory for anything at all that he might have forgotten. All Might, the woman who was with Yoichi? His eyes were shining as he said, she was your teacher, wasn't she? You described Nana Shimura to a T, kid, Toshinori said with a nod and faint smile. I lost my parents when I was very young. I barely remember them. But Nana was like the mother I only briefly had. She didn't just teach me, young Izuku. She listened to my dream and she believed in me. Like you have for me, Izuku said, eyes shining. Toshinori scoffed at himself. She didn't call my dream impossible when we first met, he said bitterly, shrinking in on himself. You were trying to spare my life, Izuku said. It hurt, but I know why you told me that at the time. I was wrong then, Toshinori said. And you've apologized, Izuku said with a small smile. No one's perfect, right? Not even the number one hero. You crazy kid, Toshinori chuckled. How you feelin'? Like I'll be ready for my next match, Izuku said, clenching his fist even though he looked queasy. Darn right. Keep up that can-do attitude. He laughed. Now go watch the next match. I know you're dying to see your classmates in action. Yes, sir, Izuku said, standing with a bow. But he wisely glanced at Recovery Girl for permission in her own nurse's station. Oh, go ahead, sweetie, she laughed. I've done all I can. Go watch with your friends. Yes, ma'am. And thank you so much. Izuku bolted from the room, leaving Toshinori and Recovery Girl alone. That boy has spirit, Recovery Girl noted. I can see why you chose him as your successor. It hasn't gone near as I expected, but I don't regret a single thing, Toshinori said. But his grip on one arm tightened. Something on your mind, Toshi? She asked. I've just got a feeling, he explained. Not sure how or why, but I don't think this is the only surprise One for All has in store for young Midoriya for this festival. Recovery Girl glanced at the door Izuku had run through. I can't help but think that you're right. Hey, welcome back, Deku. Ochako greeted chipperly, motioning for him to sit beside her. Izuku smiled and did just that, waving to Tenya and everyone else. His eyes landed on Shinso, who still had his spot in the competitors' seats even though he lost, and the memory of that last verbal jab came to mind. Can't look like a JRK in front of that cute Uraraka girl, huh? Gotta keep your cool to win her heart, right? Deku, are you alright? She asked. He suddenly realized he could feel his face burning at the memory. Ochako placed her hand against his forehead. Do you have a fever? I'm good. Izuku yelped, gently batting her hand away. Just a dash. He pulled a notebook out of thin air with a pen. Just super excited to see everyone's performances, you know? Yeah, that's it. Oh, okay, Ochako said, her tone somewhat baffled before she smiled again. I can't wait to read your notes if you'll let me later. Sure, he said. If you wanna. Tenya looked between his closest friends since joining UA and narrowed his eyes behind his glasses. What is going on here? He wondered, unironically. He had no time to dwell on it further as Present Mix's enthusiastic voice came out over the speakers. And here we go, listeners. Our second match of the first years. Give it up for Dash. Chapter 7. Hanta Siro of the Hero course and Mei Hatsum of the Support course. A support student versus one of ours, Ochako commented to Tenya. She's carrying quite a bit of gear, Tenya replied. Could that be the deciding factor? He glanced at Izuku. Any thoughts? What Emmy? Izuku asked. Analysis seems to be a hobby of yours, Tenya pointed out. Please, tell us your thoughts. Oh, well, Izuku took a breath to order his mind and flipped through his notebook. Siro sometimes gets a hard time when people overlook his quirk and call it boring, but it's actually really useful. He's creative with it too, which makes it even better. He is incredibly quick on the draw and can tie knots in a flash, giving him a viable distance tactic. He can also draw it back in to use the tape to increase his agility and mobility. We've also seen him use it to create traps, but that's not really viable in the ring. I've wondered about its electrical or heat resistance, but haven't had a chance to talk about it. He could even use it to bind up wounds in an emergency, so dash. Izuku cut himself off and looked at his friends, who were looking at him with wide-eyed interest, and their lips in tight lines from being creeped out. Oh geez. Sorry. I know I have a tendency to ramble, I just dash. It's fine, Deku, Achiko giggled. It's actually kind of growing on me. It was rather jarring at first, Tenya said, adjusting his glasses, but I agree. It only takes some getting used to. His glasses flashed. As long as it's outside class. From class 1A, we've got the sticky man with elbows you'll never mistake, Hantashiro. And from the support course, our personal mad tinker, Mei Hatsum. As the combatants take their marks, all three of them blink, raise their eyebrows, and or widen their eyes at the HRS that Shiro is wearing. When Midnight announced that Hero Corps students must fill out the proper paperwork for support items such as Aoyama's belt, Hatsum practically begs her for permission for Shiro's use. It wouldn't have surprised any of them if she'd gotten on her hands and knees. Midnight eventually agreed if all parties were on board and the match began. What followed next was certainly something to behold. Izuku turned to the back of his notebook to begin a section on support technology, writing down everything he could about everything he saw. It seemed that Hatsum had decided to use this match as a way to show off her creations, her babies, as it were. Shiro's HRS was meant to speed up his running and stabilize his movements, but it seemed awfully disorienting. Hatsum's own backpack was some sort of evasion rig that moved her out of the way every time Shiro lunged for her or sent his tape spiraling her way. Soon enough Shiro was able to extricate himself from the HRS and fight on his own terms, but the number and sheer variety of tech that Hatsum was carrying meant he spent the entire match either on the chase or the defensive as Hatsum painstakingly described every device she used, all personally made and all in the grating tone of a showman. After a solid 12 minutes, Hatsum dropped all of her gear and spread her arms when Shiro launched the last shred of tape he had in him to wrap her up and pin her arms. She smiled brightly as Midnight declared her incapacitated and the match over. How disgraceful, Tenya declared, hands chopping in agitation. She tricked a fellow UA student into being a presentation dummy for her equipment. Gotta admit, though, Ochako said, she made some pretty impressive stuff. It makes you think about how effective support items can be, Izuku commented, gears turning in his mind. I feel for Shiro, Tenya said, rubbing his forehead with his fingertips. He put on a show of his own, but only under the puppet strings of that girl. At least he'll get another chance, Ochako chirped, and elbowed Izuku. Right, Deku? Yeah, he will, Izuku said firmly. They continued to discuss various combinations of students until the next round began. Our next match pits the great creator, admitted into UA by recommendation, Class 1A's Momo Yaoyorozu. Present Mike declared. Versus the assassin of Class 1B. Even the most lovely flowers have thorns, folks. The hero course's Ibara Shiozaki. As Ibara stopped in her tracks and passionately decried being called an assassin, sunbeams seeming to shine down as she did so, Izuku was furiously writing down observations and predictions about her quirk. A mutant quirk involving flora rather than fauna, that's kind of uncommon, he mumbled. Given similar quirks such as Kamui Woods' arbor, she can probably control and extend her vines at will. Her range must be pretty extensive or else she wouldn't have made it this far. And it can probably work for both offense and defense. But do the vines react to lack of sunlight or water? What about Dash? Deku, the match is starting, Ochako said sweetly. Oh, right. Izuku said, blushing as he put down his notebook to watch. Begin. Midnight declared with a crack of her whip. My deepest apologies, Yaoyorozu, Ibara said, hands clasped before her chest in a pose of piety. But I will not be ending here. She turned her back on Momo and the vines of her hair stretched and plunged into the ground to emerge halfway between them, then they spread out to attack from various angles. Momo flicked her arms and produced a shield and a machete, blocking vines before slashing them out of the air. She grunted and dodged as several vines wove together to strike like a serpent, hacking at them and only cutting halfway through. That's not enough, Izuku said, his tone neutral as his analytical side took over. Yaoyorozu will waste too much energy slashing away at the vines. Shiozaki's limits are unclear and may easily outlast her. Come on, Yamamo. Ochako cheered. You're smarter than her. Think. Whether Momo heard her or not, she clearly had a plan. She ran toward the mass of vines, producing a pump-action grenade launcher that she settled against her shoulder and fired one-handed while fending off vines with her shield. Plut plut. 2 canisters lodged in the mass of vines before erupting with pressurized gases. Ibra's vines seemed to shrink back in pain, and the girl herself screamed in shock. She tore the vines free from her main head of hair cut at the waist and ran around the rapidly shriveling plants, her eyes wide with panic. And that left her open to Momo drawing close to slam her shield into Ibra, knocking her to the ground. My apologies to you as well, Momo said firmly before hitting her again, knocking Ibra out cold. Shiozaki is knocked out. Midnight declared. Yaoyorozu wins the match and moves on to the next round. She won. Ochako cheered, jumping up and down. As befitting our class representative. Tenya proudly declared. Brilliant. Izuku said, eyes sparkling. Those canisters must have contained a powerful herbicide. Shiozaki has probably never encountered a tactic like that and was completely unprepared, which means she panicked and left herself open. Izuku kept scribbling notes. But really, her quirk is excellent for both offense and defense. It looks like she could sense her vine's surroundings, which may add a reconnaissance factor to it. But even without that, it would be perfect for restraining villains' dash. Izuku, Ochako interrupted with another fond smile. How do you do that? I mean, you don't really take breaths. Oh, I dunno, he replied. I don't really think about it. Clearly you are thinking too hard about the quirks to recall to breathe, Tenya said with fond exasperation, pressing his glasses back up the bridge of his nose. You're going to make yourself pass out one of these days. More friendly ribbing filled the time before the next match. For our next matchup, we've got the guy with the electric personality. From the Hero Courses Class 1A, Denki Kaminari. Denki waved with all the swagger he could muster and Izuku flipped to his section of the notebook to make a few quick additions. Versus. Gotta wonder if those horns actually do anything. From the very same class, Mina Ishido. Begin. Midnight declared. Hey, sorry about this, Ishido, Denki said casually, electrical current visibly building up. But this is gonna be over in less than a minute. His current built up to its highest and, with a shout of 1.3 million watts, was sent blasting at Mina. On her part, Mina looked intimidated, but sunk down on one knee to let the energy pour over her. Ishido! Izuku, Ochako, and Tenya shouted with concern. When the electricity dispersed, Denki was clearly out of it and stumbling around, and Mina stood up as if nothing had happened besides her clothes getting smoky. Well, that and she stumbled a little as she stood up, but with a shake of her head she seemed fine. You know you're right, Kaminari, she said sweetly. Then she rushed forward and punched him across the face to fall to the ground, out cold. It was over in less than a minute. Kaminari is unable to fight. Ishido wins. Midnight cheered. How'd she do that? Ochako asked. I mean, I thought she was toast. Izuku was closely watching, the wheels in his mind turning, and he noticed Mina begin to wipe herself off as if she were sweating. I think I know, he said, eyes bright. Ishido's quirk allows her to produce acid from her body, but she can also control the viscosity and, more importantly here, the pH of the acid. He wasn't mumbling now, he was outright lecturing. Strong acids are exceptionally good electrical conductors. But weak acids don't conduct electricity well. He was practically yelling now. She must have coated herself in a thick layer of very weak acid to insulate herself from the worst of the electricity. Izuku looked at his friends with a wide smile, only to find them staring at him in shock. Izuku, that is quite a brilliant deduction, Tenya said, adjusting his glasses. But well dash. That was also really intense, Ochako said with a wobbly smile. I think I prefer the mumbling thing. Like I said, it's kinda grown on me. Oh, well, Izuku blinked in surprise. No one had ever in his life complimented his mumbling out loud, not even his mom. She'd only ever smiled bemusedly and snapped him out of it where necessary. Thanks. Naturally, my friend, Tenya said. One thing I don't understand is how Mina came up with a strategy like that, Ochako mused. I mean, I love her to death, but she's not the most academic person ever. Tenya considered that and glanced around before finding Momo's spot. How likely is it that she asked Yaoyorozu for some pointers? He wondered. Pretty likely, Ochako chuckled. I cannot decide how I feel about that, Tenya added. On the one hand, it seems unsportsmanlike that Ishido would not rely on her own skills. On the other, cooperation and sharing of intelligence is a crucial hero skill. There's nothing in the rules that forbids asking for advice, Izuku pointed out. And Kaminari could have asked for help too. He just assumed he could power his way through it. Guess that bit him in the charge bolt, huh? Ochako laughed. The entire trio laughed together, continuing to comment on the match until the next round began. Offense and defense in one. Present Mike announced. A stalwart samurai and his darker side ready to take the top. The hero course's Fumikage Tokoyami. Their bird-headed classmate merely bowed, politely and formally, in acknowledgement. And his opponent. Let's hope that gaudy belt can carry him through the round. Yuga Aoyama from the hero course. Yuga waved exuberantly with his inexplicable sparkles, always eager to be in the spotlight. Begin. Midnight announced with a crack of her whip. Predictably, Yuga opened the match with a blast from his naval laser. Everyone in the class was aware to one degree or another of Fumikage's powerful quirk and his skill with it. Like many of them, Yuga had clearly reasoned that getting in the first shot may mean the difference between victory and defeat. Equally predictably, Fumikage unfurled Dark Shadow from his body with a verbal command and sent him on the offensive. What many didn't expect was for Fumikage to maneuver himself out of the line of Yuga's laser fire rather than have Dark Shadow shield him. As Dark Shadow swerved and wove his way across the ring to strike out at Yuga, he naturally drew Yuga's shots. Izuku, watching as closely as ever, couldn't help but think that was odd. He'd noticed that Fumikage tended to favor using Dark Shadow, as Present Mike had commentated on, as a simultaneous defense and offense. It was an effective general tactic that served him well in training. But now, seeing Dark Shadow apparently avoid the laser blasts, something seemed different. Regardless of how strange it seemed, Dark Shadow slithered through the air like a snake and lashed out with his talons. Not at Yuga's body, but at his belt. With a few deft strokes, the belt was shredded and Yuga yelped in shock. He clutched at his belly and looked like he was going to throw up. Then Dark Shadow lifted him by the scruff of his shirt and tossed him lightly past the boundaries. Aoyama is out of bounds, Midnight declared. Tokoyami advances. Tokoyami silently called Dark Shadow back and bowed with ever more silent courtesy before making his way back into the stands. Poor Aoyama, Tenya said. Such a quick match with little time to show his skill. Did anyone else notice that Dark Shadow wasn't tanking the hits for Tokoyami like he usually does? Ochako asked. Yeah, I noticed too, Izuku commented. I can't help but think that it's important somehow. The friends offered bouts of small-time chatter during the wait for the next match, but mostly they stayed quiet as they thought about the previous match and the one to come. Bakugo would be facing off against Ijiro. 1-1 level, Ijiro's bull-headed friendliness had made him the closest thing to a companion Bakugo had found at Yurei, making this something of a fight between friends. On the other hand, especially from Izuku's perspective, that meant little. Bakugo was almost as ruthless as he was determined. He yearned to prove himself the best of the best, and no fledgling friendship would deter him. Granted, Ijiro's hardening quirk was among the best matchups against Bakugo's explosions, but Izuku knew Bakugo better than anyone. Kacchin would not give up. Ever. For the fifth round of the day, Present Mike crowed, we've got the guy whose explosive quirk is only exceeded by his explosive temper. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo sneered with his hands in his pockets. The image of an uncaring delinquent. Versus the tough guy with a cheerful spirit. From the same class 1A, Ijiro Kirishima. Begin. Midnight declared. Aijiro charged straight for Bakugo, his skin creased with the crack-like streaks of his quirk, with a shout of enthused drive. He dove straight into a flurry of punches that seemed to put Bakugo on the defensive, the blonde dodging instead of going for the kill. "Man, Kirishima's got good instincts, too," Izuku commented. Bakugo hissed and struck with an explosive swipe of his hand, but it barely slowed Aijiro down. And the brief opening let him get in a strike that sliced Bakugo's cheek before he could fully pull away. "Like I told ya," Aijiro said with fiery confidence, "you can't touch me even with your dynamite." "I guess that proves it," Izuku said quietly. "Proves what?" Ochako asked just as quietly, leaning in to whisper with him. Izuku flinched and blushed hard at having a girl so close to him, even if she was basically his best friend at this point, and squeezed the words through his constricted voice box. I've thought for a whole that Kirishima's quirk didn't just harden his skin but his organs too. It protects him from more blunt force than just hard skin, you know." "Oh, that makes sense." Ochako giggled before leaping to her feet and pumping her fist. "Come on, Kirishima. Go for the chin." She shouted at the top of her lungs, eyes blazing. "Give him a left. A left." The match carried on, and Bakugo kept evading Aijiro's punches with a calculating look in his eye, striking with explosions where openings presented themselves. Too soon, the scales began to tip and Aijiro seemed to feel more and more pain from the blasts. "There it is," Bakugo shouted. "You've been straining to keep yourself hard this whole time." Phrasing, Ochako giggled, to Izuku's confusion and Tenya's blushing cheeks. "You're overusing your quirk," Bakugo continued, oblivious to his double entendre. "And soon enough, you'll crumble like a stone tower under cannon fire." He struck out with a rapid-fire string of explosions. "Come on, hairforbrains, let's see how long you can stand the heat." He shouted like a madman as he swung blast after blast at Aijiro, each one hitting harder and harder as the redhead's quirk began to fail. "And now for the finisher." Bakugo snapped, releasing a more powerful explosion than ever before. "Die!" Aijiro was sent hurtling across the stadium. Bakugo stepped forward to check, but Midnight beat him to it, checking on Aijiro's condition and stalling Bakugo with a simple open palm. She stood and cracked her whip. Kirishima can no longer fight. Bakugo advances. "Diamen," Ochako sighed. "I figured Kirishima had a pretty good chance." "He did," Izuku agreed with simple honesty behind the words. "But Kachan's just that good." "If you both will excuse me," Tenya said, rising to his feet, "I must prepare for my match." He offered them both a tense smile before making his way up the stands. "Who's Tenya up against again?" Ochako asked. "I know you'll know, right, Deku?" Tetsu, Izuku said dutifully. "He has a quirk that works a lot like Kirishima's, turning his body into metal." "Huh," Ochako mused. "That might get tricky for Tenya, right? I mean, he's got some mean kicks, but not exactly crazy-level firepower." "Oh, I dunno," Izuku replied, eyes narrowed in thought. "There's more than one way to win these fights." The duo continued to debate how the match would go until Tenya and Tetsu faced each other in the ring. In one corner, we've got the sterling, shining fighter of Class 1B, with nerves of steel and an iron will. From the hero course, Tetsu. With all of the cheering and fist-pumping Tenya's opponent was giving the crowd, Izuku and Ochako simultaneously wondered if he and Aijiro were separated at birth or something. Facing off against him is the vice-rep of Class 1A. A speedy hero-to-be with legacy to uphold and the heart to make it happen. "Tenya Ida." Tenya nodded and bowed, much like Fumikage had done before. "Let the match dash. Begin." Tetsu wasted no time in activating his power, his body turning into shining steel in a mere moment. Much like Aijiro, he rushed toward Tenya with intent to finish it quickly. But unlike Bakugo, Tenya raced even faster to close the gap, his Engin's speed getting him to Tetsu before he could build up his own momentum. Tenya opened up with a whirling kick that Tetsu blocked, the sound of metal clanging audible even to the audience. Tenya followed up with a kick off of Tetsu to spin into a diving heel kick, with equal results. That looks like it hurts. Izuku said sympathetically. Get out of there, Tenya. Ochako shouted. As if responding, even though that was impossible given the noise of the crowd, Tenya raced away for some distance and seemed to begin planning, while also massaging his legs in clear discomfort. Tetsu was just as clearly unwilling to let him catch his breath and race toward Tenya, who idly kept out of range with his speed as he seemed to continue to think. Come on, Tenya, Izuku whispered. He jolted as he felt something warm on his hand and looked to find Ochako holding it, her eyes fixed on the match as she bit her lip in excitement. He had to tear his thoughts away to refocus on the match. After a few minutes of evasion, Tenya seemed to settle on a strategy. Tenya said something to Tetsu that they couldn't catch, while also spreading his arms and curling his fingers inward. The message was clear, bring it on. Tetsu took the bait and charged with customary reckless fervor. But rather than block, Tenya stepped to one side to barely let Tetsu pass, then activated his recipro burst as evidenced by the orange fires from his engines turning blue and spun in a blur to kick him square in the back. The force of Tenya's kick both unbalanced Tetsu and added to his own speed, sending the student of Class 2B tumbling end over end and out of the ring. Tetsu is out of bounds, Midnight called. Winner, Tenya Ida. He won. Izuku shouted, jumping up with joy even as his hands stayed in Ochako's. And what a brilliant move. He didn't try to outmuscle Tetsu, he used his own strength against him. He did it, Ochako said quietly. Izuku looked at her in shock at such a subdued response. Ochako was smiling, but she also looked sick. Now it's my turn, she said and stood up. Izuku racked his brain for Ochako's opponent, and suddenly understood her reaction. With perfect clarity. Oh God. Ochako, hold on, he said, taking her shoulder. I have a plan or two in here to handle him, he explained, showing her his notebook. If you'd like, I could dash. Don't, Ochako said. The words were not angry or offended or rushed. They were determined. Ochako looked up to meet his eyes, and Izuku in a breath at the barely restrained fires held within the chocolate irises. I appreciate the offer, Deku, I really do. She put a hand over the one he had on her shoulder. But I've been practicing a lot, learning more, and I want to show everyone what I can do. Not just all of them dash, she gestured at the crowds with her free hand before placing it on her chest, but to myself too. Okay, Izuku said, nerves roiling in his belly even as he nodded decisively. He could certainly understand that. I'll be waiting for you in the next bracket, eh? You know it, Ochako said with a wobbly smile before she raced away to the waiting rooms. Izuku's smile crumbled into naked fear for his friend and he dove into his notes to update them as a distraction. He realized that this is what the matches had been to Ochako, at least in part. A distraction from her opponent. It was one reason she had been so invested in them up to now. He was halfway through his new notes when Tenya returned. Is Ochako ready? He asked, nervousness in his voice too. Clearly he remembered her matchup. Yes, Izuku said, willing himself to believe it. To cast aside any and all doubt. And for the final round of the first bracket, Present Mike declared, we have yet another matchup within Class 1A. First up is the sweetheart with a force of the universe at her fingertips. The hero courses Ochako Uraraka. And up against her, the icy chill dude who doesn't play around, admitted on recommendation. Give it up for Shoto Todoroki. Here we go, Izuku mumbled, eyes hard and determined not to miss a thing. Chapter 8. Ochako Uraraka was many things. Bubbly, outgoing, determined, a little airhead at times. Well, you get the idea. One of the things that was certainly not on that list was cowardly. But as she stood on one end of the sports festival arena, facing the boy who was almost certainly the most powerful and skilled of their class, it was all she could do not to let her knees shake in dread. Focus, Ochako, she told herself, her mental voice sounding remarkably like her mother and 13. Or Deku. Whether you win or lose, make him work for it, damn it. Okay, not Deku, she just couldn't imagine him swearing. Midnight cracked her whip. Begin. On Shoto's end, he regarded Uraraka with the same expression one might give a young child demanding to show an adult what they could do. Granted, she had potential and her quirk was both unorthodox and powerful in its own way, but she didn't stand a chance. Shoto did not have anything personally against Uraraka, but he would not lose here. Especially not to her. Endeavor's words from before the match bubbled up, and he was seized with anger. He felt his left side reacting, ready to burst into flame. But he wouldn't let that happen. He would show Endeavor that he was better than that. He grit his teeth and drew upon his right side, the chill coating the fury like frost on a glass. As soon as Midnight cracked her whip, Shoto tapped his foot and willed his favored massive spear of ice that would knock her from the arena and end this quickly, pouring his fury into the attack. "Apologies, Uraraka," he snarled. Ice erupted forward and up, piercing the heavens over the lip of the arena. He'd angled it to avoid the crowd, but there was no way Uraraka could have run from that. He took a deep, fortifying breath. The sheer magnitude of that attack had helped clear his head. He looked up and found everyone staring. Some at him and some upward. At his ice? Wait, why had Midnight not called the match? He glanced upward, shivering just a little as he registered the cold in his body, and noticed a small shape floating just above the reach of his ice. Was that Dash? What a spectacular dodge, folks! To match a spectacular opening move. Present Mike announced, and Shoto grit his teeth against the showman's voice. It had bothered him all day. The small, blue shape dropped and began to slide along his ice wall back to the ground. Shoto flexed and broke off the sheen of frost that had gathered on his body, his shivers growing more violent. It would seem that he had been mistaken. Uraraka was worth more than one strike, after all. Ochako willed her heart to slow, the beat thundering in her chest as adrenaline coursed through her. Deku wasn't the only one who could pick up on stuff, though she was humble and realistic enough to know it was far more his gift than hers. But she knew Todoroki would open with that huge ice wall thing. It had worked so far, so why fix what wasn't broken? She'd show him why. Ochako released her quirk and dropped a few feet to the surface of the ice. She'd applied her quirk to herself and negated her weight even before the match had officially started in preparation. And a good thing too, as Todoroki's ice had come for her almost too fast to see. She'd leapt with all her might to avoid it, and the backdraft of displaced air from the expanding ice had sped her up just enough to keep her out of reach of it all. Then she'd used something she'd picked up during her training with 13. She'd only partially returned her weight, the shift slowing her to a stop and then steadying. This specific, intuitive weight was too little for Mother Earth and Sir Isaac Newton to bring her down, but too much for her to float away. In essence, she had learned to remain steady in the air, to levitate in place. Ochako kicked off the ice and began to slide down as if snowboarding without a board. As she did, she thought back to everything she had learned from 13 over the few weeks of her personal training. "Nervous, Ochako?" 13, Ainin Kurose, asked. Ochako was still having a bit of trouble conflating her image of the hero 13, her all-encompassing hero uniform modeled after an astronaut's space suit complete with a full helmet, with the tall, slim woman dressed in a pinstriped shirt, blue jeans, and sneakers. The forearm-length black gloves made some sense, though. "A little, Mrs. Kurose," Ochako admitted. "Don't be," Ainin said with a small, warm smile. "We'll start off easy on the physical stuff. First, I want to discuss your quirk and what you know about it." "Haven't you read my profile?" Ochako asked, fiddling with her fingers. "I have," Ainin confirmed with a nod, and she crossed her arms. "But I want to hear it from you." "My quirk is called Zero Gravity," Ochako said confidently, clenching an upraised fist. "It lets me cancel out the gravity of the things I touch with all 5 fingertips of either or both of my hands." She held up her hands to show the pink pads on her fingers. "I can then return it by pressing my fingers together and willing them to drop again." "That's what your profile said," Ainin agreed with a firm nod, "but I'm not certain it's entirely accurate." "Huh?" Ochako asked, blinking owlishly. "Let me ask you something else," Ainin added, her arms still crossed. "How did you find out about your quirk?" "Oh, Ochako furrowed her brows as she thought backward. "I was about 4. You know, normal age for a quirk to emerge. Ainin nodded for her to continue. My parents run a construction company, but we've, she bit her lip as she kept twiddling her fingers, never been super busy. I wanted to help, and so I asked Dad if I could go out to a site with him. I tried to move some of the big equipment. I thought, if it were lighter, I could help. I tried again harder than ever, and suddenly the thing didn't weigh anything and I pushed it along. She smiled ruefully. Then I threw up. And so your quirk counselor called it zero gravity, Ainin surmised. It makes sense, right? Ochako shrugged. That's the thing, Ochako, Ainin said with a cheeky smile. It really doesn't. What do you mean? Ochako asked, her smile dropped into surprise. I know a thing or two about gravity, sweetie, Ainin said. Because of your quirk? Ochako asked. Nope, Ainin chirped. Because I went to school for it. I've got a master's degree in physics, with a focus on gravity and other Newtonian physics. I did that so I could better understand my quirk. She perched her hand at her chin. And from a purely gravitational stance, your zero gravity makes zero sense. Ochako gave out a nervous giggle at the joke. So, what do you think it does? I don't think it manipulates gravity, at least not directly, Ainin explained. I think it instead manipulates mass. Mass? Ochako asked, then thought back to middle school science. Mass? Isn't that how much matter is inside something? Essentially, yes, Ainin agreed. How much mass any object has determines how much force is necessary to overcome its static inertia and get it moving. Or, in the opposite way, to overcome its movement inertia and stop it from moving or to get it moving in a different direction. But mass also determines how much gravitational force this object generates and gravity's effect on it in turn. Ochako furrowed her brows again and nodded. I think that your quirk, instead of negating gravity, generates some kind of energy field that negates the mass of an object, which in turn negates the effects of gravity as a side effect. Why do you say that? Ochako asked. Mostly that you can move things so easily when you use your power on them, Ainin said. You have to remember that gravity is like an extra force that keeps something attracted to a large body, such as a planet or moon. Cancel out the gravity and you still have to exert force to move something such as a car, for example. It will be easier without the force of gravity keeping it down, but it's not going to float off the ground because it still has static inertia from its mass. Got it? So my quirk cancels out mass instead of gravity? Ochako asked, looking down at her hands. Even better, it does that without compromising its molecular structure, Ainin added. The things you cancel out are still solid, so you can still, say, swing a big concrete pillar like a baseball bat to hit stuff. She smirked. And I also don't think it's just lessening the effect of mass, either. What else could it be? Ochako asked. I think that your first use of your quirk was negating mass, and so your mind put a block on its other application, Ainin theorized. It's actually pretty common. But if I'm right, then you can not only negate the effects of mass, she smiled, eyes with her strange pupils bright with excitement, but also amplify it. Amplify it, Ochako thought firmly. That's the key to winning. Ochako leapt sideways from her ice slide as Todoroki launched another spear toward her, rolling along the ground to disperse the impact and stopping in a crouch to slap her fingers to the ground of the arena, while placing her other hand on her side. She grit her teeth as she concentrated on what she wanted to happen and felt her stomach twist with nausea in response. Todoroki turned toward her, his entire side coated with frost, and grunted as he was forced to one knee. Ochako gave a brief mental cheer and raced forward, her balance only slightly wobbly. She raised her fists as she did, the last few weeks of training with 13 rising up. She hadn't just learned physics, after all. Todoroki juked to the side, the frost shattering off of his body, and swung out at her. But he stumbled and barely dodged another punch from Ochako before he bodily leapt back and stumbled a few paces backward. Interesting, he admitted, his movements quite suddenly no longer encumbered by what she had done to the ground. Damn it, he figured it out, Ochako thought furiously. Not only had Ochako's training shown her that she could affect the mass of certain areas of a large object's surface such as portions of the ground of an arena, she had found that increasing their mass created a kind of gravity well that could encumber others. She tented her fingers to release the effects of her quirk, her stomach settling as she did, and charged again. Todoroki launched another wave of ice at her, this one much smaller, and she didn't have the time to dodge before it slammed into her like a battering ram. She cried out in shock as it pushed her toward the arena border. But she clapped her hand to her arm and focused, and her rolls slowed to a halt almost immediately. She touched her fingertips together again, releasing the effect before swinging to her feet to race back into the fray. This may not end well, she thought, but I'll be dead if I don't give it everything I've got. Ochako knew she didn't have the firepower to keep up with Shoto Todoroki. But every quirk had a limit, so if she could keep him off balance and firing his ice at her, she may have a shot. Plus, she had another surprise for if things got really sour. Rather than blow her back with more ice, Todoroki actually engaged her in hand-to-hand. His usually impassive expression narrowed into focus as he dodged or deflected every punch and kick she threw at him, and rather than slowing down he seemed to be speeding up. Wait, or had he been slower before? Todoroki caught her next punch and threw her aside and off balance before tapping his foot and sending another wall of ice at her. Ochako braced herself and focused, curling her fingers tighter into a fist that made the pads on her fingers glow. As the wall came racing at her, she screamed and pushed her whole body into a single punch that shattered the ice wall to pieces, stopping it in its tracks. Ochako yelped as she stumbled under the side effect of her new move, pressing her fingers together again before she was dragged to the ground. Then another wave of nausea hit her and she stumbled to a knee. Without rhyme or reason, she found herself thinking back to another training session with 13. Ochako groaned as her belly revolted, the effects of her quirk brought practically to their limit by a single use of it, but all around her, chairs and desks and all manner of objects floated around including Ainin, who seemed utterly unperturbed. Ochako tented her fingers and released the effect, everything falling back to the ground to let her throw up in a bucket that Ainin had provided. Excellent work, Ochako, Ainin said kindly, rubbing her back. Ochako was able to muster a single wobbly thumbs up, her other hand pressed to her mouth to keep anything else from coming up. She took some deep breaths before asking something. What if it's not enough? She whimpered. What? Ainin asked, eyes wide with surprise. You've shown me so much, 13, Ochako said, her voice haggard with exhaustion. You figured out how much I was holding myself back. That I can do so much more with my quirk than I could have imagined. She looked down at her palms, and tears beaded upon them as Ochako began to weep. What if it's not enough? She clenched her hands. I can float things, mash things, stop myself from rolling around. But what if it's not enough for the sports festival? She gasped a breath as the tears kept rolling, her secret fears finally breaking free. I know the last round will be a tournament, it always is. She looked up at Ainin. What if my quirk isn't good enough? Ainin looked at Ochako with no expression at all for a long, long moment. Then she placed her hand on Ochako's head, just like her father had done when she was a little girl. It doesn't matter, Ainin said. Ochako took a shuddering breath, and 13 was smiling faintly. It doesn't matter how strong your quirk is, Ochako. And it is child. You're manipulating one of the 4 fundamental forces of reality. She chuckled and ran her hand from Ochako's head to her shoulder. But it's not just the strength of the quirk that matters, sweetie. She gripped Ochako's shoulder tighter and prodded the girl's heart with her other fingertip. It's the strength of your heart. And my heart. Your grit, your drive, and your determination, Ainin stressed, celestial eyes bright. Your mind, your creativity. You, Ochako Uraraka. You are the one who wields this quirk. You are the one who can win it all. She drew close, staring Ochako dead in the eye. But you have to believe in your strength. You have to keep moving forward. You have to want it. I want it. Ochako shrieked, her eyes blazing as shards of steel-hard ice flew around her, her hand bleeding from chips that had pierced her knuckles. Shoto jerked away, his movements sluggish once again, and wove with damnedly practiced skill between Ochako's flurry of punches and kicks. He grit his teeth as he avoided the worst of it, his mind still working furiously as he did, only taking glancing blows where he couldn't avoid. He dodged too slowly and she landed a glancing blow at his temple, the ice in her skin leaving a small cut. Unbelievable, he thought. He looked into her eyes and genuine fear welled up. Not fear for his life or his health. He knew he was too good for that. It was a fact. But he felt fear of losing the match. That fear coalesced as his hypothermic muscles lagged, and some instinct began to ignite his left side to try to warm him up. I said no, he thought ferociously. He forced the heat away and anticipated Uraraka's next move, grabbing her arm and hurling her in a classic hip throw to slam against the ground. With a tap of his right foot, ice spread over her, trapping her. He took a few steps back to be sure, unwary of being surprised again. No, she hissed, straining against the ice. It can't end like this. She grunted and raged against her bonds for far too long. And then she sighed and her eyes fluttered shut, her energy spent. Ochako Uraraka can no longer fight. Midnight declared. The winner of the final match of the first round is Shoto Todoroki. The crowd cheered, but it all seemed distant to Shoto. He stepped forward and melted the ice with his left side, his heart urging him to honor the sheer will she had shown. She had proven him wrong after all. It had not been an easy match. We'll take a quick break before the next set of matches. Don't go too far, folks. Present Mike flicked off the record switch and sighed. DMN. Gotta admit, that girl's got fire in her. Of course she does, Aizawa said. She's one of ours. You mean one of yours, Mike said with a faint grin. Aizawa said nothing. Izuku ran as fast as he could down to the medical bay, concern that bordered on panic pulsing through his veins. He barely registered passing Todoroki in the hallway and distantly filed it away for later, his anxiety quota already filled by the sight of Ochako slammed onto the ring and frozen stiff. He knocked with frantic energy when he got to the door of her waiting room. Ochako, he called, his voice cracking. Are you okay? Recovery girl, is she dash? The door swung open to reveal the elderly nurse hero herself, looking less than amused at the racket. Mind keeping it down, son? This is a place of healing. Sorry, ma'am, Izuku said, trying to look contrite and succeeding in looking even more nervous. Is she dash? She'll be fine, Midoriya, recovery girl said. She's more tired than anything. I gave her a quick smooch and she'll be up and about in no time. She just needs a moment. Recovery girl sighed and stepped aside. Come on in. But don't be late for your next match. Izuku nodded his thanks and entered, quickly closing in on Ochako's cot. She seemed all right physically, though far less energetic than usual. That made sense, given Recovery Girl's explanation. But it seemed more than that. Ochako, he ventured. Hey, Deku, Ochako greeted with a faint smile that quickly faded into a neutral line. Are you okay? He asked. Fine as can be, I guess, Ochako shrugged. Kinda bummed I didn't win, but I guess that was kinda inevitable against Todoroki. Neither of them noticed Shoto himself enter for quick first aid, his eyebrows arching in faint surprise as he caught that last sentence. What do you mean? Izuku asked. Ochako, you were amazing out there. Did you learn that stuff from 13? Because I've never even heard you talk about amplifying gravity, much less seen you do it. I mean, Todoroki wiped the floor with me, Ochako sighed, though she smiled a little again at Izuku's enthusiasm. Or froze me to it at least. That's not true. Izuku said, eyes bright. You had him off balance, Ochako. You surprised him and kept him on his toes. His smile widened. And there's no doubt that you impressed a whole lot of pros today. I wouldn't be surprised if you got flooded with sidekick offers within the week. Ochako's eyes started to water. Thanks, Deku. Before Izuku could begin to freak out about making a girl cry from happiness or otherwise, and especially since she was his friend, a monitor in the infirmary clicked on showing midnight in the arena. Now then, folks, this year we're doing something a little different, the R-rated hero declared. In the hero industry, you can never be sure about what circumstances may arise. You can never be sure about the villains or thugs you may be facing. Intel could be bad or it could just be a bad hand from fate. So this year, we're adding a random element to the next few rounds. Midnight's image was pushed to half of the screen and the other filled with the roster of the remaining subjects of the tournament. Then the names began flashing, rapidly changing position in the bracket. They shuffled for several long moments with peppy pinging noises, like a slot machine from Macau, China. Finally, the names stopped and a new roster was set for the next round. And the first round was Shoto Todoroki versus Izuku Midoriya. Oh man, Izuku whimpered, the gears in his mind already turning over his chances at winning. Don't worry, Izuku, Ochako said, taking his hand in hers to draw his attention. He looked down to find her determined smile back in place, her eyes filled with fire. You've got this. The air around her seemed charged. Avenge me, Deku. You hear me? The door opened quietly to let Shoto leave without drawing their attention, the boy glancing back with contemplative eyes as he made for his waiting room. Midoriya. The door slammed back open and Tenya Power walked inside, his arms chopping madly. You should not run in the halls of this fine establishment. I know you're worried about Ochako. Hello there, Ochako, and I'm glad you're all right, but He was cut off as he looked at the flashing screen, his eyes wide behind his glasses. I'm more concerned about you now. Don't be, Tenya, Ochako giggled. Izuku's got this. I do. Izuku asked. You do. Ochako cheered, lifting their joined hands with enthusiasm. Then she realized she was holding his hand and blushed before letting him go with a nervous giggle. The best of luck in your match, Izuku, Tenya said with a firm smile. Then he winced. Which is starting soon. Hurry to the waiting room and begin planning. He ushered Izuku out and toward said rooms. Ochako laughed and waved down Recovery Girl, asking if she was okay to head back to the stands to watch the match. With Recovery Girl's permission, she hauled herself out of bed and made for the hall. Her pace faltered as her phone began to ring and she checked it to find her dad's number on caller ID. Hey Dad, she said quietly. Chapter 9. And we're back, folks. Present, Mike declared. The first matchup of the second bracket. For those of you just tuning in, the matchups for the coming bracket were randomized, each and every one of them matched with different opponents. This adds a level of shock and awe common to the calling these students pursue. So with that out of the way, let's once again meet our contestants. In one corner is our determined defender with a mop of green curls, Izuku Midoriya. In the other corner, the icy-eyed juggernaut, Shoto Todoroki. It took everything Izuku had to keep his breathing regulated and minimize the trembling of his knees. His brain was working in overdrive as he faced Shoto, who seemed utterly unperturbed at the circumstances. A mask, he was certain, at least in part. Shoto had not been shy in declaring him a rival for his apparent connection to All Might. But there was no way his fellow student was feeling as nervous as Izuku. Think, Izuku, he scolded himself. Ochako believes in you, and so does Tenya. All Might believes in you. Now think. He began turning over every detail he could recall about Shoto's quirk and fighting style in his head, thoughts and ideas rolling like a washing machine. It was still not promising for his chances. It wasn't just Shoto's powerful quirk, although that was certainly a factor and a big one at that. It was his intense training prior to attending UA, obvious even if Shoto hadn't spoken of it directly. It was his insight, his instincts, his grit. He had what it took to be a great hero, and it wouldn't shock Izuku if he did indeed rise to the top 5 hero rankings at some point in his life. But not with only his ice. That stood out to Izuku as his one saving grace against Shoto. He, too, had noticed the drawbacks of Shoto using his ice in large amounts in rapid succession. It made perfect sense. Quirks were extensions of a person's bodily functions, and every quirk had some kind of drawback. It seemed that Shoto's ice caused a rapid drop in his body temperature, inducing hypothermia and, pushed even further, probably such ailments as frostbite. It stood to reason that using his fire would have the opposite effect and cause a rise in his temperature, as Izuku had long theorized with Endeavor's Hellflame quirk. Shoto had even alluded to such a thing during their chat. Therefore it stood to reason even further that having Shoto overuse his ice would leave him vulnerable to close-range combat, as Ochako had done during their duel. It would give Izuku a chance to launch him from the ring with a well-landed push powered up by Fa Gene. A solid strategy. The remaining problem, though, was the sheer scope of Shoto's ice. He had covered half of the arena in one move at least twice today. And no amount of Fa Jin's kinetic energy to boost his speed or strength would allow him to outrun or overpower even a single barrage. He was against a wall literally, a wall of ice, and no tactic or strategy he could come up with in this brief time had theoretically panned out. "You are not alone," said a woman's voice in his ear. "Nana Shimura." Izuku took a shuddering inhale and tried to let Nana's words comfort him. He briefly considered the fact that she was able to speak with him, but put that in the back of his mind to think over later. The first round of the second bracket, Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki. Midnight called. She cracked her whip. "Begin." "Goodbye, Midoriya," Shoto said, and he sounded as if he did, indeed, regret what was coming. He stomped his foot, just as predicted, and something happened. Izuku felt his arm rise in a twitching motion, his index finger tingling like a surge of electricity. He curled his finger under his thumb and flicked. Naked force lashed out and ripped apart the forming ice wall like glass under a sledgehammer. Pain lanced through Izuku's finger, and a warm sensation tingled throughout his body, dulling the pain. His reserves were filled up by the blast, just as before. "Not enough," Shoto declared, his teeth bared with frustration. He stepped again, and another, larger spear of ice raced at him. Leapt for the skies, Izuku. Shoto grit his teeth against the cold that sunk its teeth into his right side. He'd considered holding back in his first attack, but decided it was too risky. Midoriya was tied to All Might, and almost certainly had borne training similar to his own. He had wondered if the unsure, stumbling, nervous appearance was a facade to throw off rivals, but decided it was far too deep to be anything but genuine. So he'd released a more focused form of his initial, wide-scale ice wall that wouldn't rise over the crowd, but would leave Midoriya no room to maneuver. And it was a good thing, as something Midoriya had done had ripped his ice wall to pieces, the force of it still enough to wash over Shoto and push him back a few steps even afterward. But Shoto was observant, himself. He had realized that Midoriya's force-based quirk needed time to accumulate and had a finite reservoir of energy. Whatever he had done had undoubtedly drained him dry. So another focused ice wall came, the one that brought the chill in him to such a throbbing bite. And like before with Uraraka, Midnight did not call the match. The crowd was silent. A sinking intuition dawned on Shoto and he looked up, and a sense of déjà vu came to him as he saw a distant figure floating in the sky. "Again?" he asked aloud, exasperation muted by sheer surprise. "Unbelievable, folks. We've got another aerial evasion that I can safely say not one of us could have seen coming." Izuku only faintly registered present mixed commentary as he wobbled and wavered in midair. "What the hell?" he wheezed, his unmitigated shock letting slip a rare swear. "That would be from me," Nana's voice said. Time seemed to slow as Nana seemed to appear before him, her cape billowing in imaginary wind. "That was my quirk, Izuku. Float. Though, cooking inside one for all while Toshi wielded it has made float far more powerful. It's more like flight at this point, though I do prefer the original name. I can use other quirks?" Izuku asked in unashamed awe. "Soon," Nana said with a nod and a faint smile. "As you adjust to each one and earn the respect of other past bearers, they can grant you access to their quirks until you are ready to use each of their original powers." She looked down, her lips pursed. "I agree that your main disadvantage against this Shoto kid is maneuverability." She looked back to him and her small smile turned into a grin. "I thought this might level the playing field. But I don't know how to fly," Izuku pointed out. "Oh, I know that," Nana said, her grin growing just a little. "That's why, just this once, I can offer direct help. If, and only if, you allow me." Shoto shook off his surprise and began pacing, breaking the frost from his skin while slowly warming and loosening his muscles. There was no way Midoriya thought a battle of attrition would win him the match, so he had to be ready. He felt his flames liking at the edges of his will, ready to burst free, and forced them down with a muted snarl as he focused on Midoriya's sudden new power. "What is this?" he wondered sternly. "I doubt it's like Uraraka's zero gravity. Could it be some kind of self-propelled flight? If so, where did it come from?" His thoughts were stopped by Midoriya flipping forward in midair and launching bodily towards him, skimming over the ice like an Arctic bird. Shoto slid his left foot back and focused on his right, generating another, narrower ice wall over the first to intercept. But Midoriya spun in a barrel roll and swerved from its path, arcing upward just as he neared the ground and back toward Shoto. "He's fast," Shoto thought, "and maneuverable." On reflex, he created a pillar of ice beneath him to launch him into the air and out of Midoriya's way. A pillar that was reduced to chunks when Midoriya slammed into it with a cry of smash. He kept flying through it, but darted up before he crossed the boundary line and hovered several feet in the air. "Is this what you call heroics?" Midoriya asked loudly, almost angrily. He darted through the air as Shoto began to fall, all but helpless in the grip of gravity. Shoto grit his teeth and summoned a huge slab of ice to divert Midoriya, or to absorb the force of the punch that was coming. A rush and blur to his left indicated a dodge just as Shoto reached the ground, rolling to spread out the impact and regain his feet. "You could have had me there," Midoriya snapped. "If you used your left side." Shoto hissed as those words registered, prodding at his temper. His flames licked at his left arm, but he wrenched them down. "What did you say to me?" he asked, his voice hard and cold as the ice that littered the arena. "You heard me," Midoriya cried. "We're here giving it everything we have to make our dreams become truth. But you're handicapping yourself." Shoto focused his anger away from his left and into his right, growling as the cold seeped deeper into his belly when he eked another spike of ice toward Midoriya. But he didn't fly toward the ice. He simply banked away in a horizontal arc. "You think you can win this with only half of your strength, Todoroki? You haven't put a scratch on me yet." He hooked a thumb at his chest to illustrate. "If you can't win against some untrained kid with that handicap, how do you plan to be number one?" He tilted forward, prepared to charge. "How do you expect to save anyone?" Shoto snarled and dug deep for more ice. But he didn't launch it forward. He waited until Midoriya drew too close for comfort, unwilling to fully commit at such range. Then he sidestepped, his movements sluggish, and formed an ice wall for Midoriya to slam into headfirst. "Smash!" Midoriya shouted, clear and bright as a trumpet, and did just that to once again reduce the ice to mere fallen hail. The force of it pushed Shoto back a step, clearing the air for Midoriya to fly past and arc back into the air to float and wait. "What do you intend for this, Midoriya?" Shoto shouted. "You're asking for my fire?" He created a growing ramp to guide him into the air toward Midoriya, the cold chewing at him even as his anger seemed to keep the worst of it at bay. "Now I'm past mad and set off." Midoriya grimaced and darted to meet him. Shoto jumped from his favored right foot, but Izuku's grimace turned into the barest grin and he swung a straight punch. He expected that, Shoto realized, dread gripping his heart. And then the punch came straight to Shoto's torso, with force that felt in the moment like a train car. He was distantly surprised to hear no bones breaking. Shoto screamed in fury and formed a single small spike in the ice to halt his slide back, launching himself forward to engage in hand-to-hand. Midoriya narrowed his eyes and dodged, but his foot slipped and he had to recover his balance. That burning focus in his eyes wavered for a moment, then reasserted itself and he floated just above the ice to come at Shoto with more punches. In turn, Shoto dodged as best he could, offering counters where he could. But this tight spot had its tactical advantage, small as it was. As the fight kept up with their fists, it kept Shoto moving. It broke the frost from his body and forced his muscles to move, to generate body heat that dulled the razor edge of the cold inside, even just a little. "Why are you doing this?" Shoto demanded. "What do you benefit from me using those cursed flames?" A thought occurred to him, and his anger flared, focused by the cold inside. "Did my father put you up to this? Bribe or coerce you?" "Of course not." Midoriya shouted, and the sheer pure conviction in those 3 words left no doubt. Then why? Shoto demanded, punching when he saw an opening. Midoriya was clearly untrained in any form of martial arts, but the cold was sapping Shoto's strength and speed, locking his body into place if he didn't keep moving. Why are you doing this? To show you the truth. Midoriya shouted as he came forward again. I want to be a true hero. One who can smile and make sure everything is okay. To make sure everyone knows it's okay. Those words resonated inside Shoto's mind, in his memory. But to do that, I have to give everything I have, with everything I've got. Midoriya's eyes seemed to catch fire. And so should you. He backed off, and that fiery gaze so different from the cold will of endeavor tempered into something more warm than hot. I can't understand what you've been through, Todoroki, he said, speaking rather than shouting, but his voice carrying all the same. Your life, your hardships, it's been so different from mine. His eyes narrowed, like shutters focusing light. But that doesn't matter right now, neither side of it. Memories started bursting from the cage Shoto had held them in for years. Cracks were forming in that prison, widening under mounting pressure. Shut up, Shoto seethed, to Midoriya and to his own mind. But the memories were still pushing, ready to come back in a straight stream, like water escaping an overpressured pipe. Memories of his father's training, of his mother trying and failing to protect him from Endeavor's brutal methods. Memories of her consoling him to the best of her meager ability. Of him wailing that he didn't want to be like Endeavor, a bully who hurt his wife and children. You still want to be a hero, don't you? His mother's voice spoke gently in his ear. You can be the kind of hero you want to be. You can't beat me, Todoroki, Midoriya said, and then launched himself at a terrible speed. Not like this. And he landed another of those devastating blows that knocked Shoto from his feet to begin falling and rolling down his own ramp, to bump and bruise and only slow when he hit the cement of the arena and halted mere feet from the boundary. More memories began to play behind Shoto's eyes as he vaguely registered Midoriya picking his way down the ice. Not flying. Memories played of his siblings having fun without him, of his father taking him away to train away from their world. Of his mother starting to lose herself, of how he got his scar. From his own mother pouring boiling water onto the side of his face that most resembled Endeavor. Of Endeavor sending her to a mental hospital, and Shoto's anger calcifying as he resolved to never be like Endeavor, to never use his flames. I won't be like him, Shoto found himself spitting, dragging himself to his feet despite his muscles trembling even as they locked up from the cold. I will not use his power, in my left side. Your left side? Midoriya shouted, his eyes now more bright than warm, his grimacing smile wider. As if he'd finally gotten to where he wanted this conversation to go. Your power, don't you see? Your flames, your quirk. Not his. Shoto gasped as one more memory surfaced, something he had not forced into the cage so much as neglected to think about. All Might's words in an interview on TV that he watched with his mother. Yes, that's right. Children do often inherit quirks from their parents. Or develop similar power sets. But the most important thing to remember is that a quirk is what you make of it, regardless of your history. You decide how you use it. That's what I mean when I say, I am here. Only you can decide to become a hero, no one else. Take this to heart, kids. You've got it. Then his mother spoke again, in the vaults of his mind. Honey, you do still want to be a hero, don't you? Stay true to yourself. You are not a prisoner of your lineage. It's okay to use your power, to become who you want to be. And with those words that vibrated in his very bones, Shoto let the grip on his left side loose. Heat arose within him, blessed, warming, burning heat. That thawed the razor frost and filled him with new strength. That emerged from his left side and exploded in a conflagration. Holy smokes, people! There's a fire in the house. Present Mike shouted. You helped me, Shoto observed as the cold finally melted away in the wake of his blazing left side. You moved me to push past my handicap, even though it would make it twice as hard for you. Midoriya, for the first time since he'd begun to fly, looked worried. He looked uncertain. And yet, there was pride hidden behind that nervousness. I want that too, Shoto declared. I want to be a hero. The pride was no longer hidden as Midortno. As Izuku smiled at him, a real smile instead of the nervous grimace or the baring of determined teeth. This was real, and it made Shoto feel pride in himself as well. This was a smile worthy of All Might's disciple. Shoto couldn't help but match that smile, to show his elation at taking hold of his own destiny. Yes, Shoto. Endeavor cried to the heavens as he heavily walked down the aisles of the stadium. Marvelous, just grand. Have you finally accepted yourself? This is a new era for our work. With my blaze in your blood, you will surpass me. You will live up to the reason you were born. For the first time in a long time, Endeavor's words seemed to have no effect. They curled away like paper tossed above a bonfire. Amazing, Izuku whispered, that quirk nerd shining through. You're smiling, Shoto observed. Even though I am now using my true strength, you're smiling. He scoffed with no malice behind it. You must be nuts, man. Izuku's smile faded into stony determination, and he nodded in something like agreement. Don't blame me, Shoto said, when this ends badly for you. He was right. There was no way this wouldn't end badly for him. Izuku had convinced Todoroki to save himself, to cast away the shackles holding him back, and in doing so had made it harder for himself. Could he possibly approach Todoroki now? Could he win? He clenched his fist and summoned that new power. Nana's power of float. My power? Nana whispered in his ear. It's not just Todoroki who needs to hear those words, Izuku. It's your power. Yours, not mine. Not ours. All of our quirks. Fault. They are yours, Izuku. Izuku felt tears welling up and dug deep for his determination. No matter what happened, he would go down fighting. Todoroki would no doubt come at him with a big ice attack. So he prepared float and waited there. As the ice came at him, he leapt and stabilized himself, flying above the wave of ice just as he had before. He reared back his fist and summoned every scrap of kinetic force he could bring from his reserves, and then he felt it again. Something deeper. Something vast and unspeakably powerful, like a tsunami or an erupting volcano. It latched onto Fa gene and boosted it, feeding into it, building upon it. You have the spirit of a true hero, Izuku, Yoichi whispered with almost brotherly pride. Smash! Izuku shouted as he punched forward with everything he had. There was light and heat and force and pain. It felt like his entire right side erupted into agony as his bones shattered and his muscles tore. He screamed his pain out as the conflicting forces of his own power, Todoroki's fire, and Cementoss's attempt to preserve them both became embattled and exploded outward in naked force. It pushed Izuku backward to land hard and roll like a log. Finally he came to a halt, and dimly noted that his arm was across the boundary line. Izuku Midoriya is out of bounds, Midnight declared with a crack of her whip, her voice haggard. Todoroki wins. Izuku bit back a groan as his arm continued to scream at him. Was this the power of one for all? Had he tapped into it beyond Fa gene? Not to mention he had used Nana's float quirk. What did all of this mean? Before he could begin to analyze, he passed out cold. Chapter 10. Izuku found himself dreaming of the vestiges again. Whoa, did I hit my head that hard? Izuku mused into the dark concrete room around him. Kind-hearted laughter sounded as Yoichi and Nana appeared as if walking out of fog. Both were still smiling as they approached Izuku. Your head was less roughed up than everything else. And that's the reason for this meeting, Yoichi explained, ruffling Izuku's fluffy hair. This guy thought it would be a good idea to grant you a moment's access to one for all, Nana mused, crossing her arms with a grin that was more big sisterly than motherly. As if you could talk, Nana, Yoichi gently rebutted, granting him float now of all times. Wait, hold on, Izuku said, his disembodied hand batting away Yoichi. You let me use your quirk. Dash. You can do that. It's not quite that simple, Yoichi explained, motioning with his hands as he spoke. You are slowly adjusting to one for all, even if you can't reliably access the core quirk yet. We think, Nana said, holding up a finger to emphasize the word think, that you're going to backtrack your way through all of the previous quirks before you fully embrace Yoichi's part of it. She snorted and glanced back at the silhouette still hiding behind one of the pillars. Except for that guy's buddy, who really won't let you use the second quirk until you prove yourself. Izuku, showing a bit of self-awareness, covered his mouth with his manifested hand as he thought over this development, muffling the string of mumbled chatter. After a short while, he shook his head and uncovered his mouth to ask another question. "So, I can fly permanently now?" he asked. "Yep," Nana said happily, popping the pea. "So, how did I fly so well earlier?" he asked hesitantly. "I mean, you said you could help me and I kind of just knew what to do?" "That was a one-time thing," Nana warned, again holding up her index finger to illustrate. "The quirk was fresh moving from me to your use, and I was able to kind of—" She held her chin as she searched for a good word, "guide your subconscious as you focused on Todoroki." Her eyes brightened and she stepped forward. Which, speaking of dash, she smacked him lightly over the back of the head and pointed at him. "Don't you cripple your chances like that against an actual villain, kid." "Nana," Yoichi chided as Izuku rubbed the back of his head, "he helped that boy." "And I'm as proud of that as you are," Nana said breezily with a smile before she fixed Izuku with a stern look. "But when you're up against real villains, kid, you need to save the inspirational speeches for after they're down. Otherwise it could cost you, your friends, or any number of civilians their lives or worse. You get me?" "I think so," Izuku said sadly. Then he stiffened as Nana wrapped him in a loose hug. "I'm sorry I smacked you, kid," she said quietly. "But you need to realize this lesson now." "K. Okay," he sighed. The concrete room began to dissolve into formless smoke, as did Nana and Yoichi. "Our time is almost up," he said, "and we won't be able to contact you for some time." He sighed and brushed his hair back. "Talk to All Might about the previous wielder's quirks. See if you can get preemptive training on them." "Right," Izuku said as his own form began to dissolve. "And remember that we're proud of you, Izuku," Nana said, ruffling his hair just as Yoichi had as they all faded completely. Izuku gasped as he awoke, then groaned as his head throbbed like someone was pounding his skull with a hammer. He grit his teeth against the pain and then tried to relax, to ease it away. In time, the throbbing eased into something more like a simple, pulsing ache, and he opened his eyes. As his sensation recovered from the migraine, he realized that his right arm was covered in bandages, and squares of gauze were strapped to several parts of his body as well. He blinked and looked around, belatedly realizing that he was in the infirmary. "Finally awake, eh?" Recovery Girl noted. "Whatever you did at the last bit of that match hurt you severely, Midoriya. I'm surprised I didn't have to put you through surgery. If this had happened before, I certainly would have by now." "What the last part?" Izuku asked vaguely, then everything came back to him. Flying, his shouted argument with Todoroki, tapping into the real one for that final gambit to pull out a win. "I guess I lost, huh?" he mused. "You did," Recovery Girl confirmed. "And frankly, I'm glad for it. With all of the trouble you've been getting into, at least you won't have a reason to harm yourself further." "Right?" he sighed. "Give me a moment to look you over and you should be free to go," Recovery Girl said briskly. She did just that and ushered Izuku out with a few more stern warnings to take it easy. Smiling faintly at the caring, if not exactly doting, school nurse, he made his way back to the bleachers to keep watching the matches. "Oh, hey Deku," Ochako greeted brightly. "Hey Ochako," he said back. "How much did I miss?" "Nothing, as it turns out," she said with a laugh. "Actually, you've got really good timing. They had to put some serious effort into repairing the arena after that last blast between you and Todoroki, so—" She shrugged with that last sentence, and Izuku smiled guiltily. "So who's up?" he asked, plopping down next to her with a sigh of relief. "Tenya's up against Yamamo," Ochako said, eyes bright and hands clenched on top of her thighs with excitement. "Speed versus utility. Who do you think is gonna win?" "I think it mostly depends on what Yayorozu does at the opening," Izuku theorized. "If she uses the right tool, she can give herself an advantage. But if not, she doesn't have the outright firepower to bring Tenya down. Welcome back, folks, after that half-mad, half-insane, all-awesome last match. With the arena fixed up, we bring you our next contestants, the class representative versus the vice representative. We've got the lovely lady who can pull anything out of thin air, Momo Yaoyorozu. And then the stiff speedster with a kick like a team of horses, Tenya Ida. Both fighters ready? Midnight asked. Both nodded, and she cracked her whip. Fight! Momo began the fight by forming a shield in one hand and a canister in the other. She popped the lid and flung something dark and thick in an arc before her. Wait, was that grease? She dropped the canister and created a short staff in its place. In that brief time, Tenya had darted across the arena and braced himself for his gambit. He knew Momo quite well from their time working as rep and vice rep, and knew better than perhaps anyone at UA how intelligent she was. She'd have something up her sleeve, and so he had tried to take a page from Midoriya and Ochako's books and be unexpected. He leapt over the grease and willingly telegraphed a strong kick, forcing Momo to duck behind her shield for the bruising impact that never came. Or rather, it didn't come from the front. Tenya had sailed past her, mere inches from her left side, so close that she felt the rush of air from his proximity, and pivoted with incredible precision to seize Momo by the waist and run with all of his might. He carried the stunned and floundering Momo to the edge of the arena and lightly tossed her across the line to stumble across but remain on her feet. And Yaoyorozu is out of bounds. Midnight declared with a crack of her whip. Ida moves on to the next round. My apologies for anything untoward, Yaoyorozu, Tenya said with a deep bow. No, it's fine, Momo said, her eyes distant as she began to process. She took a deep breath and straightened her posture. I applaud your cleverness, she said, her tone almost painfully formal. And I yours, Tenya said. Grease against a runner. Quite clever indeed. Thank you, she said with a fragile smile and made her way back towards the entrance to the stands, followed by Tenya until he received a call on his phone. Tensei? He asked aloud and answered. Brother? Are you all right? Poor Yamamo, Ochako said. Credit to Tenya, though, for thinking on his feet, Izuku said with a smile. He really has gotten more flexible in his thinking lately. They continued to discuss the match until Tenya arrived and sat down with a pensive expression. They traded a glance and Ochako spoke up, Hey, Tenya. Nice work out there. She tilted her head. You okay? Oh, I'm fine, Tenya said. I received a strange call from my brother just now. Strange how? Izuku asked. Strange because I thought he was working at the moment, Tenya explained. He asked me how the tournament was going and told me he was proud of me and that he loved me, no matter how far I got in the festival. Ah, that's nice, Ochako said, clapping her hands to her cheeks with delight. Makes me wish I'd had a big brother to look up to, Izuku said. Yes, Tenya smiled. I am quite lucky. Little did Tenya realize how true that was. Nor that Tensei had called after a brush with death, though not his own. One of his sidekicks had been brutally killed on today's patrol and Tensei had been the one to find the body. The methods of execution were consistent with the infamous hero killer. The next match was Bakugo versus Tokoyami. As the two prepared, Izuku bit his lip. He'd considered this matchup against the matches beforehand, and the conclusions he'd drawn were not good for Tokoyami. If Izuku was right, then Dark Shadow was weakened by light, which would include the light from Katsuki's explosions. That would force Tokoyami to rely on close-quarters combat, and as he'd seemingly never needed to rely on such a thing before, it was likely that his skills were nominal at best. The odds were stacked against him. Just as Izuku had predicted, Katsuki came at Tokoyami with an overwhelming offense focused not upon their classmate, but upon Dark Shadow. It seemed that he'd drawn the same conclusion as Izuku. By the end of a fearsome barrage of explosions that left Dark Shadow whimpering with terror, Katsuki had Tokoyami pinned to the ground and surrendering. I knew that match against Aoyama meant something, Ochako said, unwittingly echoing Izuku's thoughts. He must have realized that Naval Laser would have weakened Dark Shadow. And he did a good job of covering it up, Izuku noted. Bakachan's always been quick on the uptake. He must have figured it out too. Ochako hummed with faint disapproval at Izuku's faint praise, but decided to let it go. He wasn't wrong after all. That leaves Ishido and Shiro to battle for a place in the final four, Tenya said, holding his chin. Unless I miss my guess. No, you're right, Izuku said. He glanced at his friends. Any thoughts on who will win? Are you saying you don't? Ochako teased. I do, but I want to hear you guys first. He smiled. For once. Shiro's got a useful quirk and serious skills with it, Ochako said, but Ishido's got him beat quirk versus quirk. And if it comes down to hand, well, I don't know how well Shiro can fight, but I'm pretty sure Mina could beat him black and blue. You're that confident in her physical capabilities? Tenya asked. She's the most fit of all US girls, Ochako said decisively. Except maybe Tsu. Soon enough, the next match was ready to start. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the final match of the second round. In one corner, the acidic alien queen, Mina Ishido. In the other corner, the sticky dispenser Hanta Shiro. Fighter ready? Fight! Midnight cracked her whip, and the battle began. Hanta started out the match as he had his match with Hatsum, by firing twin strands of tape at his opponent. Mina cartwheeled out of the way and threw handfuls of viscous acid at Hanta, who flung himself out of the way to let them splatter to the ground and begin to chew away at it. This carried on a few times before Hanta got creative. He fired one strand at Mina's legs, Mina instinctively jumping to avoid it, and leaving her unable to dodge the strand that came at her from his other elbow while she was airborne to wrap around her upper body from shoulders to hips. Gotcha, he shouted triumphantly. You sure? Mina asked with a wide grin, and the tape began smoking and melting. Mina strained and, with a short shout of effort, the tape snapped like twine before she threw her hand forward to hurl another glob of acid, racing closer as she went. Hanta yelped and jumped backward, casting out strands of tape to trip her up, but Mina swiped them away with enough acid on her hands to keep them from sticking. As she drew close, Mina flicked the droplets from her hands and engaged in close combat with a flurry of punches at Hanta's face and knees toward the ribs. Hanta blocked and evaded with surprising dexterity, even getting in a hit of his own or two, but soon Mina overbore him and swept his feet out from under him to send him crashing to the ground. She planted a knee on his back and held it there. Say it, Shiro, Mina teased. Fine, Hanta groaned and raised an arm. I give up. Shiro forfeits. Midnight called. Ishido moves on to the next round. I now see what you meant by a bad matchup, Tenya said, scratching his chin. It kind of makes you think, doesn't it? Izuku noted. Where do some of these quirks come from? Ochako and Tenya looked at him curiously, and Izuku blushed a bit under their friendly scrutiny and tugged at the neck of his jacket for air. I mean stuff like tape or, engines, he gestured at Tenya's legs, aren't exactly natural, you know? Wings, gills, a frog's tongue, bird heads, even fire and ice are natural in that they happen in nature. But tape is completely man-made, as are engines of any kind. It makes you wonder how quirks that parallel human technology developed in living things, right? Ochako and Tenya looked at each other. Did you catch all of that? Ochako whispered. Most of it, I believe, Tenya whispered right back. Your thoughts? I have no idea, she whispered and shrugged. You're the one with tech in your legs. What do you think? My quirk is at least 3 generations old and my family has little connection to mechanics, he replied. Guys? Izuku asked, his stomach turning. Are you okay? Oh, we're fine, Deku, Ochako chirped. We just can't figure it out either. She spread her hands in a helpless gesture. Quirks are weird, right? I mean, we're still not sure where they even came from. Uraraka has an excellent point, Tenya said, hand chopping to emphasize his point. And perhaps such questions are better left to dedicated scientists. After this festival, wouldn't you agree? Oh, right, Izuku smiled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. It just occurred to me. No harm done, friend, Tenya smiled. I think they're ready to announce the next round, Ochako said. Tenya, who are you hoping for? I think it's best not to say, he answered seriously. Lest fate try to play a cruel jest. That sounds like something Tokoyami would say, Ochako chortled, Izuku laughing with her. Alrighty folks, here's the randomized matchups for the final 4 contestants. 4 names appeared and began to flicker across the screen faster than anyone could read. A game show bell rattled as the names flickered for a solid 10 seconds, to slow and finally stop in their next and final configuration before the last match. Katsuki Bakugo vs Tenya Ida. Mina Ishido vs Shoto Todoroki. Oh dear, Tenya sighed, taking off his glasses to rub his eyes. It seems fate wasn't feeling generous after all. Katsuki grinned with relish at the tournament listing. So he was pitted against one of Deku's little soft-hearted stooges, huh? Even more than that, for Ice was a kid of some respected hero family. Bringing that stiff-butted BSTRD down would not only feel awesome and put the fear of explosion into that DMN nerd, it would cement that his rise to the #1 spot would be outside any DMN privilege of legacy. After he brought down Four Eyes, he'd get a shot at the icy hot BSTRD. Sure, he'd overheard all that about Endeavor being a piece of work, but the punk had to get over it. Heroes won, it was what they did. And if Icy Hot didn't have stones to push past his crappy childhood and rise up, then he didn't belong here. A small voice whispered in the back of Katsuki's mind that this was exactly what Izuku was doing, rising above his terrible childhood. And who made it so terrible? Katsuki shook off those thoughts and refocused. Icy Hot was his biggest obstacle in the race to the top, not Deku. He had a stupidly powerful and versatile quirk, tons of training in its use, a good head on his shoulders, and a mercilessness that would drive him to win. As much as it made Katsuki's grind his teeth to compliment anyone, even a rival and even in his own head, he couldn't deny the truth. Todoroki was good. Katsuki would only have to prove to everyone else what he himself already knew. He was better than anyone here or anywhere. Shoto hummed in thought at the lineup. Though he had learned his lesson about underestimating his fellow students with Uraraka, much less Midoriya, he was still fairly certain that he could defeat Ishido with only modest effort. Her acid could be formidable, but her range was still limited. Then again, he knew little about how acid would interact with ice, or he blinked and terminated that line of thought, deciding to assume that Ishido would have a trick or two up her sleeve for him to look out for. Then would come Bakugo. For whatever reason, that boy rubbed Shoto the wrong way. His temper was almost over the top and he was confrontational to a severe fault. He seemed to relish in gloating about his talents, which he had admittedly backed up several times. But it always somehow seemed like he was trying to prove the point to himself as much as everyone else. Not to mention he was needlessly abrasive, foolishly disrespectful, and very loud. It reminded him of a feral dog, always snapping and snarling at anything that drew near. There was something else about him, too. Something Shoto couldn't quite put his finger on. He brushed it aside and focused on the upcoming match with Ishido. He would consider his feelings on Bakugo after. Chapter 11. Here we are, folks. Present Mike crowed over the speakers. The first of the final 3 rounds. We've had one heck of a show, and found out the best that have been saved for last. The last few who, no matter what, will get a medal at the end of it all. He paused to let that sink in. Our first match has 2 boys who need no introduction by now, but I'm gonna do it anyway. The bespectacled speedster, Tenya Ida, versus the dynamite destroyer, Katsuki Bakugo. The first match of the final 3. Midnight announced on her own, with a snap of her whip. Fighters, are you ready? Tenya bowed to his opponent, his lips tight with concentration. Bakugo, he thought, I have seen how you treat my friend. I have had suspicions of your past so-called friendship for quite a while. Rest assured, should you defeat me, it will not be as easy as you seem to think. Katsuki bared his teeth in a mockery of a smile, his heart pounding. You may be a stiff-butted nerd stumbling after that demon nerd, but no hero family could produce a real weakling. Let's see what you can do, Four Eyes. He nodded, the motion shallow and without respect. Midnight cracked her whip. Fight! Both contestants tore forward, Tenya racing at full speed and Katsuki blasting forward with twin explosions. Tenya grit his teeth behind his lips as Katsuki's vicious grin grew even wider the closer they drew in mere seconds. Time it right, Tenya thought, and cut the power to his engines, quickly slowing to an average human pace. Katsuki was already in motion for an explosive open-hand strike from his right, just as Tenya recalled Midoriya saying after their second day, and would have landed the hit squarely if Tenya had kept up his pace. As it stood, Katsuki overreached and left himself open for Tenya to reignite his engines and spin into a split-second, blistering kick that sent his opponent flying toward the boundary line. Katsuki had reacted with uncanny reflex and lifted an arm to cushion the kick, though he spewed a silent string of curses at the ringing pain in his arm from it. With those same reflexes, he ignited another explosion that sent him hurtling back away from the boundary. He lashed out with a third explosion when Tenya came at him again, a straight punch this time that Katsuki flipped over with another blast that had him flipping through the air to land on the other side of the arena. Dang, he wanted this done fast, Katsuki thought, keeping up his grimacing grin. Can't deny that was a good plan. Almost worked. Blast, Tenya growled in his mind. Plan A has failed. Now he's on to me. What? Katsuki asked loudly, spreading his arms. Scared, Four Eyes? Maybe you're not a complete jackass after all. I cannot for the life of me understand how you plan to become a hero, Bakugo, Tenya said, shaking his head disapprovingly. Your demeanor is about as unheroic as I have ever seen. Shows what you know, Katsuki snapped, his hope for a good fight bubbling with aggravation at the words. A hero is someone who always wins. And if a legacy with a stick up his but can't keep up, it'll show every extra here what I'm capable of. As someone who was raised among exemplary heroes, Tenya said firmly, thinking of his brother, mother, and retired grandfather, you know much less than you seem to think. That is the most crass and shallow idea of heroism I have ever heard. He scoffed, though it raked against his nerves to show such disrespect even to Bakugo. Though why am I surprised by the Count of Crass who has no respect for anyone? Shut up. Katsuki barked, and Tenya was half surprised his spiky hair wasn't even spikier, like a dog with its hackles raised. I know what I am. And even better, I know what I will be. He pointed at Tenya, every inch of him radiating arrogant self-assuredness. I'll be better than your entire family. I'll claw my way to the top spot, over everyone in our class if I have to. Had it been anyone else, Tenya might have been impressed. Bakugo clearly meant every single word. And if his showings in class had been indicative, he had the talent to make it happen. Not with your attitude, Tenya said, simply and without ire. You can fight all you want, but it's not enough to be a real hero. He allowed himself a small grin and crouched into a prepared running stance. Not like Izuku, who I have no doubt will be the one to succeed all might. Mark my words. I'll mark more than that, a-hole. Katsuki roared, the mention of Deku cutting right through his nerves and igniting his temper once again. Enough talk. It was time to end this. Both combatants raced toward each other again, and unlike before they both committed. It was difficult to track the motions between the smoke from Katsuki's quirk and the sheer speed of the motions. With both boys able to bolster their speed and maneuver in the air, if by different methods and from opposite appendages, the crowd was on the edge of their seats to try and look closer. For several minutes, it was about evenly matched as they engaged, separated, and then re-engaged with even more determination than before, over and over again. Katsuki was not the only one with exceptional talent, and Tenya carried lifelong training and advice from those who had used his quirk before him. He had trained with his family for years in preparation for UA, and it showed. But Katsuki had clearly practiced with his quirk to a remarkable degree as well, and his reflexes helped him keep up with Tenya's legs. In the end, it was a quirk of fate that decided the match. In all the non-stop use, Tenya's engines began to overheat. Normally, this would not be a problem, but the air remained hot as well from Katsuki's explosions. But even more than that, the thick smoke was cloying to his engine's mechanisms. For just a moment, his engines stalled. And that was all the opportunity Katsuki needed. Die, he shouted, and focused every drop of sweat he could into his clasped palms to direct an explosion at Tenya's chest, the force of it sending the vice representative hurtling backward on the ball of his feet. Tenya tried reigniting his engines, stalling twice before they restarted, and poured his energy into them to try and negate his backward momentum. He slowed on his grinding saws and came to a stop, right on the other side of the line. "Ida is out of bounds," Midnight declared with a crack of her whip. Bakugo moves on to the next round. The crowd cheered at the incredible display, and Tenya forced himself to relax and turned to offer a deep bow to Midnight and then a small bow of concession to his opponent. Predictably, Bakugo smirked at him and turned with no attempt to do the same. Tenya swallowed his discontent with such behavior and made his way back to the stands to be met with Izuku and Ochako's understanding eyes and small, supportive smiles. "That was incredible, Tenya," Ochako said honestly. "I'll have a lot of questions for you later," Izuku promised with the faintest mischievous gleam in his eye. "Thank you, friends," Tenya said with a much lower bow. "I must admit I am not pleased with the turnout, but it's no use complaining." "You did your best, Tenya," Ochako said, patting his shoulder. "And against Kacchan, of all people," Izuku said with a gleam of pride in his eyes. "You had him on the ropes, made him fight for his victory." He shrugged. "There's no shame at all in that." Tenya smiled wanly at the intent behind Izuku's words, but the words themselves kept him from smiling any wider. This earnest young man's admiration for such of the only phrases that came to mind were delinquent or piece of work was concerning. Bakugo was a formidable individual, but clearly had many issues to work out before he could truly be a hero. And if Tenya's guesses about their shared childhood were accurate, it painted an unsettling picture. Ochako allowed herself a tight frown when she was sure Izuku wasn't looking. Her thoughts were unknowingly mirroring Tenya's, though far more strongly. She looked around and settled her eyes on Bakugo, her lip curling at his ambivalent scowl. Then she looked at Todoroki, the boy who had defeated her, and then Izuku, his expression just as remote, but not at all hostile. Ochako knew who was coming up, and as much as she adored Mina as a person and as a friend, she also knew who would win. "Kick his butt, Todoroki," she growled in her mind. "Welcome back yet again, folks. Here we are at the second to last round. We're all chomping to see who goes to the last, so let's make it quick. We've got the pink powerhouse, Mina Ishido, versus the burning cold avenger, Shoto Todoroki. Fighters ready?" Midnight called. Both contestants nodded. Midnight cracked her whip. "Fight." As expected, Shoto opened up with his usual icy wall to cover the area and end it quickly. Ishido yelped as she was caught in the ice up to her shoulders and moved backward by the force, nearly to the edge of the ring. Shoto took a deep, steadying breath and grit his teeth as he relaxed himself and ignited the left of his body. He sighed as the familiar, instantaneous chill that had invaded his body soothed with the heat. Then he blinked as the sound of laughter caught his attention. Ishido was giggling like a madwoman, and something about it didn't sit right with him. "You didn't push me out of the ring," Ishido said between more giggles, and the ice around her began to steam. "You would have won if you did." "But now she flexed and the ice shattered from around her. She leapt from the small crater and bound over the ice like a doe, straight for Shoto. Shoto grunted in surprise, but not frustration. He leaned on his right foot and sent a stream of ice at the pink girl like a battering ram. On her part, Ishido just leapt with a sideways flip over the ice and kept coming at him and necessitating another ice wave to put distance between them. As this dance wore on, Shoto puzzled over how Ishido had escaped his ice wall. It came to him when he considered her quirk. Acid. Mixing strong acids with water often caused an exothermic reaction, with the amount of heat generated depending upon the ratio of acid to water. Dripping water into a tank of sulfuric acid, for example, would cause a devastating explosion, which was why diluting strong acids invariably meant mixing small amounts of acid with large amounts of water over time. Shoto had no real idea what the chemical formula for Ishido's acid was, assuming it wasn't unique to her. But if she had produced a mid-strength acid, it would have reacted with the ice to produce heat while not burning her own skin, and that could have melted and weakened the ice enough to allow her to free herself. As Ishido drew in close, Shoto remembered something else about strong acids. They were very flammable. He acted an ice wall to shield himself from globs of viscous acid that Ishido had begun throwing at him, the chill starting to seep back into him. His flames flicked at his right side, but an image of himself releasing those flames at his classmate and accidentally igniting her acidic coating and burning her to death made his stomach turn. He repressed his flames with long practice and decided to grit his teeth and bear it. That had been the plan from the start of this festival, after all. He'd be fine. On that note, it was also best not to drag it out. Shoto leapt back as his shielding wall crumbled from the heat of Ishido's acid. She leapt with a flip over the ice, landing with her feet together in a textbook-perfect landing, just where Shoto had planned. He sent a wave of ice that began low before rapidly rising up to capture Ishido and speed her out of the arena, trapped up to her neck this time and pushed across the boundary. Ishido is out of bounds, Midnight declared. Todoroki advances to the finals. As the crowds cheered, Shoto strode forward and began to melt the ice trapping Ishido. "Thanks for the advice," he said, trying to sound genuine for once. "I need to stop underestimating people." We both knew how this was gonna end," Ishido giggled as she wriggled free from the slush his fire had melted the ice into. "I can't just give it to you though, right?" "I appreciate that you didn't," Shoto said, offering a hand to help her. Mina took it with a wide grin and hauled herself out of the ice. "You know something, Todoroki?" she asked. He grunted in question. "You give off this vibe like you're a distant, untouchable statue, and you totally are," she said, her tone heavy with light-hearted teasing, "but I think that deep down you're a really sweet guy." Shoto blinked in surprise at the words. Thank you." "You're welcome." Ishido chirped and skipped ahead, presumably to join her own group of friends back in the stands. Shoto thought about what she said as he returned to the waiting room for his match with Bakugo. Ishido thought he was sweet? She always seemed to have a good feel for people, at least as far as Shoto could tell. If she said so, was she right? Such a thought hadn't occurred to him in so long, consumed as his life had been by training and bitterness. If she called him sweet, did that mean she would be open to being friends? Did he want that with Ishido? He blinked as he realized that, above all, he hoped that he and Izuku could be friends. Not just because the boy would certainly rise through the hero ranks with his indomitable drive, but because he seemed like the kind of person who would simply be a good friend. Uraraka and Ida certainly seemed to think so. He shook his head lightly and checked the room number before opening the door, to find Bakugo in the room. "Hey, what the hell?" Bakugo snapped. "What are you doing in my room?" "This is room 2A, Shoto replied evenly. "That's my room." "You liar." Bakugo snapped, stomping over. "This is room 1A for Dash." Perhaps to his credit, he did stomp over to check the room number. The sign reading 2 seemed to shut him up for a second before he apparently willed his temper back to something like half throttle. "Oh right. Well," he jabbed a finger at Shoto without actually touching him, "you better appreciate that, icy hot. Because it's the only way you'll ever get ahead of me, ever." With that, Bakugo shoved past Shoto and stomped into his own room, slamming the door for whatever reason. Shoto took a breath and arched his eyebrows upon realizing that his hands were clenched into fists. His breathing was heavier. He was angry? What on earth? Those mannerisms, for lack of a better term, had never bothered him before. It had quite frankly just been part of the background, with all of his focus narrowed on becoming a great hero, better than his father. His eyes widened at that thought. Perhaps more accurately, that realization. He had been measuring himself against his father this whole time? Much like his father had measured himself, and by extension Shoto, against All Might. He'd have to work on that. Shoto closed the door behind him and took a seat at the provided table, beginning to take even breaths as he meditated in preparation for the final match. A match against Bakugo. His breathing sped up at the realization that his hands were shaking again, frost gathering on his right as flames licked from his left. He willed his breathing to slow and his heart rate to settle. He worked to think of something to help him calm from whatever this was. Before now, he had always delved into his right side, letting the cold slowly consume his emotions. Not literally, of course, but the psychological metaphor helped. It was a placebo and he knew it, but it still worked to help him shut out his emotions and focus. Now though, he didn't want to. Ever since the start of his time at Yoshodo had been silently derisive of his emotional and often over-the-top classmates. Ida's somehow exaggerated yet caring strictness, Kirishima's impassioned manliness, Uraraka's perkiness, Ashido's peppiness. He wasn't sure what the difference was, perhaps a matter of intensity, Aoyama's flamboyance, Izuku's nervousness, Yoeyaro's sweet charm, Kaminari's playfulness, Bakugo's temper. It had all seemed like a distraction, a diversion from their studies and his. But now he was considering another side to the coin. His classmates all seemed happy. Not simply content or making it through each day, but happy with their lot. Well, except Bakugo. He always seemed aggravated, if not outraged. His classmates were loud and intrusive and often outright mystifying. And many of them had made it to the finals. Many of them had surprised him, the one among them trained to never be surprised. He was brought out of his thoughts by the alert to move to the arena. Shoto stood and blinked to find himself relaxed. Really? Had thinking about his classmates helped him calm down? He snorted at the thought that such a thing was why Endeavor was always so angry. The man had no friends. I'll have to change that about myself, he resolved and left the waiting room. He lifted his eyebrows to find Bakugo already at the end of the hall. I told ya, icy hot, he shouted. You won't beat me in anything. You got that? Shoto felt that odd bitterness coating his tongue but shook it off as he again considered the way his classmates had moved up the tournament. He calmed himself without a shred of frost and resumed his way to the arena. We'll see, Bakugo, Shoto thought coldly with a small, determined frown. We'll see. Chapter 12. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's been one wild ride after another, but we're finally here. The final two contestants of the first years. We've seen them duke it out all through the flipping roster, and now they stand before us ready to prove who is the best of their class. In one corner, we've got Shoto Todoroki, the icy hero to be. In the other, we've got the explosive Katsuki Bakugo. Are you ready to see who tops the mountain? 'Cause I sure am. Katsuki bared his teeth in a rictus smile as he tuned out present mic. For a pro hero, the guy was a showboating moron. No, Todoroki was the one to focus on now. The BSRD was just standing there, narrowed eyes the only indication that he wasn't just waiting for the bus or something. Acting like he was superior, above everyone else. As if his dad being the number 2 hero meant dash. Katsuki's rage hit a snag at that thought. He'd been there, listening from around the corner when Todoroki spilled his life story to Deku. The ICD hadn't held a thing back, and the simmering rage in his emotionless voice had been almost startling. He'd had a pretty crappy childhood, kinda like Deku. Katsuki shook his head, focusing on his fury. It was like the fires of his explosions, a purifying force that seared away distractions. He always used it, even reveled in it. Anger gave him strength, enhanced his quirk, and cast aside any qualms he may have about fighting with everything he had to win. Because he would win. There was no alternative. Todoroki had beaten Deku, and so Katsuki would prove his superiority. Todoroki was strong, he couldn't deny that without being an utter fool. But he'd have to settle for his old man's curse. Being a perpetual number 2, in the shadow of someone who would never lose. Come on, Katsuki snarled under his breath, mentally cursing Midnight as she asked if they were ready. Diamond Hag. Of course I'm ready, he shouted. Todoroki only nodded, cool as the ice under his skin. Midnight raised her whip. Shoto thought furiously as he ignored Present Mic's announcement. Honestly, did the man ever stop? It seemed exhausting. He considered his opening move and decided that his usual spear of ice would be too predictable. He needed a different opener. He considered his left side, but something in his belly rolled over. It wasn't spite or hatred like he had felt before, but it was certainly unpleasant. He also wondered if Bakugo's quirk would make him resistant to fire, but decided that even if so, it would only help his hands generate more sweat. As he flexed his hands to keep them loose, Shoto focused on Bakugo's expression of all things. That skull-like mockery of a grin, so different from Izuku's wobbly attempt to encourage others or the wide smile of determination. Granted, Bakugo's grimace of a grin had plenty of determination, but it was tainted, he supposed, by his desire to wreak havoc and prove himself better than anyone else. Out of nowhere, that feeling twisted in his belly again, and for the briefest moment Bakugo's face seemed to blur into something else. Someone else. Someone similar, but worse. He shook that away and settled on his opener. Fight! Midnight called with a crack of her whip. Bakugo's reaction was as quick as anticipated. He blasted himself into a side flip to avoid Shoto's favored opener, which left plenty of time for the wall of ice Shoto actually created that wrapped in a half circle in front of him, cutting Bakugo off and keeping him from immediately countering. The familiar chill settled in Shoto's belly, and he winced and began to repress the instinctive urge to use his fire to heat himself. Then he blinked and used just a little to raise his body temperature back to normal. That hadn't been a problem, really. Rather than fly over it, Bakugo smashed his way through Shoto's ice wall and rushed to try and pelt him with explosions. Shoto iced the arena floor and gathered more ice under his foot to skate along and out of reach, using the curved wall as a ramp to keep out of harm's way. "That all you got, Icy Hot?" Bakugo shouted, propelled by his explosions in corkscrew flips. "We both know it's not. Quit screwing around and fight me." Shoto growled in irritation, the feeling of bitterness and something worse rising in his belly again. What was this? He mentally shook it off and began planning, clapping his hand to the ice wall to launch pillars at Bakugo. He knew the hothead was too agile in the air to have it end the match, but it gave him a second to think. What was the best way to neutralize him? Could he freeze Bakugo's hands? It would keep him from sweating and possibly neutralize his explosions. He briefly considered wrapping them both in a dome of ice to lower the ambient temperature, but dismissed that as impractical. "What is wrong with you, moron?" Bakugo snarled, hurtling toward him with tongues of flame leaking from his palms. "You think you can beat me with half your arsenal?" Shoto juked out of the way, but Bakugo was faster than expected and grabbed a hold of his uniform. He hurled Shoto across the arena to stumble and roll before hitting another part of the wall. "You've held back your fire all year, so far," Bakugo snapped. "And then you bring it out to fight Deku and win. That same terrible, toothy grin. That weak little beach doesn't have what it takes," he snarled. "You want to rise to the top? Deku's not the one you'll have to worry about." He spread his arms wide as if presenting himself. "It's me. I'll be the next number one, and nothing can stop me." Shoto was rising to his feet when those words hit him like a ton of bricks and his head snapped up, eyes wide in unmitigated shock. For a long moment, he didn't see Bakugo wreathed in explosions. He saw his father, ranting about Shoto rising to be the number one hero in his place. And in that moment, puzzle pieces seemed to fall into place to create a clear, unsettling picture. He saw the parallels cemented between Bakugo and Endeavor. Where his classmate stood, he saw a strong, intelligent, willful man with a powerful, flame-based quirk. He saw great potential and talent, inhibited by a fearsome temper and blindness to any harm he brought to those close to him. He saw that damnable grin of arrogance. And anger, a mockery of All Might's joyful smile. Heat of aggression unrestrained by the warmth of devotion. And he saw the ego that drove him, whether it be Katsuki Bakugo or Enji Todoroki. The dogged, asinine refusal to admit to any shortcoming. The tunneled vision to take the top spot and prove that he was the best of the best, by any means necessary. Any means at all. A taint upon the heroism that resided in their soul. "What?" Bakugo snarled, and Shoto realized that he had been silent for quite a while. "Say something." Shoto felt his temper rise and fire began to pour from his left arm. Bakugo's smile widened, his eyes burning like his hands. "There it is. Bring it, Yubisudi." He held up his palms, small explosions dancing along in that bid of intimidation. "You finally get that it's the only way you'll win against the likes of me." Shoto's anger went cold, and his flames snuffed out with a sense of finality. Bakugo's grin fell, his skin paling and his eyes blazed. "What? Am I not worthy, little prince?" Frost gathered on Shoto's skin as he dug into his mother's no, his ice, and his breath steamed as he said, "No." Bakugo flinched as if he had been struck. What did you say? He growled. You are not worthy, Shoto repeated, the words almost dripping with venom. He shifted his stance into some stable but not combative. Midoriya is a noble soul, I've seen that with my own eyes. A quick memory of watching All Might in an interview as a child came to mind. He reminds me more of All Might than anyone I've ever met. I may have been wrong that they are related by blood, but the similarities remain. Both All Might and Midoriya wish more than anything simply to help others. Fame and glory are immaterial compared to that one goal. They would both destroy themselves 1,000 times over to save one person that they've never met. And that's selflessness. He blinked away the mist in his eyes as his voice grew more impassioned than he'd felt in a long time. That is the foundation of a real hero. Both of them shine like the sun, illuminating a dark world. His eyes narrowed. But you are not the sun. You are a fire that will burn everything in the path you have chosen to take. He began to tremble with anger, his teeth gritted. You remind me of my father. Thanks. I guess, Bakugo said, though his words were stilted, his voice brittle. That was not a compliment. Shoto bellowed at the top of his lungs, shocking even himself at such a loud bout of temper. It was the deepest insult I could ever give you. You egotistical bastard. He stomped his foot, unleashing the ice that had been building in his veins into a series of curving pillars that raced at Bakugo to press him out of the ring. As Bakugo shouted with rage and defiance and smashed his way through and between them, Shoto eased his flames to restore his body temperature. He had decided that he would not use his flames against Bakugo directly, but he would not ignore Midoriya's advice. It was his quirk, to be used how he saw fit. With his greatest handicap essentially gone thanks to the warmth of his flames, Shoto continued to generate icy pillars and walls to intercept his agile opponent. He kept up the onslaught, forcing Bakugo to spin and weave between constructs of ice, or otherwise smash them to slush, only for another wave of obstacles to bat him away from Shoto himself to avoid a clean hit. Other times, Shoto had to launch himself out of harm's way when Bakugo got too close and let the hothead of their class sail right past, only to start the process all over again. It was a game of attrition, a kind of offense versus defense that Shoto was keeping ahead in. But even so, his quirk still had limits beyond his body temperature. The strain of such prolonged use was catching up to him and would reach its peak if he didn't end this soon. And yet at the same time, it seemed that Bakugo was having similar troubles. His hands looked like they were smoking. Was his quirk burning him? But of even greater note was Bakugo's temper. The more his assaults were thwarted, the more angry Bakugo grew, and the angrier he grew, the more reckless he became. Desperate even. His ego was being pricked and prodded, and it was clouding his judgment. An idea sprang to mind, a terribly risky gamble. But then, against such a brazen hero to be, what wouldn't be a risky gamble? Shoto formed ice beneath his feet to maneuver him closer to the boundary line, hidden beneath the slush left from Bakugo's rampant defensive attacks. Is that all? He goaded, leaning into the cold to give his voice that hint of unintended derision that seemed to needle the hothead. No wonder you pick on Midoriya. If that's all you've got, then he'll sail right past you. What did you say? Bakugo shouted, his face almost comically twisted with fury. Come on, wannabe, Shoto said, hoping his admittedly poor trash talk would suffice. He curled his fingers inward in a bring-it-on gesture. Bakugo roared like a bull and launched himself at Shoto, whirling in a corkscrew that gathered the force of his explosions. Shoto braced his stance, timed it just right, and used his flames to push himself to slide along the ice just a bit to the side and out of Bakugo's reach, leaving him to sail past Shoto as he had many times before. This time, right past the hidden boundary line. Bakugo is out of bounds. Midnight declared. Todoroki wins. Bakugo was in the middle of turning to continue the match when the words seemed to strike him like a physical blow. His eyes were wide now with disbelief, one eye twitching dangerously at the simple fact that he had lost. You dash, he choked. Then his face turned red. You son of a dash. Then pinkish mist floated over him, and his eyes rolled into the back of his head as he collapsed to his knees and then folded to the ground. Shoto blinked and looked over at Midnight, who had torn a sleeve of her uniform to waft her somnambulist mist over him. "I can imagine where that was heading," she commented, "and it couldn't have been good." She strode confidently toward Shoto, her hips swaying in the overtly SSL way she seemed to add to everything, and she took Shoto's wrist to raise his arm into the air. The winner of the first year round of the UA Sports Festival. Shoto Todoroki. The crowd erupted into cheers, and Shoto felt. He wasn't sure how he felt. Or maybe it was that he was feeling a lot of things. He was proud, of course, having achieved what he had set out to do. He was habitually ashamed at having used his fire to get here despite his promise to himself, and scolding himself for that. Part of him felt he didn't deserve it, while another reveled in victory. He hoped his siblings were watching and proud of him. And a small part of him hoped his mother was also watching from where she was. And that she dare he even hope? Was proud to. With that small storm of emotions, he settled on a determined look and clenched the fist Midnight had raised, letting the crowd's cheers wash over him. His gaze darted to the competitor's box and found Izuku, Uraraka, Ida, and the others that he had fought against and not. He began to wonder in the back of his mind how to approach them from this point. He was self-aware enough to know he wasn't great at social interactions. Well, he supposed that would come after the award ceremony. When the arena had been cleared and the podiums raised, Tenya looked up from his place on the third stand at Bakugo and Todoroki. He scowled with disapproval at Bakugo's furious trembling and horrible scowl on the second-place podium, the boy looking as if he would work himself into a frenzy, or perhaps even a slide. Not to mention the sheer, unheroic brutality and abrasiveness that never failed to irk Tenya. And even with his wholehearted desire to be an impartial vice representative, Bakugo's consistent poor treatment of Izuku always seemed to make it that much worse. In a way, it seemed a piece of karmic irony that Bakugo would be saddled with second place. Just out of reach of his desires. He moved on to Todoroki, who seemed unusually stunned at his placement. In the sense that he seemed stunned at all, that is, compared to his usual stoicism that Tenya couldn't help but appreciate. Izuku had told him and Ochako a few bits about what had been discussed during their match, and Tenya had pieced a few things together. It seemed their dear friend had found another supportive rival and friend. "Hey," Ashido said from beside him on the podium, lightly punching his arm. "Come on, Ida. Smile a little." She did just that, grinning widely. "I bet your big bro is proud as can be right now." Tenya smiled in reply, but he also felt his stomach turn a little. His brother. The sense of foreboding from that phone call earlier still hadn't passed. He really needed to talk to Tensei soon. His musings were interrupted by Miss Midnight announcing the presenter of the awards, All Might himself. The #1 hero laughed his trademark hearty laugh and dove straight from the rim of the stadium to land before them. His announcement of "I am here" was jumbled a bit by Midnight's continued commentary, in a way that Tenya thought would be funny to others, but that he himself found a little tiring. In shared third place, All Might announced, placing bronze medals over their heads, Tenya, Ida and Mina Ishido. He placed his hands on their shoulders in a paternal gesture and spoke more quietly. "Nicely done, to the both of you. You have made progress in expanding your approaches," he looked at Tenya, "and applications for your power," he looked at Ishido. "Continue to focus on these improvements, and never stop growing." "Yes, sir," they said together, Tenya straightening himself into noble posture and Ishido flashing him a grinning thumbs up. All Might laughed and gave them a thumbs up of their own before moving on the Bakugo. In second place, we have Katsuki Bakugo. He tried to hand over the silver medal, but Bakugo snarled and shouted that second place was worthless. Even so, All Might said something else just too quietly to hear and Bakugo seemed to settle into sullen silence, enough that All Might could place the medal around his head. Finally, Tenya watched as All Might approached the highest podium and announced, "And this year's champion, Shoto Todoroki." As he was just a bit closer, Tenya could pick up what they said to each other. "Well done, young Todoroki. My deepest congratulations. If I may, I assume you have a reason for being reluctant to use your left-hand power?" "It's a long story," Todoroki said. If you want to know, you can feel free to ask your disciple. He smiled just a bit and looked up to face All Might. You saw what he did for me, even if it hurt his chances. I've begun to see why you are so invested in him. I am invested in each and every one of you, young Todoroki, All Might gently corrected, or at least, gentle for his booming voice. Never forget that. You and all of the others may come to me for anything you may need. What I want is to be a hero like you, Todoroki said plainly. But I've started to realize that I can't do that based on you or my father or anyone else. I have to forge my own path. True, All Might said. But that doesn't mean that path has to be forged alone. He hooked a thumb at his chest. Take it from a man who's been around that block more than once. A solitary path is a lonely path. And that can be the worst possible thing. Sir? Todoroki asked, eyes wider. Tenya had to work to school his expression to hide his surprise. Just food for thought. My try at sage advice, All Might explained and patted the boy's shoulder in that same paternal way. He backed away and spread his arms. Presenting the finalists of the first-year UA Sports Festival. But to all others, do not lose hope. Each and every one of you has the potential to stand here next year and the year after. He raised a finger. I think that this generation of heroes will have the world in good hands. Now crowd, what do we say to these fine heroes to be? Plus ultra. Enji Todoroki was a flawed man. It was a simple fact, and one he himself knew even if he didn't realize in every way. He was abrasive, arrogant, stubborn to a fault, too ambitious for his own good, nearsighted in regards to his goals. The list could go on. But one thing he was not was a fool. It was obvious from his observations of the sports festival, particularly that of his son, that something had changed. When Shoto had used his firepower against the Midoriya boy, he had admittedly jumped to conclusions and assumed he had finally moved past this juvenile rebellion to accept his purpose. But everything after had shown this was not the case. Yet something had still clearly shifted. Seeing All Might congratulate his son for winning the sports festival made him grit his teeth, for several reasons. It brought to mind all of the times that Enji had done his best to best the so-called eternal number one, only to fall short and still be congratulated by the smiling giant. Instances had grated against his pride like sandpaper, and he didn't want that for Shoto. Seeing All Might congratulate the child Enji had spent years training to surpass him also grated against him in a similar way, as if All Might were too naive to realize Shoto was nearing this goal. Yet another reason was that Shoto seemed at ease. Enji knew his child's body language, and even from such a distance he could see a contentedness in the way Shoto held himself that he had never seen in him around Enji. It made him feel lesser. And that was terribly familiar, while also frighteningly not. Enji filed that feeling away to examine later. Something had changed in Shoto. And if he were to become the greatest hero as Endeavor never could, Enji may have to reflect that change in some way. Chapter 13. The class was given the next 2 days off to recuperate from the sports festival, but that didn't mean it was time to sit around and relax. Or at least, not for Izuku. He'd had a pretty heavy 48 hours. The night after the sports festival, after a delicious congratulatory dinner of pork cutlets made just as he liked them by his still crying and very much hug-happy mother, Izuku received a text from Toshinori to come to Dagoba Beach. He arrived just as he had the night after the entrance exam to find him, as skinny and unassuming as ever, with his hands in his pockets and watching the crescent moon shine upon the waves. Every time I come here, Toshinori said, I can't help but think of metamorphosis. Huh? Izuku asked. Caterpillars to butterflies, tadpoles to frogs. Toshi mused, then turned and smiled that unsettling yet warm smile upon Izuku. A fanboy to a fledgling hero, a quirk I thought I understood showing new sides to itself. He placed his hands on Izuku's shoulders. And good boys turning into good men. Izuku blinked tears away, trying to be tough for his mentor. I don't understand, he admitted. First of all, congratulations, Toshi said. I can tell you're bummed about not cracking the top 3, but don't sweat it. You made an impression, one hell of an impression, and that means something. He chuckled. Besides, you've still got 2 years to make the podium. I'll make it next year, Izuku promised, eyes shining. There's no doubt in my mind, Toshinori said, his smile turning into something more serious. And your new quirk certainly will help, plus any others you get in the meantime. Izuku blinked and nodded. I had a dream about the past holders again. And with that he told Toshinori everything he could remember about the chat, especially about their theory that he would activate the other quirks before reliably accessing the true power of One for All. Nana Shimura had float, he finished. She was your teacher? She was, Toshinori said, his eyes misting. More than that, she was like a second mother to me. My parents were killed in a villain attack when I was young and I grew up in a group home for quirkless orphans. He sighed. I barely remember much about my birth mother besides what she looked like and how kind she was, and I remember even less about my father. Oh, Toshinori. Izuku winced. Ah, don't feel bad, Toshi said, with a flippant flick of his wrist. Like I said before, quirklessness wasn't near as rare back in my time. It wasn't ideal, a lot of times it wasn't even pleasant, but it got me through middle school. His gaze grew distant. And then I met Nana just as I was finishing up the 8th grade. How did you two meet? Izuku asked, eyes bright and curious. As it turns out, Toshi said, holding his chin in his fingers, we met kind of like you and I did. During a villain attack. Only dash, his smile became strained and a bead of sweat rolled down his face as he held up his thumb and forefinger with an inch of space between them. It was a little different. He told the story of himself as a teenager with a big dream of helping society as a great hero and who was always throwing himself into danger to try and help, despite his quirklessness. He met Nana Shimura when he was ready to take on a gang with nothing in his hands but a lead pipe, but Nana arrived and whipped them all. Odd, he asked her to take him on as her student. She initially refused him due to his powerlessness, but didn't leave fast enough to miss Toshinori's dream. His desire to be a pillar for society to lean on and feel safe, as a symbol of peace in the world. Nana had apparently related to such ideals and only then took him on as her apprentice. That kinda sounds like you and me, Izuku commented. Toshi arched his eyebrows in question, prompting Izuku to explain. You told me that a quirkless kid can't be a hero, he said, frowning for a moment before it turned into a faint smile, and then you changed your mind. Toshi huffed a laugh before sighing. It's strange what time does to people, young Midoriya. I carried One for All for 40 years and I suppose, in a way, I began to forget that I had been quirkless. It was a fact, but it became less relevant as time went on. He rubbed his eyes. I feel I must apologize once again for that day. Don't worry about it, Izuku said. It all worked out, right? He shrugged. It happened, but it's in the past. Toshinori was silent for a moment with that ghastly smile. Speaking of the past, he said, his tone signaling a change of topic, maybe it's time we discuss your upcoming quirks. They talked for a while about the little that Izuku had gleaned. Okay, I can work with this, Toshi said. I've been researching the previous bearers in my free time. I'll amp that up and find out what I can. When I finish that, I'll let you know what I've found. He raised a finger to point at Izuku. On your end, if this happens again, get as much as you can out of them. All right? Yes, sir, Izuku said with a determined smile. Toshinori's smile widened into a grin. And while you're at it, I think I know someone who can help you figure out float. Izuku shook himself from his flashback to focus on the whiteboard on his desk, fiddling with his dry erase marker while he was at it. Hero names. For such a lifelong fanboy, this tiny aspect of hero work had always given him trouble. Even past the far-reaching consequences of the impact and implications of a hero's title, Izuku had never had a quirk growing up to try and build an image around. He'd had All Might as an inspiration, of course. But as a child, his idea of paying homage and wanting to be like All Might had led to any number of childish and derivative names, such as Captain All Might, Mighty Man, Super All Might. The list went on and on. He needed something to set him apart. Not just because he needed to keep the secret of One for All and any other quirks that would emerge in time, but because he wasn't All Might. It had been a hard pill to swallow, but F.A. Gene, and now Float, were not the image of the hero identity he'd dreamed of growing up. He looked up as Kirishima presented his chosen name of Red Riot. The reference came to Izuku just before Midnight could comment on it, and he couldn't help but smile. Now that was a name to homage an idol. He wondered how he'd never made the connection between Kirishima and the chivalrous hero before. It felt nice to know someone else in their class held a particular hero in such high regard. Izuku tried to keep his mind on the task at hand, but Kirishima's name seemed to open the floodgates. Izuku took out his notebook and turned to a fresh page to write the names, saving deeper analysis for later. Many of them were fairly standard, such as Tailman and Sugarman, but classics never went out of style for a reason. Ashido's Acid Queen being denied in favor of Pinky seemed like a shame, but at least it played into Ashido's uniqueness. Froppy was unique too, and just perfectly resonated with Tsuyu. As the students and their names came and went, Izuku continued to labor. He glanced up as Bakugo offered his truly terrible name, stifling his chuckle at his protests that it was a good one. King Explosion Murder? Honestly, as terrible as the name was, it fit Bakugo's personality to a T. I got one, Ochako said, though she seemed nervous. Izuku braced his pen against his notebook page, ready to write. I'm Uravity, she said, presenting her dry erase board. Izuku's pen froze as he considered the name. That was both clever and kind of adorable. A combination of her surname and her power, not to mention a play on the Japanese pronunciation of what had originally been a word in English. It really did reflect her. Clever and cute. He blushed and shook his head, resolving himself to come up with his name. What did he want as a hero? As he'd told All Might that fateful day of their first meeting, he wanted people to see his fearless smile and feel safe. He wanted to keep people from harm, to protect them, to act as a shield from the bad things in the world. Wait a moment. He let streams of reasoning flow, pinning his lips together to keep from muttering. That idea wasn't terrible. He wrote it out and examined it, his perpetual nerves clamoring that it was terrible and would be the first name laughed at despite no name having actually been criticized any more than Aoyama's. The sound of his name drew his attention and he realized that Ms. Midnight was calling on him. Looks like it was now or never. I am the Adamant Hero, he said, and presented his board. I am Aegis, the hero who will protect everyone I can, who will never stop trying to save others. The class seemed stunned into silence, and Izuku's stomach squirmed. Did this mean dash? Yeah. Kirishima shouted. Now that's manly. It certainly fits in my experience, Shoto said, perhaps the first time he'd spoken besides presenting his name. Izuku resolved to think up a good alternate hero name for Shoto besides just his given name. Whether he used it or not would be up to him, but he still thought it would be a good gesture. It's perfect, Deku, Ochako chirped with a wide, proud smile. Izuku's heart melted at her approval, and the squirm in his belly turned into something lighter. It felt like butterflies, and he shut that thought down before he embarrassed himself at the podium and returned to his desk, laboring to beat back the thoughts as Bakugo presented his hardly changed idea of a name. All that was left was Tenya, who looked quietly determined. I have settled upon this. The racing hero, trajectory. Makes me think of math, Kaminari groaned before laughing it off. It fits, man. Everyone laughed lightly at that before Eraserhead returned to the podium and began explaining internships and their importance to everyone's futures as heroes, with Midnight offering some clarification where needed. The bell rang and everyone gathered their things, though many stayed behind to discuss and debate choices for hero agencies to intern with. I'm pretty sure I know your top pick, Tenya. Ochako giggled and flashed him a thumbs up. You're gonna race along with your big bro, aren't you? Tensei did indeed send me an offer, Tenya admitted with a bashful smile. And he's easily the best to model myself after, not to mention my own personal inspiration to be a hero. He laughed and pushed his glasses up his nose. I can't help but think of Izuku and All Might in that regard. Yeah, I get it. I'm a fanboy, Izuku said, blushing at the gentle teasing. What about you, Ochako? He asked. I have an idea, but I want to run it by somebody first, she replied, drumming her fingers on her opposite hand. At her friend's inquisitive looks, she rolled her eyes and continued. Gunhead sent me an offer, and I'm pretty much sold on accepting. Gunhead the Brawler? Izuku asked. But I thought you wanted to specialize in rescue, like 13? I do, she assured him. But the USJ thing and the Sports Fest have shown me that focusing too much on one area can be a real problem. I can certainly be an asset in rescue. She placed her hand over her heart, fingers splayed. But if there's ever a time when someone needs to be protected from a villain instead of a disaster, I want to be ready to face that challenge. That's really smart, Izuku said, and silently added, and awesome too. What about you, Deku? She asked, sliding the classroom door open so they all could head to the lunchroom. Oh, I'm not sure, he replied truthfully. I got a lot of offers, but I want to have a chance to really examine them before I dash. I am here in a bizarre pose. All Might declared, at a full bow at the waist as he suddenly appeared in front of them. Young Midoriya, may I have a word? So, you want to intern with Gunhead, huh? Ainin had removed her helmet and was making herself and Ochako some tea, moving with surprising dexterity given the size of her gloves. Ochako kicked her feet idly on one of the couches of the teacher's lounge. Yeah, I thought it would be a good way to diversify both my skills and my perspective. I've worked with Gunhead before, Ainin said as she settled and placed Ochako's tea on the coffee table before her, her smile small and as kind as ever, her strange eyes steady but also twinkling with something like amusement. I have no doubt that he'll be an excellent mentor. Why is that? Ochako asked, taking a sip of her tea. Call it a hunch, Ainin replied, though her smile grew just a bit. I have a feeling he sent you an offer because of how you faced off against Todoroki. For my strategy? Ochako asked. That too, Ainin shrugged, the motion quite significant in her faux spacesuit. But I'll bet anything it was mostly because of your guts. Her smile returned to its usual size, though her eyes were shimmering with something much like pride. I certainly was impressed by that. Ochako blushed at the praise, but a small wriggle of guilt in her heart made her bite her lip. 13 dash? Ainin, she corrected gently. Ainin, Ochako amended with a twitch of a smile. Can I tell you something? And you promise not to be offended. I promise, Ainin said, her humored smile returning. My decision to mentor under Gunhead, Ochako swallowed, her belly squirming with nerves and pressed on. It came from the USJ incident. What part? Ainin asked, though the look in her eyes implied she already knew. You tried to fight the gateway villain, Ochako mumbled, fiddling with her teacup, and you got hurt. And I could barely do anything when up against Todoroki. I just didn't have the skills to fight. Fighting has never been my strong suit, Ainin admitted, not sounding the least bit offended. She took a sip of her tea, the image of the tiny cup in her oversized mitts so ridiculous that Ochako snorted. Ainin's smile grew again. And I realize now that that's been a big mistake on my part. Huh? Ochako wondered. I think I'll take a leaf out of your book, Ainin explained, nodding to her and saluting with her teacup. Spend some time learning to fight without my quirk. She shrugged again, eyes closed, before bowing her head a little. I've always been best at search and rescue, but that day at the USJ showed starkly that I, too, need to be able to protect people if push comes to shove. She hummed in thought and mused, I suppose there's something to Endeavor's style after all. What do you mean? Ochako asked. Don't worry about it, Ainin said with a careless wave of her free hand. Off topic, have you any idea where the rest of your little trio will be interning? Little trio? Ochako asked. You, Midoriya, and Ida, Ainin said, counting the names off with her fingers. Trios of friends like yours are actually really common in this school. She smiled sadly. They often form lifelong friendships, whether they work together or not. Oh, Ochako said in understanding. Ida's interning with his older brother, Ingenium, and Midoriya's She held her chin as she considered his next words. He wasn't sure, but All Might wanted to talk to him. She smiled wistfully. Those two seem so close, I think All Might's got a suggestion for him. How close are we talking? Ainin asked casually. Oh, there's no way it's a bad thing. Ochako shouted in panic, waving her free hand and almost losing her tea as she gesticulated with the other. Izuku would have said something if it was. And All Might's All Might. He wouldn't do anything bad, you know? No, I agree with you, Anan said, gesturing for Ochako to calm down with her free mitt. It's just they seem to know each other before you. And since no one really knows about All Might's past, I thought you might have an idea. Anan chuckled. Sorry about that. It's unfair for me to snoop around between those two. Her eyes glittered. After all, if taking students under our wing were an issue, I'd be in trouble, too, right? Well, geez, Ochako said, rubbing the back of her head, you make it sound so creepy. Anan's laughter could be heard all the way down the hall. Soon enough, the day for the start of the internships arrived. As expected, Izuku, Ochako, and Tenya walked to the station together, chatting about what they expected and hoped to learn from their mentors. Tenya went on a 5-minute monologue about what he planned to ask his brother when he got to Hosu. Ida, are you okay? Ochako asked. You've seemed kinda down lately. Izuku perked his ears, having noticed the same. My brother lost a sidekick during the sports festival, Tenya admitted, his rigid posture slumping just a bit. Rocketeer was a fine sidekick and always friendly when I would visit the agency as a child. He sighed and clenched his fists before relaxing again. I'm sure you both have heard of the hero killer? Yeah, Izuku said. He's supposed to be a serial killer targeting heroes. Rocketeer was felled by that madman, Tenya said, his fists clenching at his sides. I can tell it's shaken tensei. I wondered if I should even ask him to mentor me this week, but he actually asked me. Oh well, I'm glad he's getting along all right, Ochako said pensively. Yes. You're right, Tenya said with an uncharacteristic distracted air. Then he shook his head and put on a smile. Anyway, Midoriya, you've been tight-lipped about your new mentor. I'm guessing All Might set you up with an acquaintance? Yeah, but I don't know much about the guy, Izuku admitted. Both of his friends looked at him quizzically, and it took him a moment to understand why. Of all the class members, Izuku knew more about heroes than anyone. It must seem strange for him to reveal that he knew next to nothing about even a single hero. His name is Gran Torino, Izuku said. He worked at UA back when All Might was a student. That's all I really know. Whoa. But All Might's been around for ages, Ochako said, jaw dropped. This guy must be super old, she added with a giggle behind her hand. And yet a recommendation from the #1 hero is no small thing, Tenya said, adjusting his glasses. He must be a truly exceptional man. I really hope so, Izuku said as his train arrived. He smiled and waved to them as he boarded, settling in his seat to await his stop. He held his suitcase with his costume and leaned back in his seat, trying to meditate and reach the vestiges in One for All. Penny for your thoughts? Tashinori blinked out of his thoughtful reverie, something he'd found himself in a lot lately, and looked over his shoulder at the faculty lounge door to find a familiar tall woman with a swirling pixie cut of blonde hair that transitioned to dark blue and had thin, black lines through her hazel irises. She was dressed in what resembled a bowling button-up and sturdy jeans with running shoes. 13.